In the night of Konoha village, the settlement of the Uchiha clan was shrouded in ominous clouds. The streets were filled with a depressing atmosphere, as if even the air was trembling for the impending disaster. Uchiha Ping stood quietly in his own courtyard, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, but he had no interest in appreciating the moon. Uchiha Ping, 17 years old, a 3 Magatama Sharingan opener, is considered a person with good talent in the family. He has another unknown identiciate time traveler. It has been 9 years since he traveled through time to become Uchiha Ping, but not only does he not have any plugins, but his memory of this world is also vague. I don't know why, but I always have a bad premonition recently, which makes him feel abnormally irritable, but I can't find a reason. Brother, what are you looking at? A crisp voice came from behind, breaking the silence. Uchiha Ping turned around and saw his sister Uchiha Gua's innocent smile, and his heart was inexplicably stabbed. He forced a smile, squatted down, and gently touched the head of his 6-year-old sister. Nothing, Xiao, it's so late. Why don't you go to bed? I can't sleep. Brother, can you play with me? Xiao pulled Uchiha Ping's hand and said coquettishly. Uchiha Ping was about to agree. At this time, his sister Uchiha Qing came out of the house. Xiao, don't bother your brother. It's so late. Go back to your room and sleep. Xiao pouted and said reluctantly, Okay, then sister, you will sleep with me. Qing smiled and nodded, looking at Uchiha Ping. Ping, you should go to bed early too. The 3 siblings were named to refer to green apples, symbolizing health and happiness. At this time, the corner of the village where Uchiha belonged was surrounded by countless Konoha ninjas. Danzo, everything is ready. What should we do next? A dog-faced masked ninja knelt on one knee. Shimura Danzo did not look at the ninja kneeling behind him. This person was his confidant. Danzo said lightly, just let Itachi do it. You guard every corner and no one can escape. Yes, the night of genocide finally came. The dark night was full of blood. The members of the Uchiha clan were ruthlessly slaughtered by the mysterious Black Shadow without any defense. Uchiha Ping saw his parents fall in a pool of blood with his own eyes. He rushed towards the enemy angrily, but was knocked away by the powerful force, and a horrible bloody wound was cut on his chest by a sharp blade. Brother! Xiaoguo's cry came. Uchiha Ping turned his head with all his strength and saw his sister blocked by the enemy. He wanted to save them, but found that he could not move. No! Uchiha Ping let out a desperate roar, but nothing could stop it. Xiaoguo and Qing were brutally killed in front of him, and his world collapsed instantly. However, he was hit in the vitals, and blood had already spread into a pool under his body. He wanted to reach out and hug his sister who was several meters away, but he was powerless. He could only watch his sister's tender little face being stained by her own blood, and her innocent eyes gradually lost their luster. Uchiha Ping's hand fell to the ground weakly, splashing blood, and his pupils began to dilate. Uchiha Itachi looked back and confirmed that he was beyond saving, then continued to kill elsewhere. In the last moment of his life, Uchiha Ping's heart was full of regret and unwillingness. If he could start over, he must protect his family and the Uchiha clan. Ding! The host has strong emotional fluctuations and can be bound to this system. Please choose whether to bind. System. I came here when I was about to die. Uchiha Ping's blood was almost drained, and he would completely lose consciousness and life fluctuations in the next second. It's so dark, so quiet. Am I going to die? No. Fate took a strange turn at this time. When Uchiha Ping opened his eyes again, he found himself back to the day before the night of the extermination of the clan. He looked at everything familiar around him in disbelief, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. I am reborn? Uchiha Ping murmured to himself. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. He closed his eyes tightly and endured the severe pain. After an unknown period of time, the pain gradually disappeared. Uchiha Ping slowly opened his eyes and found that his vision had become different. He saw everything around him more clearly, as if he could see through all appearances. Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Ping looked at the bright red eyes in the shape of a 3-leaf clover reflected in the kunai in shock. He actually obtained the Manjiki Sharingan at the same time as he was reborn. This is an extremely rare eye technique in the Uchiha clan, which has powerful power. Before he recovered from the shock, a cold electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding! Perfect Hawan system binding is successful. System? Uchiha Ping was puzzled. This system is designed to help the host change his fate. The host can obtain the other party's perfect bloodline and abilities through Huang, including but not limited to powerful ninjutsu, precious physique, etc. The system's voice was concise and clear. Uchiha Ping's heart moved that he knew that this was a chance given to him by God, a chance to change his fate. He clenched his fists, and a firm light flashed in his eyes. This time, I will never let the tragedy happen again. I will protect my family and the Uchiha clan. In order to better cope with the upcoming night of genocide, Uchiha Ping decided to use this day to improve his strength as much as possible. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan is extremely powerful, but it also comes with huge risks. Excessive use can lead to decreased vision and even blindness. However, Uchiha Ping did not retreat at all. He knew that only by having enough power could he protect his family during the night of genocide. The Manjiki cannot be mastered in a short time, so it is impossible to beat Itachi, let alone the person behind him. What should I do? Uchiha Ping thought of the system, so he asked hurriedly, "System, how to get powerful power? What does perfect union mean? It means literally. Then what should I do?" Uchiha Ping couldn't think of how to become stronger at all. What's the use of getting a few abilities? Can it be stronger than the blood limit of the Uchiha clan? This time the system did not answer immediately, as if it was thinking or analyzing. After a while, the mechanical voice sounded again. Test completed. The host is of Uchiha descent. It is very simple to become stronger. You only need to obtain Hashirama cells to achieve a leap. The union object set by this system for the host is Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. Tsunade's hobbies are Tsunade's personality, and weaknesses are this system will formulate a strategy for the host to pursue Tsunade throughout the process. Uchiha Ping interrupted. Wait a minute. How can I have time to pursue? Still pursuing. My whole family and clan will be finished soon. GKD. Chapter 2. Tsunade Beep. A new quick start guide has been generated. The host will take decisive action. This guide requires the preparation of items, blood. Alright. Let us take decisive action. Where is Tsunade? Hurry and lead me to her. The eyes of Uchiha Hei gleamed with an unwavering determination, filled with resolute intent. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to acquire power by any means necessary and alter the impending tragic fate. Wait, first, tell me why the massacre will occur tomorrow? What exactly is happening? His voice bore a hint of urgency and anger, his chest heaving with emotion, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden news of the looming catastrophe. After a brief moment, having heard the sequence of events, Uchiha Hei's eyes widened in fury, his Sharingan ablaze with righteous indignation, his entire being trembling with rage. This is utterly ridiculous. At 13, Itachi has been brainwashed into this state. Are we inherently evil? Do we all deserve to die? Damn it, the Leaf Village shinobi deserve to perish. His low growl reverberated through the small space, laden with resentment and fury, as if he sought to shatter the chains of his unjust fate. In the Uchiha enclave of Konoha, an oppressive silence hung in the air. The blazing sun hung high, casting its fiery rays upon the cobblestone path, yet the sweltering heat could not dispel the gloom that clouded Uchiha Hei's heart. Tomorrow, the horrific night of the massacre would descend upon them. In his past life, he had been powerless to prevent this calamity, forced to witness his loved ones fall one by one into a pool of blood, those haunting scenes replaying like a nightmare in his mind. Yet now, the wheel of fate had bizarrely reversed, granting him the miraculous opportunity to be reborn on the eve of the massacre. Brother, are you daydreaming again? His sister, Uchiha Koto, bounded over, her laughter ringing clear and melodious, breaking the stifling silence like the chime of silver bells. Her face radiated innocent joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, brimming with affection and reliance on her brother. Uchiha Hei snapped back to reality, gazing at his sister's pure and innocent smile, his eyes misty with unshed tears, a pang of bittersweet emotion surging within him. He slowly knelt, gently embracing her. Little Koto, I'm just thinking. His voice unconsciously softened, as if in that moment, he wished to pour all his tenderness into his sister. At that moment, his elder sister, Uchiha Ao, gracefully emerged, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly said, "Hey, don't think too much. Come home for dinner soon. Koto and I will head back to prepare the meal." Ao's gaze was filled with concern and affection, her eyes resembling the warm sun of winter, soothing Uchiha Hei's troubled heart. Yet, this warmth pierced him with a pang of anguish. In his previous life, he had failed to protect them, allowing them to perish in the massacre. In this life, he silently vowed never to repeat that tragic mistake. Once his sister and elder sibling returned home, Uchiha Hei stood alone on the street, his heart heavy with the urgency of the impending crisis. That urgency felt like a heavy stone, suffocating him. Arriving in Konoha, He initially intended to leave the village in search of Tsunade, but as he moved, he keenly sensed multiple pairs of eyes shadowing him. A chill ran down his spine. He had never noticed before that the Uchiha clan was under tight surveillance. Uchiha Hei instinctively gripped the kunai at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He yearned to strike out and eliminate those lurking in the shadows. Yet he forced himself to suppress that impulse. Acting now or leaving the village would surely provoke an assault from countless umbu, leading to immediate annihilation. He pondered silently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In this tense situation, maintaining composure was paramount. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Uchiha Hei endeavored to remain calm, his expression unchanged, and slowly turned towards the family estate. Once back in the secluded corner of the Uchiha compound, he discreetly observed from the corner of his eye. And indeed, he discovered that the hidden watchers had quietly departed. System, I cannot leave now. Help me find a way. Uchiha Hei gazed anxiously at the darkening sky, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly in his room. Coordinate retrieval. Land of Iron. Tsunade's coordinates confirmed. The system can teleport you to Tsunade, but this will consume 50 of the system's energy. Do you wish to proceed with the teleportation? Teleport. Uchiha Hei declared without hesitation, his resolve unyielding. At this moment, he found himself with no retreat. No matter the cost, he would attempt it. In a small town near the border of the Land of Iron, a woman was diligently instructing a 12 to 13-year-old Shizun in a room of an inn. The woman had long, light golden hair cascading gracefully down her back, styled into playful twin tails that swayed gently with her movements. Her skin was as fair as snow, radiating a soft glow under the light, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain, exuding an enchanting allure. Most striking were her astonishing curves, captivating all who beheld her. Every motion imbued with a unique magnetism. Tsunade's features were exquisitely beautiful, her brows elegantly arched, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars. As her lips parted, she patiently explained medical ninjutsu to Shizun. Suddenly, the air in the room trembled, as if an invisible hand had torn through the fabric of space. And Uchiha Hei materialized before them. Shizun gasped in shock, instinctively taking a step back, rising swiftly with an alarmed expression, demanding, "Who goes there?" Uchiha Hei activated his Sharingan, the crimson eyes swirling with eerie light, as he used Jinjutsu to incapacitate Shizun effortlessly. With her rank as a mere genin, she stood no chance against the illusion cast by the Sharingan. Even with an intruder's sudden appearance, Tsunade remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm and collected, a testament to her strength and confidence. Only then did she exhibit a hint of surprise, glancing at the fallen Shizun without concern, her lips moving. Sharingan. And that spatial disturbance. Who are you? She narrowed her beautiful eyes, her gaze piercing, as if attempting to see through the black-haired man before her. Tsunade, I need your strength. Uchiha Hei dared not show any signs of carelessness. His muscles tensed as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, the three-pronged pinwheel pattern within emanating an air of mystery and beauty. Chapter 3. Tsunade's trepidation. To confront an adversary of Tsunade's caliber necessitates an unwavering commitment. Upon beholding the Manjiki Sharingan, Tsunade's composure shattered, and she surged to her feet, her form trembling. Her countenance betrayed a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Manjiki Sharingan. When did another member of the Uchiha clan awaken this power? She exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. In her understanding, the manifestation of the Manjiki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan was an exceedingly rare occurrence, having been absent for many years. Uchiha Hira remained taciturn, opting instead to unleash a Jinjutsu through his Manjiki Sharingan. The illusion surged forth like an invisible tide, engulfing Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade disregarded the Jinjutsu, her expression hardening as she shed her azure cloak. Concentrating her chakra into her fist, she formed a tangible sphere of energy, radiating menace. You dare to present such a rudimentary Jinjutsu? Tsunade scoffed, her tone tinged with displeasure and authority. We are both of Konoha. I extended you the courtesy of explanation, but it seems you decline. Her words served as a warning to Uchiha Hira against precipitous action. Uchiha Hira braced himself, his feet planted firmly, his body lowered in a defensive stance. A single misstep could prove fatal. I am pressed for time, and I have no time to. Before Uchiha Hira could complete his sentence, Tsunade lunged, her speed generating a gust of wind. Her other hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike. Uchiha Hira's Sharingan intensified, his keen perception and agility allowing him to narrowly evade Tsunade's grasp. Swiftly, he drew a kunai and slashed open the pouch on his left arm. Thwack! As Uchiha Hira spun, the blood-filled pouch burst open, spraying the room with crimson fluid. Some of the liquid splattered onto Tsunade, causing her to convulse and her pupils to contract. Her face contorted in terror, and she collapsed to the ground. She truly has hemophobia. Uchiha Hira's heart leaped with elation, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. He hastened to cradle Tsunade's delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze as he unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan's Jinjutsu. With ample preparation and her guard down, this Jinjutsu should subdue her. Uchiha Hira surmised, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Uchiha Hira exhaled in relief, his composure returning as he marveled at Tsunade and Appo's beauty. Her refined features and fair skin stirred his senses. Witnessing her tremble from hemophobia, a surge of passion coursed through him. He reached for the bread. Uchiha Hira buried himself in her bosom. Ryup. As March heralded the arrival of spring, the world resonated with vitality. The sofa, coffee table, and balcony were bathed in the warm glow of the sun. Over an hour later, Uchiha Hira teleported away. Ding. Mission accomplished. Host has acquired Hashirama's Senju cells, albeit of attenuated potency. Initiate immediate augmentation. Augmentation will deplete 15 of the system's energy reserves. Augment. Uchiha Hira commanded without hesitation, yearning for the power to alter his destiny. Instantly, Uchiha Hira felt his body undergo a metamorphosis, his muscles tensing, his strength surging, and his chakra reserves expanding to rival those of a tailed beast. His ocular prowess experienced a qualitative leap. Whoosh. Clang. In the forest, a resplendent silver Susanoo materialized, towering and majestic. The Susanoo loomed like a mountain, radiating an aura capable of rending the heavens. Uchiha Hira dismissed the Susanoo, a smile gracing his lips. System. Return me to Konoha. Ding. Insufficient energy for teleportation. System advisory. Current energy reserves stand at 35. Upon depletion, the system will enter dormancy and become inoperable. Unable to teleport? Why didn't you disclose this sooner? Uchiha Hira's eyes widened, his Sharingan whirling frantically as his face contorted in anguish. His roar echoed across the desolate landscape. He gazed toward the horizon, where dawn's hues were beginning to paint the sky. No time to linger. Uchiha Hira propelled himself forward, hurtling toward the land of fire like an arrow, his garments snapping in the wind. After traversing the distance as the sun beat down upon him, Uchiha Hira finally crossed the border into the land of fire. He peered up at the blazing sun, his anxiety growing like a noxious weed. How is it already noon? I must hurry. Kogure, sister, parents, uncles, aunts. Everyone must wait for me. Each word carried the weight of his apprehension. As he raced onward, Uchiha Hira familiarized himself with his newfound abilities. He now comprehended the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. His left eye possessed the ability to amplify ninjutsu, a simple water technique. When imbued with the left eye's potent ocular power, could unleash devastation akin to hydromancy. His right eye, conversely, could weaken enemy ninjutsu while granting him near immunity to genjutsu, providing unparalleled defense. Furthermore, Tsunade's formidable strength coursed through his veins, and the augmented Hashirama cells endowed him with a sage body. He now possessed astonishing regenerative capabilities, heightened sensory perception, and the capacity to wield would-release techniques. Damn it, why didn't I gain the ability to manipulate space-time? Uchiha Hira lamented, frustration gnawing at him. He yearned for wings to carry him back to his loved ones. Activating the complete body Susanoo would afford him flight, but the speed increase was negligible, and the exorbitant chakra consumption deterred him. What good would it do to arrive if he were depleted of chakra? Uchiha Hira suppressed the urge to summon the Susanoo. It's all right. There's still time until nightfall. Stay calm. Uchiha Hira repeated to himself, mustering his resolve as he quickened his pace. To onlookers, he appeared as a blur streaking through the dense forest. Chapter 4, Counterattack. Assault. As dusk descended, Uchiha Hira continued his swift journey towards Konoha. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and large droplets cascaded down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground beneath his hurried steps. He had never felt time pass so swiftly. Each second seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Raising his gaze to the horizon, he beheld the once resplendent sun now fully submerged beneath the horizon, leaving only a faint, melancholic glow, reminiscent of hope on the verge of extinguishment. This sight filled his heart with trepidation and anxiety, as if an invisible hand were clutching his heart tightly. Everything will be fine. It's not night yet. There's still time. Konoha, wait for me. I shall return shortly. He murmured softly, his voice quivering, a mix of self-encouragement and a vow to his distant family. With a swift motion, Uchiha Hira transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing towards Konoha with breathtaking speed. His figure flickered through the forest, stirring a gust of wind that startled a flock of birds into flight. An hour later, he finally arrived at the grand gates of Konoha. The night had fully enveloped the earth, and the stars twinkled overhead. Yet they could not illuminate the shadows lurking within his heart. You are one of the Uchiha clan? What is the matter? Why the haste? The gatekeeping ninjas regarded the anxious Uchiha Hira with curiosity and confusion. These two ninjas were merely ordinary Konoha defenders, executing their duties day by day, blissfully ignorant of the monumental upheaval about to transpire in the village. Even the majority of the Umbu members were simply following orders, unaware of the full scope of the impending crisis and the conspiracy lurking behind it. Ignoring them, Uchiha Hira's thoughts were consumed by a singular desire to reach his family as swiftly as possible. He quickly retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation, replenishing his waning strength. Following this, he formed hand seals with remarkable speed, his chakra surging as he shifted it into sensory mode. Wonderful. It hasn't begun yet. Everyone is still alive. Sensing the familiar chakra signatures of his kin, Uchiha Hira's taut nerves relaxed slightly, his eyes reddening with the threat of tears. However, as he calmed his emotions and focused once more, he detected an unsettling change. His complexion drained of color, his eyes filled with dread and fury. No, it has begun. The chakra of my clan members in the police force is vanishing one by one. Uchiha Hira had initially planned to rush home to save his family. But, at the moment he prepared to step forward, he hesitated, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. Though his home was situated at the rear of the Uchiha compound, given the current circumstances, Uchiha Itachi would inevitably make his way there. His original intention had been to seize the Nine Tails, leveraging its cataclysmic power to obliterate Konoha. Since they aimed to eradicate the Uchiha clan, he would repay them in kind, annihilating the entire village. With the formidable ocular power he had recently unlocked, he was confident in his ability to subdue and control the Nine Tails. However, time was no longer on his side. Everything had unfolded too suddenly, too rapidly. What to do? There was no time for further contemplation. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Uchiha Hira's mind like lightning. If the battlefield were to be concentrated in the Uchiha territory, countless innocent clan members would inevitably be swept away in the ensuing bloodshed. Kill, kill, kill. If you wish to slay, then we shall accompany you in this carnage. The third Hokage, Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, they all must die? His fury surged like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Uchiha Hira's reason. Boom. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of the earth. A colossal, silver-white complete Susanoo materialized within Konoha, resembling a towering mountain. The Susanoo radiated a chilling aura, its immense chakra rippling outward, tearing through the air in its wake. It swung its enormous arms, delivering a devastating blow that caused the ground to collapse, akin to a tailed beast bomb, obliterating vast structures in Konoha and sending plumes of dust into the sky. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Hira stood within the diamond-shaped mark on the Susanoo's forehead, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. In an instant, countless fireballs erupted from his mouth, soaring towards various corners of Konoha. Simultaneously, the light of his left Manjiki Sharingan intensified, unleashing an overwhelming chakra. The power of the Manjiki directly enhanced his ninjutsu, exponentially amplifying the fireball's might. As the fireballs flew, they grew larger, trailing blazing flames behind them. Suddenly, the sky over Konoha was filled with colossal fireballs, intertwining and illuminating a vast area as bright as day. Where the fireballs passed, houses ignited, and trees were scorched. Ah, run for your lives. What is that? Is it a deity? The deity is angry. The villagers, caught off guard by this unforeseen calamity, panicked and fled in terror. Ordinary villagers had never witnessed such a terrifying ninjutsu. They gazed at the divine-like giant Susanoo, mistaking it for a legendary god descending upon them, bringing forth endless wrath and punishment. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fireballs crashed into Konoha, igniting wave after wave of infernos. Thick smoke billowed into the air, and the acrid scent of charred remains permeated the atmosphere. Some ninjas, regaining their composure, swiftly employed their techniques. Some executed water-release jutsu to create water barriers against the fireballs, while others summoned massive shields to withstand the onslaught. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing the movements of the Uchiha clan from the shadows, was jolted by the immense commotion within the village. He turned abruptly to behold the massive Susanoo, his expression freezing, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is Susanoo, who is attacking Konoha. The third Hokage's countenance shifted dramatically, his pupils trembling violently, a look of shock and disbelief plastered across his face. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable adversary had emerged in Konoha, wielding the legendary Susanoo. The silver-white Susanoo rampaged through Konoha, wreaking havoc with every movement, each gesture unleashing devastating destruction and tremendous force. Streets were crushed beneath its footsteps, and buildings collapsed under its assault. Several Umbu captains, akin to specters, materialized behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. They knelt, their expressions grave. Lord Third, the village is under fierce attack. What shall we do? Chapter 5 Reactions. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision without hesitation. With a flicker of his form, he rushed toward the scene of destruction, commanding loudly as he moved. Activate Level 1 Emergency Combat Readiness. All ninjas, except those organizing the villagers' evacuation, will accompany me to confront the enemy. We must protect Konoha. Understood, echoed the Umbu ninjas trailing behind him. They swiftly dispersed, adhering to his orders and springing into action. Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially been observing with Shimura Danzo outside the Uchiha clan settlement, hoping to eradicate this exceedingly dangerous family, removing the thorn lodged in the throats of the people, so that Konoha could finally live without fear. Shimura Danzo tilted his head back, his gaze fixated on the formidable silver Susanoo radiating a potent aura, his expression resembling turbulent undercurrents, fluctuating unpredictably. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment and fury. Damn it. What in the world is happening? How could such a drastic turn of events occur so suddenly? He had invested immense effort and time into reaching this point, meticulously planning and progressing step by step, spending countless years to finally arrive at this pivotal moment. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpectedly powerful Uchiha had emerged, completely derailing his plans. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage, and others have already gone to confront the enemy. What should we do next? A root member inquired from behind. Danzo remained silent for a considerable time, the stillness stretching infinitely, the air thick with tension. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Continue to execute the mission. Everyone must hold their ground. No one is to act without my orders. But the situation in the village is dire. Are we truly not going to assist? The Umbu captain voiced his doubts, his tone laced with uncertainty. Danzo's expression was impassive, his gaze as frigid as frost on a cold night. Yet his tone was unwavering. We must consider the issue from a higher perspective, for the future of the village, and for my aspiration to become Hokage. Certain sacrifices are unavoidable. He paused momentarily, a subtle glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and continued, moreover, there are more critical matters at hand. The Uchiha clan is the source of all evil. If we do not first eliminate this source and instead rush to address an already erupting crisis, it would be merely treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept into Danzo's eyes. Yet his words remained resolute. We must have faith in our Hokage. Leave the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage. We continue with our mission. Yes. The subordinates behind him were stirred by Danzo's impassioned speech, their spirits ignited, admiration gleaming in their eyes as they regarded him as the savior of the village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had just finished dealing with the elite members of the police force and stepped out, only to be met with a flurry of sharp shurikens hurtling toward him. He slightly tilted his head, following the trajectory to see a pure-looking girl standing not far away, wielding kunai. This girl was Uchiha Izumi, the girlfriend of Uchiha Itachi. Izumi's father was not a member of the Uchiha clan. She had inherited her Uchiha blood from her mother and had only recently returned to the clan. Despite her brief time with the family, she felt a profound connection, and upon witnessing the slaughter of her kin, she resolutely stepped forward. With piercing sounds, the shurikens tore through the air, directly penetrating the body of a mysterious man wearing a tiger-striped mask. Strangely, however, the man's body seemed to dissipate like an illusion. Not a drop of blood spilling forth. What? Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom how her full-force shurikens could so effortlessly pass through him as if they struck only air. Before she could comprehend, Uchiha Obito flickered into view before her, swiftly extending a hand to grip her delicate neck. Izumi felt her breath constricted, a wave of suffocating terror washing over her. Itachi, save me. In her fading consciousness, only one thought remained, to call for her boyfriend, Uchiha Itachi, hoping he would appear in this moment of peril to rescue her. Obito coldly regarded Izumi, now devoid of breath, and carelessly discarded her lifeless form as one would a dead animal. He then activated Kimui, and with a strange spatial vortex, his figure vanished, reappearing atop the highest building in the Uchiha settlement. Gazing at the rampaging Susanoo wreaking havoc in Konoha, a slight smile of amusement played on his lips. How intriguing. Who is that boy? Regardless of his identity, he is performing excellently. Excitement flickered in his eyes, as if the ensuing chaos and destruction were a grand spectacle he had long anticipated. He looked down at the Uchiha estate, then glanced at the shadowy corners of darkness. After a moment's consideration, he decided to withdraw. Humph, Itachi has ceased his actions. The current situation is not in my favor. For now, both the Uchiha clan and Konoha's forces far surpass my own. It is best to retreat, but this world will ultimately end in my hands. With that, he activated Kimui once more, his figure gradually fading into the darkness, leaving behind a resonant declaration in the night sky. Uchiha Itachi stood alone on the rooftop, blade in hand, his gaze blankly fixed on the enormous Susanoo in the village. Just moments ago, he had resolved to strike down his parents. Burying his inner turmoil and anguish deep within, mustering the courage to make this excruciating decision for the sake of his brother Sasuke and the village. Yet, who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? Everything had spiraled into chaos. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto stood hand in hand below, gazing up at Itachi on the rooftop. Their eyes held no fear, only boundless warmth and trust. Chapter 6. Did the Uchiha family betray us? Uchiha Fugaku spoke softly. Itachi, we trust your judgment. Sasuke is in your hands now. Do not hesitate any longer. Your suffering pales in comparison to our fleeting pain. After a brief moment of respite, many Uchiha clan members finally reacted, emerging from all directions to occupy various corners. Their eyes fixed intently on the blood-soaked Uchiha Itachi and the subdued Uchiha Fugaku. Their expressions were filled with shock and confusion, and various speculations spread among the crowd. Itachi, why did you suddenly massacre so many clan members? Have you fallen under the enemy's genjutsu and been controlled? An elder member could not help but shout, his voice tinged with anger and bewilderment. Patriarch, why do you not intervene to stop your son? Another voice yelled at Uchiha Fugaku. As feelings of doubt and fury continued to ferment within the crowd, the clan members exchanged words, voicing their uncertainties and discontent. At that moment, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Fools, do you not understand? They have all allied with those old fools in the village. They intend to annihilate our entire family. Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu skills are unparalleled within our clan. How could he be controlled? Another voice echoed. That must be the case. Otherwise, how could he spare not even the defenseless elderly and children? More and more clan members began to accept this narrative, their gazes turning hostile as they fixated on the Uchiha family of three. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Uchiha compound became charged with tension, as if a more tragic conflict was poised to erupt at any moment. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air. There are enemies. It's the Umbu ninjas. The cries echoed around the clan's territory. In that moment, screams and the sounds of battle intertwined, forming a spine-chilling symphony of death. The faces of the Uchiha clan members instantly transformed, fury surging in their eyes. Shimura Danzo, seeing Itachi cease his attack, unhesitatingly ordered a full-scale assault. In an instant, countless Umbu ninjas clad in black and wearing menacing masks surged forth like a tide, their figures flickering in the night, akin to messengers from hell. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, taking advantage of the chaos, stealthily navigated through the Uchiha compound, greedily collecting the Sharingan of the fallen Uchiha clan members. With each eye he extracted, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Do you see? They have long conspired with the village to obliterate our entire clan. A voice in the crowd roared in fury, its tone hoarse from rage. Uchiha Fugaku, you are unworthy of being our patriarch. How could you lead us all to our doom when we placed our trust in you? You are worse than a beast. Another middle-aged man with remarkable ocular strength, upon recognizing the figures in the village, shouted hoarsely. The one fighting in the village is Uchiha Itachi. He is fighting for us. Everyone, protect his family, and let Indapos retaliate. Kill. Uchiha Fugaku is no longer our patriarch. Kill. Kill. In an instant, the cries for blood echoed deafeningly, threatening to rend the night sky asunder. As the foremost clan of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan's combat prowess was far from weak. Pairs of crimson Sharingan ignited in the darkness, resembling flames ablaze, like a pack of ferocious beast kings. Exuding a chilling aura, they wielded their weapons and charged at the Umbu ninjas, momentarily throwing them into disarray, blood and flesh flying on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi remained focused, using his powerful perception to monitor the situation within the clan. If matters deteriorated, he would undoubtedly rush back to rescue his family. In this life-or-death moment, family was his bottom line, an existence he was determined to protect at all costs. Excellent. Those two formidable assassins have ceased their onslaught. The remaining Umbu ninjas should be manageable, and I only need to continue my full-scale attack to divert more of their forces. Sensing the situation within the compound, Uchiha Itachi's expression finally brightened a little. He clearly perceived that many powerful clan members had begun to protect the younger generation, ensuring no enemy could approach. The clan was certainly not lacking in astute members. They understood Uchiha Itachi's concerns and worked to alleviate his worries. They began to cooperate, launching a desperate counterattack. Some clan members were tasked with frontal assaults to draw enemy fire, while others utilized their Sharingan abilities to flank the enemy, delivering lethal strikes. Uchiha Itachi deftly manipulated Susanoo to attack, while preparing to execute ninjutsu. The colossal form of Susanoo loomed like a towering mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. Each swing of its massive sword devastated a vast area, creating powerful gusts of wind that caused nearby structures to collapse into ruins. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally arrived on the scene with a large contingent of ninjas. Wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed by the Monkey King, he stood tall, facing the overwhelming presence of Susanoo. Oh, it's you, Uchiha Itachi. Stop at once. What are you doing? Do not continue down this path. There is still time. I will do my utmost to prevent the village from holding you accountable for your mistakes, the third Hokage urged loudly. At that moment, he could not afford to question Uchiha Itachi about how he had acquired such immense power. The immediate priority was to quell this catastrophe. Haraha. Uchiha Itachi laughed in anger. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the third Hokage and directly commanded Susanoo to strike down Hiruzen Sarutobi with a single sword. This strike contained all his boundless rage and hatred, aiming to obliterate everything before him. Boom. This powerful blow shattered the ground beneath Hiruzen Sarutobi's feet, and the unprepared ninjas were crushed to pulp. The overwhelming chakra sword chi left a long fissure in the earth, resembling a ferocious serpent, annihilating everything in its path. Moments later, as the dust settled, a mass of yellowish soil began to stir, revealing the third Hokage's form within the massive pit. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, but his gaze remained resolute. Uchiha Itachi remarked, Earth-release ninjutsu, huh? You truly deserve the title of ninjutsu professor. You have truly mastered the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Chapter 7. The will of fire. Let us see whose will burns hotter. His tone dripped with sarcasm, devoid of fear or reverence for the third Hokage amidst this battle of life and death. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the ravaged surroundings. The mangled corpses of fallen ninjas and the gruesome stains of blood that marred the ground, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. With a serious and somber demeanor, he implored, "Cease this madness, Uchiha. There is still a chance for redemption. Do not continue to commit these atrocities." He understood all too well that prolonging this conflict would only result in more casualties, with countless lives lost from both the Uchiha clan and the ninjas of Konoha. "You old relic. Only someone utterly shameless could utter such disgraceful words. How could you dare speak them?" Uchiha Hei, disgusted, retorted with derision. "You intend to slaughter my entire family, and I should remain passive? My entire clan should willingly offer their necks for your blade? Where was your desire for redemption when you sought to annihilate my kin? Spare me your empty words." At this moment, his fury reached its zenith, drowning out all reason in a tide of hatred. As he spoke, Uchiha Hei summoned Susanoo, raising the great sword once more. "Is this the only path left?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He removed his outer robe to reveal a black battle uniform, his gaze hardening. "I implore you, Monkey King, extend your form, Rui Jingu Bang." Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that he must give his all in this fight, both for the peace of Konoha and to honor the fallen ninja. With a resounding crash, the Rui Jingu Bang erupted forth, its speed astonishing and blinding. The long, thick staff struck Susanoo's chest with tremendous force, sending Uchiha Hei's Susanoo staggering backward, carving deep gorges into the earth. Humph, a crafty monkey indeed. Uchiha Hei ground his teeth, acknowledging the formidable power of the summoned beast. Yet he reminded himself that, no matter how potent, it was merely a weapon. Resolutely, he retracted Susanoo, having felt the frustration of being forced back by the relentless strikes of the Rui Jingu Bang. Clearly, his mastery of Susanoo required substantial improvement. However, a confident smile soon graced Uchiha Hei's lips. "But I possess many means. I shall not yield so easily." As the massive Susanoo faded from view at the village's edge, the villagers of Konoha gasped in astonishment, only to erupt into jubilant cheers. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, convinced that the Hokage had triumphed over the terrifying giant. Long live the third Hokage. The Hokage is our guardian deity, destined to vanquish all foes. The chorus of cheers resounded through the skies of Konoha as the villagers raised their fists, exultantly chanting the name of the Hokage, their voices imbued with trust and admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he swiftly retracted the Rui Jingu Bang. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Do not let your guard down. The enemy is not defeated. Continue to guide the villagers to safety, and battle-ready ninjas, follow my lead." Suddenly, the sky darkened with the appearance of countless colossal fireballs, crashing down like a tempest of flames, threatening to incinerate all in their path. The villagers were thrown into a frenzy. A Chunin exclaimed in terror, "The scale of this technique is unimaginable. How can a mere human wield such ninjutsu?" "Water release team," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, leading a large contingent of ninjas without hesitation towards Uchiha Hei's position. Their silhouettes surged forward, illuminated by the fiery onslaught. Uchiha Hei smirked at the advancing ninjas, swiftly forming hand seals as he intoned, "Would release, would dragon technique." In an instant, 2 menacing wooden dragons emerged from the earth, clawing and thrashing about like a moving fortress, rampaging through the village. Wherever they went, the surrounding ninjas were sent sprawling, and buildings crumbled under the force of the dragons. Debris scattering as dust billowed into the air. What? Would release? How is he capable of this? Shockwaves of disbelief rippled through the night. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the chaos, raised his arm and shouted, "Do not retreat. Do not cease your assault. We must drive him from the village or stall him here. We cannot allow him to further ravage our home. Kill, for the children." A ninja, eyes aflame with determination, roared as he charged toward the dragons. "Charge!" The crowd, ignited by fervor, followed suit, propelled by unwavering resolve. "Behold, this is our will of fire. Eradicate this inherently wicked demon." The long brainwashed ninjas of Konoha surged forth like moths to a flame, driven by loyalty and faith for their village, relentlessly advancing toward the dragons and Uchiha Hei. In their hearts, they believed that for their convictions, even death bore the noblest of honors. You claim to have children, to possess will? To protect your children and your will, you would slaughter countless others' children and extinguish their will? Uchiha Hei gazed at the advancing ninjas, throwing back his head in laughter. "Huh. Allow me to show you my will of fire. My will burns at 9,000 degrees, incinerating Konoha into oblivion." With his laughter echoing, he rapidly formed hand seals and thrust forward, invoking fire release, great fireball technique. The inferno erupted. This was no mere fireball. Empowered by the ocular prowess of his left eye, an overwhelming sea of flames surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire world. Even the swiftest of ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not fully counter the raging inferno. Despite their timely use of water techniques, a vast area was instantly consumed, the acrid stench of charred earth filling the air, and the collision of water and fire generated a thick fog. The mist rapidly spread, enveloping everything in its path. The villagers strained to see through the thick veil of fog, which obscured their vision like a heavy curtain. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt of realization, his expression shifting in alarm. Be cautious. The Sharingan can pierce through the mist and reveal chakra. Yet, it was already too late. From within the dense fog, anguished cries began to echo, piercing and desperate, as if an unseen reaper lurked in the shadows, swiftly claiming lives. Chapter 8, Fugaku and Amp. Appo's inevitable demise. A Jonin, fraught with urgency, exclaimed. We're the wind-style ninjas. Disperse this mist at once. Negative. Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, his brow furrowed in grave concern. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. He and Appo's seized the opportunity to unleash fire-style techniques, amplifying their destructive force. With measured deliberation, Hiruzen orchestrated, everyone capable of shadow clones, execute the technique. The second Hokage conceived shadow clones specifically to counter the Sharingan. Sensory and disruptive ninjas, coordinate your assault. Such cunning, old fox. Uchiha Taira and Appo's voice echoed through the mist. To think you and Appo's go to such lengths. It seems eliminating you, old codger, is paramount. Upon hearing this, several formidable Jonin and Umbu operatives converged around the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, their gazes resolute. One of them stated icily, you presume too much. You one and Appo's lay a hand on the Hokage. Within the Uchiha compound, a cacophony of anguished cries, exploding ninjutsu, and detonating tags reverberated. Uchiha Fugaku stood transfixed, his body trembling amidst the chaos. Consumed by internal conflict and bewilderment, he muttered, what is the righteous path? Uchiha Mikoto, witnessing his distress, tenderly embraced him, her voice soothing. Fugaku, your choice is not misguided. Like you, I trust Itachi's judgment implicitly. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, accompanied by two elite root operatives, emerged onto the street, advancing deliberately towards the Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. A peculiar smile played on Danzo's lips as he proclaimed, Fugaku, the hour has come. Prepare for your departure. Rest assured, we shall honor our pact with Itachi and safeguard Sasuke. He paused, a covetous glint in his eyes. As for your Sharingan, I shall relieve you of them. With a subtle gesture, his Umbu subordinates unhesitatingly launched several kunai, aiming for Uchiha Fugaku's vital points. Uchiha Fugaku slowly closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of colliding metal erupted as Uchiha Mikoto intercepted the lethal kunai. Her voice, though composed, resonated with unwavering resolve. Fugaku, if death is our destiny, it shall be at Itachi's hand. We must never trust the leaf. My faith lies solely in Itachi. Danzo's gaze hardened instantly, and he spat out a single word. Kill. In an instant, a dozen elite root ninjas materialized, descending upon Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto like ravenous wolves. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes snapped open, and a colossal, crimson chakra skeletal hand materialized, its immense power scattering the surrounding ninjas. Danzo, beholding Fugaku's eyes, initially gaped in astonishment, then erupted in manic glee. Incredible. You concealed such a trump card. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Ha ha ha. I shall not let you escape. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, 1,000 ninjas relentlessly attacked. The two imposing wooden dragons, despite their formidable power and numerous fallen foes, eventually succumbed to the relentless onslaught, collapsing into fragments. Hiruzen Sarutobi shattered the remaining wooden dragon head with a forceful strike, his eyes darting about in search of something. He then bellowed, has anyone located Uchiha Taira? Negative. His chakra has vanished. His presence is undetectable. His chakra signature is completely absent. The one present earlier must have been a clone. Sensory ninjas reported in rapid succession. Hiruzen, bewildered, surveyed the surroundings with growing unease, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. Suddenly, a towering wooden giant materialized near the Hokage rock, its fist pulverizing a large number of attacking ninjas. Yamanaka Inoichi's face paled as he cried out in terror, disaster. Shelters are located near the rock face. They're filled with evacuating children and villagers. Nara Shikaku examined the situation and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the escorting ninjas detected the threat in time. They've engaged. Hiruzen, in a state of agitation, commanded, move. All of you, stop Uchiha Taira at all costs. Uchiha Taira, standing atop the wooden colossus, ignored the ninjas assailing the construct and formed a hand seal with 2 fingers. Fire-style, majestic destroyer flame. Instantly, an enormous fireball, dwarfing all expectations, hurtled towards the Hokage rock, resembling a miniature sun. Several water dragons hastily intercepted the projectile, but were instantly evaporated by the intense heat. Impossible. The technique's power is overwhelming. Our water style is no match. Where's the third Hokage? The heat is unbearable even before the fireball arrives. The ninjas guarding the rock face, witnessing the approaching inferno, were gripped by terror and despair. Sage Art, Toad Oil Bullet. Sage Art, Whirlpool Torrent. Two massive streams of water collided with the fireball, extinguishing it with a deafening roar. A colossal toad emerged before the rock face, puffing on a large pipe and wielding a massive blade at its hip. Gamabunta. Gamabunta's immense physique and imposing stature exuded an aura of intimidation. His rough, brown skin was covered in bumps, adding to his rugged appearance. A jagged scar ran across his left eye, a testament to his battles. Perched atop Gamabunta's head was an odd figure with 3 heads. Upon closer inspection, it was a man with 2 frogs on his shoulders. Oh my, little Jiraiya, what has befallen the Leaf Village? Why is it in such disarray? The elderly frog on the right shoulder inquired. The man, his expression grave, fixed his gaze on Uchiha Terra atop the wooden giant. I've only just returned to the village and am unaware of the situation. However, the culprit is apparent. Chapter 9. Battling the 3 Great Powers. Ah, is that the young man? The frog elder's gaze was piercing, fixated on Uchiha Ping, his expression revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Meanwhile, the frog elder woman slowly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Is that the wood release secret technique? What on earth is happening? And his eyes, that is the Mangeki Sharingan. Her words were saturated with astonishment and confusion. The wood release secret technique symbolized none other than the god of ninjas, the first Hokage. While the Mangeki Sharingan was a formidable and enigmatic force, the convergence of both in a single individual was truly perplexing. Wentai? Jiraiya suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell in the air. In an instant, the frog warrior Wentai drew his long blade and leaped into action, swiftly positioning himself above Uchiha Ping. His massive sword slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed to cleave Uchiha Ping and the wooden figure in twain. Uchiha Ping had been preparing to weave hand signs for a jutsu, but sensing the imminent danger above, he was compelled to abandon his intent, swiftly manipulating the wooden figure to firmly clasp Wentai's colossal sword between its palms. A thunderous clang echoed as metal met wood. Wentai exerted force repeatedly, yet the sword seemed to be welded in place, producing a muffled grunt. This fellow, he is truly formidable. Indeed, he is strong, but... Jiraiya's lips curved slightly as his hands discreetly formed seals. Sage Art. Hydrography of the Underworld. With a low exclamation from Jiraiya, a torrent of powerful sage chakra surged forth. This was no ordinary hydrography. It was a sage art. Let the earth consume you. Uchiha Ping met Jiraiya's gaze calmly, slowly articulating. As expected of you, Lord Jiraiya. I admire individuals like you, who dispense with superfluous words. This is how it should be. Where is the need for righteous platitudes? You may take the mantle of Hokage, and perhaps fewer tragedies would transpire. Jiraiya's expression turned grave, the sage mask on his face highlighting his resolute demeanor. It is over. Wentai will keep your wooden figure occupied until it sinks into the depths of the earth, into the mire infused with my abundant sage chakra. It is not a summoning beast. It cannot traverse space to escape. Uchiha Ping chuckled lightly. You know it is not a summoning beast. Then I may as well abandon it, right? A sly smile crept onto his face as he spoke. Just then, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a throng of ninjas, arrived on the scene. He stood atop a rooftop, observing the slowly sinking wooden figure and Wentai, declaring, Oh, Jiraiya, thank goodness you have returned. The frog elder woman and elder had just utilized their tongues to retrieve the leaf ninjas trapped in the hydrography. And the frog elder shouted, Leaf ninjas, do not approach here. We will handle the rest. Yet before he could finish, Uchiha Ping leaped directly from atop the wooden figure, unleashing a fiery jutsu. Futile. Almost instantaneously, 2 massive pillars of water erupted from either side, extinguishing the fireball in an instant. The explosion's tremendous force sent Uchiha Ping hurtling away, his body tracing an arc through the air. It seems that your continuous use of wood and fire release has left you unable to summon Susanoo in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang. The staff expanded instantly, brimming with a cataclysmic aura, as it struck Uchiha Ping down from the sky, plunging him into the hydrography, sending mud flying. Bang! A wooden post bore Uchiha Ping out of the mire, yet as he emerged, a flash of sword light shot forth like lightning, piercing his body directly. The village cannot withstand such a conflict. We must seal you. The crimson Susanoo materialized beside the hydrography, with Uchiha Itachi standing within, his expression pensive. 10-Fist Sword. With a soft call from Uchiha Itachi, the 10-Fist Sword, imbued with formidable sealing power, firmly anchored Uchiha Ping. He was inexorably drawn toward the gourd in the hand of the red Susanoo, unable to break free, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Just as everyone believed victory was at hand, a barely perceptible arc formed at the corner of Uchiha Ping's mouth. Others failed to notice, yet Uchiha Itachi sensed it, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Uchiha Ping retorted, You can stow that self-righteous fa. For your brother? For the village? For you, I would sacrifice everything. So you think you alone have a brother? So you think you are the only one with convictions? Do not fret. I shall soon come to vanquish you. Great filial son. As he spoke, the ensnared Uchiha Ping gradually transformed into wooden fibers. Oh no, a wood clone. Uchiha Itachi's eyes darted, his expression frantic as he shouted. His voice was laced with urgency, realizing that everyone had fallen into Uchiha Ping's trap. No sooner had he uttered his warning than a brilliant sword light cleaved through the space where Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, obliterating him and the surrounding structures into fragments. What? The crowd gasped in horror, witnessing a silver-white Susanoo rise abruptly as another swift strike descended. Humph! What a cunning old fox, escaping on his own. Barely appearing on the left side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bloodied and gasping for breath, barely had time to recover when the second strike of Susanoo descended upon him. He could only feebly raise his staff in defense. Bang! The colossal impact resonated, reverberating painfully in everyone and Appo's ears as Sarutobi Hiruzen was forcefully driven underground, blood oozing from his wounds. No, Lord Third Hokage. A chorus of cries erupted as the crowd desperately unleashed attacks upon the looming silver Susanoo. Yet their efforts proved utterly ineffective. Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan. Jiraiya was the first to charge at Uchiha Ping, but he was still a step too late. Bang! The immense Rasengan collided with the silver Susanoo, unleashing a tremendous energy. The powerful gusts sent nearby structures toppling, debris swirling in the air. Jiraiya was thrown back, but landed steadily at a high point, gazing up at the defending red Susanoo, as Uchiha Itachi retreated while fending off attacks. What has happened to the third Hokage? Jiraiya and Appo's expression turned anxious, grinding his teeth. Damn it! Given the circumstances in the village, I cannot afford to unleash large-scale ninjutsu attacks. I must find a way to lure him to an uninhabited area. Even outside, we may not be able to subdue him. This individual is anything but simple. The Frog Elder and Appo's eyes were filled with concern as he surveyed the wounded ninjas and the village in jeopardy. Chapter 10. The devoted son Itachi. With a solemn expression, Uchiha Itachi retreated while earnestly advising. The actions taken previously were indeed born out of necessity. For the tranquility of the village and the preservation of our hard-won peace, certain sacrifices must be made. The third Hokage has tirelessly sought a path for harmonious coexistence between our clan and the village, investing countless efforts, yet ultimately met with failure. You must truly comprehend the weight of this struggle. However, Uchiha sneered derisively, retorting, such eloquence. It and Appo's more melodious than the renowned star of the ninja world, and Appo's, Kataibi, and Appo's. If that is the case, then surrender your brother, Uchiha Sasuke, and your own life. Rest assured, once you are gone, I shall wholeheartedly safeguard the peace of Konoha and the land of fire. Your sacrifices will indeed hold value and necessity. Haha. At the mention of his brother Sasuke, Itachi and Appo's gaze darkened, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. What crime has my brother committed? He is but a child, oblivious to all of this. If you wish to kill, then take my life. Spare him from this plight. I will kill you, XXXXX. Uchiha, consumed by rage, attacked relentlessly, pushing Itachi to retreat further. Itachi summoned the red Susanoo, wielding a round shield that astonishingly deflected the formidable strikes of a complete Susanoo. What could this possibly be? Could it be the legendary artifact, the Yata Mirror, known for its absolute defense? Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly been led to the outskirts of the village. Breathing heavily, Itachi wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. Did you truly believe I was engaging in a debate over right and wrong? I merely aimed to divert your attention and incite your fury. My sole objective has always been to draw you away from Konoha. Uchiha, you have fallen into my trap. Standing within the diamond seal of the silver Susanoo, Uchiha wore a disdainful smirk. Huh, so what if you draw me out? Do you think you can defeat me? The devoted son. A mysterious smile tugged at Itachi and Appo's lips as he replied. You fail to understand the reason for your impending failure. Do you think I fight alone? Well done. That red little demon from the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice resonated from behind. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of thunderous sounds erupted as thick white smoke enveloped the area. And 3 gigantic toads charged forth, among them the previously vanished Fugaku. T-Ad Gamma, wielding dual blades, struck with fierce precision, each swing accompanied by a howling wind. T-Ad Ken, brandishing a massive and Appo's, Don and Appo's, T come near me and Appo's, club, stood as an immovable mountain. And Fugaku, the formidable leader of Mount Mayaboku, displayed unmatched bravery. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce assault on the silver Susanoo. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught forced Uchiha and Appo's Susanoo to retreat unexpectedly. Seizing an opportunity, he directed the Susanoo to strike, sending Ken flying with tremendous force, nearly shattering the previously unscathed shield. Following that, the Susanoo delivered a kick that sent Fugaku tumbling backward. With a puff of smoke, both giants vanished from sight. Now, only Gamma remained, poised with dual blades, eyeing the imposing silver-complete Susanoo, ready to counter the next wave of attack. Jiraiya leaped onto Gamma and Appo's head, locking eyes with Uchiha, his gaze imbued with a fierce determination. Very well, let us engage in a thrilling battle. If possible, we might also discuss the circumstances that led to this moment. Regardless of your reasons or stance, I shall fight with my life on the line, for this has become a war. Thus, you may choose to remain silent. Uchiha rarely revealed a smile. Haha, bring it on. If you wish to hear my tale, you must prove your worth. As you said, this is a life-and-death struggle. Notions of right and wrong have long since vanished. I shall not waste words on the dead, hidden among the dense foliage. Itachi silently observed the fierce clash between Jiraiya and Uchiha, astonished. Is that the sage mode? I never imagined it could be so powerful, able to contend with a complete Susanoo. Though Gamma fell quickly, Jiraiya and Appo's formidable sage techniques continued to trouble Uchiha. Meanwhile, a large contingent of Konoha ninjas began to gather. Initially taken by surprise, the ninjas swiftly united under the calm directives of their leaders, forming an intimidating force. Led by clan heads and elite Jainin, thousands of ninjas surged toward the battlefield. It was imperative that they adhered to commands and executed tactics rigorously, ensuring the enemy would not set foot in Konoha. The communication department must guarantee seamless communication, particularly among the leaders, who must remain in constant contact. Medical ninjas were warned to maintain a safe distance from the battlefield while being prepared to treat the wounded. Immediately notify those on missions outside the village to return. This is a top priority. All ongoing tasks may be abandoned for swift return. Clear and powerful orders were systematically disseminated from the command center, showcasing Konoha's formidable strength and organizational prowess. In fact, at least half of the ninjas in Konoha were away on missions or guarding vital points in the Land of Fire. Evidently, they believed Uchiha was central to this conflict, hence no assistance was dispatched to support the root organization in the Uchiha and Appo's territory. The two advisors of Konoha, Nara Shikaku and Mito Minyan, stood at the communication department and Appo's command post, calmly observing the bustling activity around them. An Umbu ninja, donned in a mask resembling cat ears, approached the two advisors, inquiring, "Have you summoned me for any instructions?" Chapter 11. The Cruel Flames of War in the Repository of Minds. Everyone can rest assured that Tsunade will provide treatment and care. Here, it is important to note that one should not become overly entangled in the settings. Even the original work contains numerous contradictions and bugs. The establishment of ninja numbers is not mere conjecture. The author has consulted relevant materials and found multiple pieces of evidence to support the narrative. Evidence 1. The ninja numbers. Naruto is 012607, Sasuke 012606, Tintin 012573, and Kakashi 009720. Evidence 2. The Allied forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War numbered 80,000. Evidence 3. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, once confronted over 1,000 ninjas. Evidence 4. The third Raikage once single-handedly battled over 10,000 IWA ninjas. In summary, do not dwell on these matters. If one were to scrutinize, they would find numerous flaws. In the dim light, Shizune's eyes reflected weariness and anxiety as she observed Kakashi entering the room. With a hoarse voice, she remarked, "Ah, you've arrived, Kakashi." Standing nearby, Mito Minyan wore a stern expression. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no anomalies before approaching the masked Umbu ninja. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice with a hint of urgency, saying, "Kakashi, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is currently in critical condition. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage. We must prepare for contingencies." Kakashi stood tall, embodying the qualities of an Umbu leader, composed and resolute. Upon hearing this, he respectfully inquired, "What must I do?" Mito Minyan expressed his admiration for Kakashi's calm demeanor, nodding slightly as he continued, "The village is facing a grave crisis. We will endeavor to persuade Jiraiya to accept the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, we urgently need you to retrieve Tsunade, one of the legendary Sanin. Her strength is vital to Konoha at this juncture." Shizune stepped forward, softly stating, "Kakashi, you possess the qualities of a Hokage. Your growth over the years has been evident to all. However, you are still too young and inexperienced. I hope you can successfully complete this mission. It is crucial for the future of Konoha. Do you understand?" "Yes," Kakashi replied without hesitation, accepting the task. He took the intelligence regarding Tsunade and Appo's whereabouts from Mito Minyan and, with a swift motion, vanished from the office, leaving no trace of his presence. At that moment, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo Shimura glared in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku's escape, Anger etched across his face. His hands trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I never anticipated the power of the Manjiki Sharingan to be so formidable. Not only did it claim the lives of so many of my subordinates, but it nearly took mine as well." Before he could finish, a member of Root appeared beside him like a phantom, kneeling with a tone tinged with frustration. "Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan and Appo's strength is overwhelming. We have suffered significant losses with little to show for it. This operation has cost us many exceptional ninjas. Yet the core strength of the Uchiha remains intact." Danzo fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He understood that their prior success in temporarily confining the Uchiha clan was solely due to their numerical advantage, with nearly all Root ninjas mobilized here. Furthermore, this was under the condition that Uchiha Itachi had already eliminated many elite Uchiha, and that Fugaku had chosen not to resist, allowing the current situation to barely come to fruition. Otherwise, even sacrificing the entire Root would likely not suffice to contend with the Uchiha clan. As Danzo pondered the next course of action, an Umbu ninja materialized behind him like a specter. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the Umbu and inquired with a calm demeanor, "How is the battle progressing over there? It seems the fighting has ceased. What has transpired?" The Umbu ninja lowered his voice, deliberately altering his tone. "Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and the third Hokage have led over 1,000 ninjas and drawn Uchiha Obito out of the village. They are currently engaged in battle in the southwestern direction of the village. Thousands more ninjas are rushing to provide support." Danzo's expression shifted to one of disbelief, exclaiming, "He alone can achieve such a feat, and he remains engaged in battle without defeat? Uchiha Obito's strength is more terrifying than I imagined." The Umbu ninja nodded slightly, adding, "Moreover, the village has suffered severe casualties. The damage to infrastructure and the economy is incalculable. More critically, the third Hokage is gravely injured and on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, Danzo abruptly turned, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes, nearly causing him to break into laughter. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, assuming a facade of calm. At that moment, two more members of Root hastily approached, one trembling as he spoke. "Lord Danzo, we cannot hold back the Uchiha any longer. They are rapidly advancing towards us. We have suffered countless casualties and can no longer withstand their assault." To their surprise, Danzo remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he replied, "The Uchiha clan is inherently formidable. It is no shame that we cannot subdue them. Issue a retreat order. Conserve our strength for future endeavors." With that, a gust of wind swept past, and Danzo vanished from the scene. After all, he had gathered sufficient Sharingan. One of his primary objectives had been achieved. Moments later, the remnants of Root withdrew from the Uchiha clan and Appo's territory. Those who could not escape were mercilessly annihilated by the Uchiha. After slaying the last Root ninja, the Uchiha gathered to discuss their strategy. "Damn it, our clan has suffered countless losses. My wife and children were slain in their sleep by Itachi," one Uchiha member cried, his face contorted with rage, tears welling in his eyes. "My mother and two younger brothers are also dead," another clan member's voice broke, tears streaming down his face. "The entire police force has been wiped out," someone shouted in fury. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. Many covered their faces in grief, and the elderly, women, and children gathered in the innermost courtyard wept uncontrollably, enveloping the Uchiha clan in profound despair. A vice-captain of the police force raised his voice, "No crying. What is there to weep about? We are warriors of the clan. If we succumb to despair, what hope remains for others? What hope remains for our clan? Let us not forget, Obito is still fighting valiantly on our behalf. He faces thousands of ninjas alone. We cannot wallow in self-pity. We must rally ourselves. This war is far from over." Chapter 12. Escape from Konoha. As night enveloped the village of Konoha, a palpable tension and an air of hostility permeated the atmosphere. Within the Uchiha clan's compound, a member of the Uchiha family, eyes ablaze with the crimson hue of the Sharingan, bellowed with fervor, "Let us hasten to assist Uchiha Itachi. We must annihilate them." His words ignited a spark among the gathered, evoking a chorus of agreement. Emotions of anger, worry, and defiance intertwined, fueling an ardent fighting spirit that surged through their veins, compelling them to rush to the battlefield and confront their adversaries in a battle to the death. In that moment, the vice-captain raised his hand to command silence, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of elderly, women, and children in the courtyard. Fear and confusion filled their eyes as they huddled together, appearing utterly helpless in the face of such peril. Drawing a deep breath, the vice-captain spoke, "Our duty is to safeguard them and escort them to safety. This is indeed a crucial reason for Itachi's fierce battle." Yet, someone could not restrain themselves, voicing their concern. "But how can we allow Itachi to face so many enemies alone?" Another voice trembled with dread, echoing the group's deepest fears, with the clan leader and Itachi having defected. "If anything were to happen to Itachi, our clan's situation would be dire." Anger erupted as another interjected, "Silence. He is no longer our clan leader. Discussing this makes me want to retch. There is nothing more disgusting than that family." The disdain was palpable in their tone. "We cannot afford to lose Itachi. He is our last hope, our sole top-tier combatant. Without him, we may very well face extermination," the vice captain, Waifei Uchiha, asserted, his demeanor serious as he raised his voice. "If we rush to assist Itachi, our kin will be slaughtered. Even if they are not killed, they will surely be captured as hostages. In that case, we would be the ones to betray Itachi and doom our entire clan." The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on Waifei. In this critical moment, they sought a steadfast leader to guide them through the turmoil. "We shall heed the vice captain's command." "You lead us," someone called out, and the others echoed their agreement. "Vice captain, issue your orders." Waifei nodded slightly. "First, escort our families to safety. Afterward, I will personally lead half of our forces to assist Itachi. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. Move." The group sprang into action, organizing the clan members for departure. "Do not return home for anything. Do not waste a single second," a voice called out amidst the ranks, urging everyone onward. Subsequently, Waifei summoned several perceptive ninjas and instructed them quietly, "Keep a close watch on the movements of Konoha's ninjas. This is vital for ensuring the safety of our clan. Report any signs of trouble immediately." After issuing a series of commands, the clan members diligently took their positions. Working in unison, the Uchiha clan swiftly exited Konoha. Originally situated in the far corner of the village, the Uchiha clan advanced rapidly under the cover of night. Their steps hurried and relentless. After traveling a considerable distance, a perceptive ninja caught up with Waifei, breathless from the exertion. "What news?" Waifei inquired urgently. The ninja finally managed to catch his breath, replying, "No one is pursuing us. It appears that Lord Itachi has dealt a devastating blow to Konoha. They are too preoccupied to pay us any mind. Their losses are severe, and they dare not provoke us further." "Good. Continue to monitor." Waifei sighed in relief, a weight lifting from his shoulders. He promptly organized half of the clan's ninjas to depart, while the others continued escorting their families to a secret base. The two groups moved through the night, each focused on their respective objectives. In the mountainous region southwest of Konoha, devastation reigned. The once lush forest lay in ruins, the earth scarred with deep ravines, smoke swirling in the air, mingling with the scent of blood. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya joined forces against the silvery form of the complete Susanoo. Both Jiraiya and Itachi bore wounds, their garments stained crimson as blood seeped from their injuries. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of numerous Konoha ninjas, sprawled in grotesque positions. As he witnessed the relentless assault, Jiraiya felt a heavy weight in his heart, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. "Now, Earth-style ninjas, disrupt its balance. Water-style ninjas, be wary of fire-style attacks. Everyone else, launch your assault and bring it down." The leaders shouted commands, directing their teams to engage. Though Itachi wielded the divine artifact, the Yata mirror, he was gravely injured and coughed up blood intermittently. The use of Amaterasu had drained his chakra significantly, rendering him increasingly unable to continue the fight. Most of the black flames were countered by the Susanoo, with only a small portion that burned his body being mitigated by Uchiha Itachi's wooden separation technique. The colossal figure of Susanoo loomed imperiously on the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Uchiha Itachi had intended to pursue Itachi, yet he was hindered by the multitude of Konoha ninjas. These ninjas surged forward, their relentless attacks obstructing his path. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Itachi watched as his target slipped away, feeling the strain of the prolonged battle despite his vast chakra reserves. "Damn it, I was so close to ending Itachi. Too many nuisances are in my way." Perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder, the elder toad opened her eyes and spoke. "Young one, summon Fugaku. He has healed his injuries with sage art." "Understood," Jiraiya responded. With a mighty declaration, he performed the summoning technique. The giant toad, Fugaku, materialized on the battlefield, wielding a massive blade and charging fiercely against the silvery Susanoo. Each clash sent forth a gale, causing the surrounding ninjas to stagger and fall. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jiraiya addressed Uchiha Itachi. "Do you wish to continue this battle? Your chakra is nearly depleted, while I have two sages continuously providing me with sage chakra." Chapter 13. The prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain. Jiraiya's expression was grave as he surveyed the desolate scene before him. Turning to Uchiha Ping, he spoke with earnestness. "Let us cease this conflict. You have demonstrated such formidable power that no one dares to belittle you any longer. Together, let us seek a path to coexistence, and spare more lives from sacrifice. Let not this land be soaked in blood." Uchiha Ping slowly shook his head in response. "Jiraiya, you do not understand. For years, our Uchiha clan has endured oppression and exclusion. We have swallowed our pride and endeavored to integrate into the village. Yet what have we received in return? We have been nearly driven out, and now they seek to annihilate our entire clan." His fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white. The prejudice harbored in people's hearts was indeed an immovable mountain. What good was strength when it could not displace such a mountain? Was Uchiha Madara not powerful enough? He was a legend of our clan, yet in the end, he was compelled to depart alone. And the first Hokage? He stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, wielding unparalleled power and prestige, yet he could not alter the prejudices in people's hearts by even a fraction. At that moment, several jonin swiftly approached Jiraiya. Yamato's face was filled with rage as he shouted, "Lord Jiraiya, we cannot let him escape. This monster has unleashed a massacre in the village, and countless lives have been lost at his hands. The third Hokage's life is likely in peril as well." Another jonin, equally distraught, bellowed, "We should have listened to the second Hokage. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. As long as they exist, today's tragedy is merely history repeating itself. It has happened before, and it will undoubtedly happen again." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, a bitter sensation swelling within him. It appeared that Uchiha Ping's words had indeed come to fruition. The prejudice against the Uchiha clan was deeply entrenched in people's hearts, far beyond the power of mere persuasion to dispel. Uchiha Ping remained calm. Having endured years of blame and misunderstanding, he had grown weary of debating with these individuals. He closed his eyes and withdrew his sensory perception. Once he sensed that Konan and his sister had safely escaped from Konoha and that his clan members had all retreated. A flicker of relief crossed his face. At that moment, Uchiha Ping felt no lingering attachments. He too was prepared to depart. As he began to withdraw, a Konoha jonin erupted with fury, shouting, "How dare you leave so easily? If you have the courage, do not flee, you coward." "We silence." Jiraiya roared, uncontrollably spitting blood, whether from rage or from his previous injuries flaring up. Uchiha Ping's chilling voice resonated across the battlefield, each syllable wrapped in frost. "Fear? What purpose does fighting here serve? Rest assured, I shall return soon, and then we shall see whether the people of Konoha perish first, or if I fall. Have the audacity to kill me. Otherwise, I shall penetrate Konoha, lest you continue to indoctrinate its young leaves with your so-called will of fire." With that, he unhesitatingly released his complete Susanoo, transforming into a shadow and rapidly darting toward the battlefield's edge. "Stop him. We cannot let him escape." The Konoha ninjas surged forth, fervently shouting and rushing toward Uchiha Ping like a relentless tide. Uchiha Ping, undaunted, his gaze glinting with icy malice, plunged into the fray, engaging in combat with the Konoha forces. In an instant, his overwhelming power was revealed. Several opponents were sent flying with the sheer force of his strikes, crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. He seized a long blade from a chunin, his Sharingan swiftly scanning the surroundings, the blood-red gaze harboring boundless darkness that sent shivers down spines. The blade in his hand danced continuously, reflecting cold light as he felled one ninja after another, blood splattering and staining his garments. Uchiha Ping moved through the battlefield like a swift dragon. Where he went, cries of anguish followed. His might was unmatched, and none could stand in his way. His powerful ocular abilities allowed him to keenly perceive enemy attacks, deftly evading them before delivering precise, lethal counterstrikes. Just as the crowd was seized by terror at Uchiha Ping's might, a swift ninja, covered in explosive tags, followed him closely like a specter. Others, witnessing this, quickly distanced themselves, their eyes filled with trepidation. Uchiha Ping, sensing the danger behind him, swiftly hurled the blade, its sharp edge piercing the body of the pursuing ninja. Yet, as if impervious to pain, the ninja continued relentlessly in pursuit of Uchiha Ping. Upon seeing the sizzling explosive tags, Uchiha Ping's Sharingan widened in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, flames soaring skyward, the tremendous shockwave cracking the earth around them. The crowd rejoiced, exclaiming, "Did it succeed? Has he finally been dealt with?" Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the thick smoke like lightning. It was Uchiha Ping. Smoke billowed from his wounds, which began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This was the self-healing ability of the Sage of the Six Paths. Uchiha Ping glanced into the distance and noticed Jiraiya, who had completed his healing, hastening towards him. Without hesitation, he accelerated towards the battlefield's edge. Countless shurikens and ninjutsu rained down upon Uchiha Ping like a tempest. He defended himself with the second form of Susanoo while continuing to advance. Abruptly, a torrent of ninjutsu crashed towards him, distorting the very air around them with its immense energy. Uchiha Ping intended to counter with his own ninjutsu, but at that moment, a sharp pain coursed through his eyes, as if thousands of needles were piercing him simultaneously. Simultaneously, the extensive chakra expenditure from the previous battles left him with a profound sense of weakness, his limbs feeling leaden. This dual assault prevented him from successfully executing his ninjutsu, although he possessed the sage body thanks to Hashirama's cells, significantly diminishing the side effects of his Manjiki Sharingan. The relentless intensity of the battles had begun to overwhelm even his formidable recovery capabilities. Just as the ninjutsu was about to strike him, a sudden surge of 70 to 80 members of the Uchiha clan charged forth from the front. Chapter 14. The patriarch. Their faces were resolute, their eyes glimmering with murderous intent, as they simultaneously unleashed the fire release technique. The blazing flames coiled like a colossal dragon, roaring as it clashed against the incoming assault. Boom, bang, rumble. A violent eruption of energy erupted once more, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding hills to tremble precariously, while thick clouds of dust were stirred from the ground, enveloping the area in a vast shroud of smoke. The ninjas of Konoha were poised to navigate through the haze in pursuit, but Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, hastily raised his voice to halt them. Thus, the two factions confronted each other across the devastated battlefield, each side glaring fiercely at the other, as if the air itself crackled with invisible sparks of tension. A voice filled with confusion broke the silence. Lord Jiraiya, why not continue the assault? They are but 70 or 80 in number. We can surely eliminate them all. Indeed, we cannot simply let them escape. Otherwise, the sacrifices made by so many ninjas would be in vain. Echoed the sentiments of the other ninjas. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. But they are Uchiha. If we press on, we will only see more comrades fall. We cannot allow any further sacrifices. We fear not death. We must avenge those who have perished. A young ninja cried out passionately, his eyes brimming with indignation. Uchiha Hei swiftly made his way to the gathering of his kin, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Lowering his voice, he urgently inquired of those nearby. Uchiha Yunfei stood beside him, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. Hey, you performed admirably. Were it not for your timely intervention, our clan would have likely perished in this calamity, and we would all become mere souls claimed by the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a medical ninja rushed forward, hand-weaving seals, chakra surging forth to restore Uchiha Hei. The other Uchiha members glared at the advancing Konoha ninjas with eyes as fierce as wolves, their Sharingan gleaming like blood, the murderous intent almost palpable. Despite the overwhelming odds, they showed no signs of fear, exuding an unwavering resolve to embrace death. Patriarch Hei, issue the command. A young Uchiha shouted, fervent emotion coursing through his words. We do not intend to return alive. I shall fight to the death here. I too shall perish here. My child and wife are gone. What purpose does my life serve? Only by vanquishing these enemies can I quell the hatred that festers within. Kill. I shall drag dozens of Konoha's scum down with me. Let them know that the Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Another voice roared with rage. Kill. In an instant, the cries for blood reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. Had it not been for the efforts of their kin to restrain them, these fervent Uchiha would have charged recklessly into battle. Their gazes were fixed upon Uchiha Hei, seemingly awaiting his command to attack. Uchiha Hei stood in stunned silence, glancing bewilderedly at Uchiha Yunfei. Vice Captain, what is happening? Why are they calling me patriarch? Indeed, it is you, Yunfei replied solemnly, nodding with gravity. His voice earnest and tinged with a plea. We unanimously elect you as the new patriarch. In these trying times, only you can lead our clan out of this predicament and find a glimmer of hope. We implore you. With that, Uchiha Yunfei knelt on one knee, his movements precise and decisive. Following suit, the surrounding Uchiha members also knelt in unison, their voices rising in a collective plea. Patriarch, we implore you. Given the dire circumstances, it was clearly not the time for deliberation over the choice of patriarch. Uchiha Hei, while keeping a vigilant watch on the battlefield, raised his hand to signal the others to rise, inquiring, where is Uchiha Fugaku? Where could he be at this moment? At the mention of Uchiha Fugaku, the expressions of the gathered clan members turned even more ferocious, the air thick with murderous intent. Yunfei gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. That beast actually chose Itachi, standing with those who would slaughter our clan. His actions completely betray our family. We have unanimously disavowed him and Itachi, branding them as traitors. They shall be forever scorned by all future generations, marked as the most shameful criminals in our clan's history. An elderly Uchiha, his face lined with wrinkles, nodded slowly. His voice aged yet resolute. Indeed, from this day forth, no member of our Uchiha clan shall acknowledge them as kin. They are to be permanently expelled from the clan records, severing all ties with the Uchiha. The crowd echoed their agreement, expressing their anger and disdain towards Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. Uchiha Hei's expression remained cold, his tone laced with severity. Why complicate matters? Let us simply kill them. They do not deserve a future after such treachery. At that moment, Jiraiya approached with steady steps, his posture upright as he spoke clearly. Uchiha clan members, you may depart. Today, we shall not trouble you. Once this matter is resolved, we can reconvene and negotiate future matters, shall we? The Uchiha, hearing these words, could not help but scoff with rage, retorting as if implying that they were being granted mercy. Konoha scum, if you have the courage, cease your idle chatter and bring it on. A Uchiha ninja mocked loudly. The Konoha ninjas, incensed by such provocations, were filled with fervor, eager to rush into battle. Yet, their leaders and superior ninjas quickly intervened, restraining their impulsive urges. You Uchiha are the very embodiment of evil. A Konoha ninja accused furiously. To commit such heinous acts and yet act so brazenly? It is utterly incomprehensible. From this day forth, No Uchiha shall claim to be a ninja of Konoha. You are not to set foot in Konoha. You are like a contaminated tumor that must be excised from our village. A clan born of evil, be gone from Konoha. This place is no longer your sanctuary. The cacophony of shouts and curses filled the air. The Uchiha, however, merely sneered, unwilling to engage further in empty rhetoric. Their sole desire was to charge forth and cleanse their clan's dishonor with the blood of their enemies. Yet, they too were held firmly in check by the elders of their clan. Meanwhile, the newly appointed patriarch, Uchiha Hei, stood silently, his expression austere, issuing no commands. Chapter 15. The end of the great battle. How utterly laughable. An Uchiha clansman roared with laughter, his voice laced with sorrow and indignation, as if to unleash all the grievances and resentment he had endured over the years. Konoha was co-founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. In the end, we are branded as rogue ninja? This is the greatest irony in the ninja world. Konoha. The Uchiha clan has contributed more to Konoha than any other. But what have we received? Endless ostracism and banishment, treated as a threat, even hunted to the point of extermination. We gave everything to Konoha, only to be rewarded with this fate. Over the years, we have endured the cold stares and suspicion from other clans, living cautiously in the village. We abide by Konoha and Appo's rules, obey the Hokage and Appo's orders, but all we get is deeper misunderstanding and more oppression. A cold-blooded assault on one side, and a pretense of amiable kindness on the other. Hands stained with blood, yet proclaiming how adorable the young leaves are. This is the true face of Konoha. Hypocrisy. Depravity, a complete brainwashing camp. They use the so-called will of fire to mask their selfishness and greed. The Uchiha clansmen roared in unison, as if to vent their pent-up emotions of decades. An astonishing scene unfolded as both sides engaged in a bizarre shouting match. The Konoha ninja glared furiously, hurling insults at the Uchiha clansmen, with vile words spewing from their mouths. The Uchiha clansmen, though outnumbered, showed no fear, each facing dozens or hundreds of taunts, retorting without flinching. But the voices of a few dozen were ultimately too feeble, quickly drowned out by the tide of curses from the Konoha ninja. Fight! Vice Captain! What is death, after all? You go first, and those who aren't afraid to die, follow me. The Uchiha clansmen were ablaze with fervor, drawing their weapons, their eyes burning with fiery rage, ready to fight the Konoha ninja to the death. Their faces flushed with excitement, exuding an aura of defiance in the face of death. Uchiha Yunfei glanced at Uchiha Hei, keenly noticing the slight tremor in his trousers. His heart tightened, knowing that Hei was reaching his limit. In the previous battle, Hei had exhausted too much chakra and stamina, and now he was likely at his breaking point. So he quickly waved his hand, loudly stopping the crowd's requests for battle, and said sternly, "Stop talking recklessly. No one in the Uchiha clan is afraid of death. Since everyone supports Hei as the clan leader, then we will listen to him." All eyes instantly focused on Uchiha Hei, their gazes full of anticipation, waiting for him to make a decision. "Jiraiya, no one is a fool. There is no need to say those hollow words." Uchiha Hei's expression was calm, his voice low but full of power. "If I didn't have enough power to make you wary, you wouldn't waste your breath on me. My entire clan would be in mortal danger." His gaze swept over the vast Konoha army behind Jiraiya. "Of course, if I had even greater power, none of you would even think about leaving alive today. Stop barking over there. Whoever thinks they can stop me, come and try." With that, Uchiha Hei turned and left, his back straight, as if he didn't take the threat behind him seriously. Upon seeing this, the Uchiha clansmen, though full of resentment and unwillingness, could only follow in the footsteps of their clan leader. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, glancing back at the Konoha ninja from time to time, their hatred growing stronger. Jiraiya stared at the departing figures of the Uchiha clansmen with a worried expression. He knew the seriousness of this incident, and also understood that the Uchiha clan's experience was somewhat unfair, but as a Konoha ninja, he had to stand on the side of the village. Jiraiya turned to look at the impassioned Konoha ninja, moved to the front of several family leaders, and said in a heavy tone, "Hurry up and treat the wounded. Try to avoid more casualties. The reconstruction of Konoha also requires everyone to work together. I'll go back to the village first." After speaking, he used ninjutsu and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards Konoha, silently chanting in his heart, "Third generation. Master, please don't die." Far away from the battlefield, Uchiha Hei could no longer hold on. His body softened, and he fell straight down from a tree, crashing towards the ground. Clan leader, Uchiha Yunfei reacted quickly, instantly flashing over and steadily catching Uchiha Hei in midair. The crowd gathered around, their faces filled with worry, their eyes full of concern as they looked at the two. After this night of battle, everyone in their hearts already had boundless respect for Uchiha Hei. Although he was still so young, the wisdom, courage, and strength he had shown in this thrilling war had deeply impressed the Uchiha clansmen. In their eyes, Hei was already a spiritual belief, irreplaceable. "Vice Captain, what's wrong with the clan leader?" an Uchiha clansman asked anxiously. Uchiha Yunfei quickly checked, then carried Uchiha Hei on his back and continued to fly away. It's okay. The clan leader is just temporarily exhausted and unconscious. Don't stop. Continue to move forward at full speed. Konoha will definitely send sensory ninja to monitor us. Yunfei looked at the fish belly white that was gradually appearing on the horizon and sighed in his heart that this dark night had finally passed, and the bright sky was about to arrive. But his mood was still heavy, because he knew that the crisis they faced was far from over. Yahe, use your full power to sense and report any situation at any time. If the enemy dares to approach, send people to kill them all. Now divide into 3 teams. 2 teams take turns to hurry on the road, and the 3rd team spreads out the sensing range in the rear. Uchiha Yunfei gave orders in an orderly manner, assigning tasks to everyone. His voice was calm and decisive, bringing a sense of security to the clansmen in this tense atmosphere. His speed under his feet did not decrease at all, and he flew forward quickly, leading the clansmen to continue forward. Everyone obeyed their orders and acted quickly. They cooperated tacitly, ensuring their retreat while preventing the enemy from tracking their whereabouts. Although the great battle had ended, a covert war of intelligence and vigilance was quietly unfolding. Although it seemed that the Uchiha had won a great victory, they had actually failed from the moment they left Konoha. They would also be branded with various shameful crimes, cursed by all the people of Konoha, and even despised and reviled by the entire land of fire. Although the Uchiha clansmen were acting in self-defense, a desperate counterattack when they were almost exterminated, who knew? Who would care? The truth is always in the hands of the Hokage and the daimyo, and they can only bear these trumped-up charges, unable to defend themselves. Chapter 16. Obito's initial awakening. Obito Hiruzen gradually opened his eyes, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. His gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the sight of his fellow Uchiha clansmen. Their steps were heavy, and they moved forward in silence. A palpable atmosphere of oppression and sorrow permeating the air. Ah, brother, you and Appos, reawake. Ko and Appos, tender, tearful voice suddenly pierced through the silence. Her diminutive figure darted towards Obito Hiruzen's stretcher like a startled fawn. Her lips quivered, and tears streamed down her face like a breached dam, her sobs wrenching at the heart. At Yunfei's signal, the procession halted. 2 clansmen carefully placed the stretcher on the ground. Obito Hiruzen's parents and sister swiftly gathered around, their eyes brimming with concern. His sister, Obito Aoi, rushed to his side, her fair face streaked with crystalline tears that cascaded like shattered pearls. Hiruzen, you're all right. It's so good you're safe. Uncle and Izumi's family, they're all gone. Her voice was thick with emotion, each word laden with grief. With Obito Hiruzen flanked by his 2 sisters, their parents could only huddle together, their eyes brimming with tears as they strained to catch any flicker of emotion on their son's face, eager to remain riveted on his countenance. Obito Hiruzen's family possessed relatively ordinary talents. Among the 5 of them, only Obito Hiruzen had awakened the Sharingan. Since then, he had been the family's pride and joy, and his parents' favorite topic of conversation in the village. Obito Hiruzen laboriously extended his hand, each movement seeming to require immense effort. He gently stroked Ko's head, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Brother is fine. Brother will protect Ko, Aoi, Mom, and Dad. Don't cry, Ko. However, even this simple utterance seemed to drain the last of Obito Hiruzen's strength, and his raised hand fell limply onto the stretcher with a soft thud. Obito Hiruzen closed his eyes momentarily, a sense of confusion washing over him. He mentally inquired, what's happening? Don't I possess a sage body? Why do I feel so weak? Where is the sage body's self-healing ability? Analyzing. Host. Obito Hiruzen, continuous combat with Tsunade, traveling for a day and night, followed by another night of intense fighting. You have depleted a significant amount of the sage body's life force. What does that mean? Is the sage body that weak? Obito Hiruzen questioned inwardly, his disbelief evident. While the sage body is powerful, the host has engaged in excessive combat. Your chakra is simply insufficient to dominate Konoha. The sage body of Hashirama is what sustained you in battle. But don't I have Hashirama's sage body? Why am I incapacitated after just one major battle? Hashirama could fight for 7 days and nights without issue, and all his injuries would automatically heal. This system is somewhat speechless. Are you daft? Let me see. How can I explain this in a way you'll understand? To put it simply, your sage body, while potent, is certainly not on par with Hashirama's. Moreover, how do you think Hashirama died? Do you truly believe he possessed infinite healing and was invincible? Upon noticing that Obito Hiruzen had closed his eyes again and remained motionless, Ko was instantly alarmed. Her piercing wails once more shattered the oppressive silence. Wah, brother isn't moving. Brother is dead. Wah, I don't want that. The sudden outburst and alarming words startled the surrounding Uchiha clansmen, causing a collective gasp of shock and concern. They swiftly gathered around, their faces etched with worry. What? How is that possible? Clan head. Obito Hiruzen's lips twitched involuntarily. Reluctantly, he raised his hand once more. Ko's wide eyes blinked in surprise, and her deafening sobs abruptly ceased. She and her sister, Obito Aoi, promptly seized their brother's hand with both of theirs. Ah, brother, you're not dead. Ko's eyes sparkled, seemingly forgetting the tears that still streaked her face. Her mood shifted in an instant, eliciting a mixture of amusement and relief from those around her. Ah, phew. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen collectively exhaled, their expressions transitioning from tension to relief, shaking their heads in resignation. The three siblings' mother gently chided, her tone laced with affection. Ko, don't say such things. Look how you frightened everyone. Ko tilted her head, her speech slightly slurred due to the two missing front teeth. It's because the older brothers and sisters lying on the ground looked like that when we left. I thought the bad guys had hurt brother too. Why are you lying on the ground, brother? The onlookers were at a loss for words. As the youngest child in the family, born later in their parents' lives, Ko was thoroughly spoiled. Consequently, even at the age of 5 or 6, her mental development remained somewhat immature. Just as Uchiha Hiruzen was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened, his attention fixated on Ko and Appo's adorable, tear-streaked eyes. He exclaimed in astonishment, that and Appo's the Sharingan. Obito Aoi and the others swiftly turned their attention to Ko, instantly noticing the anomaly. Her eyes were a vibrant crimson, each adorned with tomo. One in her left eye and two in her right. Koyu. She has awakened the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Obito Yunfei quickly approached and carefully examined Ko before nodding, his expression grave. These children have suffered greatly. More than a dozen have awakened the Sharingan today. The others remained silent, as the awakening of the Sharingan among the Uchiha clan would typically be a cause for celebration. However, this mass awakening was triggered by the trauma of near annihilation. This was far from a joyous occasion, and a somber mood hung heavily over everyone. Obito Aoi patted her sister's hands and said, I'm fine. Aoi, take mom, dad, and Ko to get something to eat. I need to speak with Captain Yunfei. The others nodded and stepped back. Aoi scooped Ko into her arms, tenderly wiping the tears from her chubby face. Obito Yunfei knelt beside the stretcher and asked softly, Clan head, how are you feeling? I've had the medical ninjas try, but their medical ninjutsu is unable to heal you. Obito Hiruzen wore a knowing expression. Don't worry, I should be fine after some rest. Captain Yunfei, where are we now? Chapter 17. The masked man Uchiha Yunfei nodded solemnly, a look of utmost respect gracing his features as he swiftly replied, At present, we find ourselves in the northwest of the Land of Fire. Over there lies a base, secretly established by our Uchiha clan long ago. It remains exceedingly concealed, having evaded detection by outsiders for many years, making it an ideal refuge for us. We intend to take shelter there first. We must hasten our departure. Time is of the essence. Every moment is invaluable, and the enemies from Konoha may pursue us at any moment. We cannot afford even a moment's delay. Uchiha Yunfei immediately bowed respectfully and declared loudly, Yes. Clan leader. Uchiha Tai let out a resigned sigh and slowly remarked, From this day forth, I entrust you with the leadership. I am utterly incompetent in managing clan affairs. Henceforth, Uchiha Yunfei shall serve as the vice-clan leader of our Uchiha clan. The 5 or 6 Uchiha Jonin beside him nodded in unison, subsequently bowing deeply, their voices resonant and harmonious. Yes, clan leader. Vice-clan leader. After Uchiha Tai concluded, he gradually closed his eyes. Observing this, Uchiha Yunfei promptly rose, gathering with the others to discuss matters in hushed tones. Just as Yunfei was poised to issue the command to depart, a dark and sinister voice suddenly echoed. It seems you no longer possess the strength to fight, Uchiha Tai. The voice bore an eerie chill, reminiscent of the depths of hell. The Uchiha members were instantly taken aback, their bodies taut with tension as they fixed their gaze upon the masked man adorned with tiger stripes who had suddenly materialized not far ahead. In his grasp, he held the young Uchiha Karu, as though he were toying with an utterly helpless lamb. The previously protective Uchiha Ao lay sprawled on the ground, trembling as she reached out toward the suspended Karu, repeatedly calling, Karu. Their father, in a state of frantic urgency, shouted, Karu. Ao. Before the others could react or even discern when the enigmatic man had appeared, it was as though he had always lurked among them. The masked man sneered, Fear not. I have no intention of taking their lives, at least not for the time being. Karu pouted, her face flushed with anger as she furiously waved her tiny fists at the mask, exclaiming, You big bad guy. Ugly monster. Why did you hurt my sister? I'll fight you. In that moment, both the masked man and the surrounding Uchiha members fell silent for 2 seconds, while the little girl in midair bared her teeth, her fierce demeanor creating a strangely shocking scene. Suddenly, a mysterious vortex manifested in the air, akin to a black hole in the cosmos, emanating an insatiable force of absorption that swiftly engulfed Uchiha Karu. Amidst this chaos, a Jonin, quick as lightning, dashed forward and scooped Ao away to safety. Uchiha Yunfei's 3-tomo Sharingan gleamed with cold light as he fixated intensely on the masked man, demanding, Is this space-time ninjutsu? Who are you? There is no one like you within Konoha Zumbu. To circumvent our tightly woven senses and infiltrate here, you must rely on that space-time ninjutsu, I presume. Yunfei's expression revealed profound caution as he endeavored to devise a counter-strategy. The masked man began to speak when two Uchiha clan members lunged at him with short blades from behind, their speed nearly instantaneous. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoing ominously. However, the confident smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by shock, as they realized they had passed right through the masked man without any resistance. In the wake of their bewilderment, a pair of dark hands reached for them. And just as those hands were about to grasp the advancing duo, a kunai shot forth with the precision of a falling star, aimed at the masked man's forehead. The kunai and the dark hands penetrated both the mask and the body simultaneously, prompting the two Uchiha clan members to leap backward in fright. Their backs drenched in cold sweat. The masked man slowly turned his head to focus on Uchiha Yunfei, surprise tinging his voice. "Oh, quite capable, aren't you? What is happening? Our attacks are all ineffective. His body appears to be insubstantial," one Uchiha clan member exclaimed in terror. "How is this possible? He just held Uchiha Keiru and injured Ao." Another clan member voiced his confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Uchiha Yunfei narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating, calmly analyzing the situation. "You can freely shift your body between the tangible and the intangible, cannot you? Such an unreasonable ability." A clan member, puzzled, asked. "What does that mean?" Uchiha Yunfei patiently elaborated. "When he attacks, his body is solid, yet when evading, it becomes ethereal." A bead of sweat trickled down a clan member's forehead. What kind of ability is this? Does that mean he is invincible?" Upon hearing this, the others gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles whitening from the strain as they fixed their eyes on the masked man, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Realizing all their attacks were in vain, Uchiha Yunfei inhaled deeply and coldly stated, "Do not panic. While we cannot strike him, he is equally incapable of attacking us at will, for I shall seize the moment of his attack and eliminate him." The masked man scoffed dismissively. "Such bravado from a mere Uchiha brat. Release my sister." At that moment, Uchiha Tai struggled to rise from the stretcher, his cold gaze fixed on the masked man, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly materializing. "Humph. So Navi, why would I release her? Unless you relinquish those Mangeki Sharingan to me." Uchiha Tai's eyes bore into the masked man, his words nearly forced through clenched teeth. "Coming here to meet your demise is the most foolish decision of your life." The masked man paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, are you capable of that? You seem to be struggling to even stand." Perception type, focus on sensing his every move. All Jonin, seek opportunities to attack him. If we do not release the captive today, we shall ensure he remains here forever. Uchiha Tai commanded coldly. "Yes." The group responded in unison. From the very moment the masked man appeared, the clan members had swiftly evacuated non-combat personnel from the area, ensuring their safety. The masked man remarked nonchalantly, "So, what will you do? You must know that all your attacks are futile against me." Chapter 18. The fierce battle with the masked man. "I did not come here to fight. Let this be the end for today. Farewell." As he spoke, a spatial vortex materialized before the masked man, seemingly ready to whisk him away. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the vortex vanished without warning, yet the masked man remained steadfast in his position. Astonished, the masked man's voice quivered slightly, evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "What is happening?" He turned his gaze towards Uchiha Ping, his eyes filled with caution, and remarked, "That is, the Mangeki Sharingan. So this is the power of your Mangeki Sharingan." Uchiha Ping panted heavily, each breath a monumental effort. "Indeed, my Mangeki ability is to weaken ninjutsu. Your powers are not so invincible before me." The masked man bent slightly, his stance radiating wariness as he cautiously retreated, seeking an opportunity to escape. "Humph. You have merely hindered my movement. You cannot prevent my intangibility." Uchiha Yunfei, wielding a sword with one hand, approached slowly, a mocking smile gracing his face. "Emphasizing your ability to become intangible only reveals that your confidence in being invincible has shattered. As long as we can keep you here, we shall wear you down." With that, Uchiha Yunfei darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his sword dancing in a continuous assault. "Come, let us see if you survive today." The masked man was not only contending with the formidable Uchiha Yunfei, but also had to remain vigilant against other Nin and Uchiha Ping. He dared not underestimate the situation, for he was surrounded by Sharingan. Even the slightest lapse could spell disaster. "Humph, this was unexpected. I never imagined your Mangeki would counter my ability so precisely." The masked man lamented. With that, he released a small girl, holding her aloft as a shield. "Wow. Brother, take me home. Wow. Wah. It was so dark and scary there. I want to go home." The girl sobbed, her arms and legs flailing towards Uchiha Ping. Seeing the masked man position the girl in front of him, the Uchiha clan hesitated, refraining from launching an attack. Their gazes fixed intently upon their adversary. The masked man affixed several explosive tags to the girl and leapt back, hurling her away with ruthless determination. Little Gua. After narrowly evading a barrage of shuriken with his intangibility, the masked man vanished into the spatial vortex, leaving behind a chilling farewell. "Goodbye, Yunfei." Uchiha Ping's focus was no longer on the masked man, His Manjiki Sharingan was fixated on his sister, Little Gua. Bang! Bang! Two explosive tags detonated upon Little Gua. However, akin to mere sparklers, their impact was minimal, evidently diminished by Uchiha Ping and Appo's Manjiki ability. Uchiha Yunfei dashed forward, like a gust of wind, and caught Little Gua, tearing away the remaining undetonated explosive tag. Yet, before he could discard it, it exploded. With a thunderous boom, the last tag's explosion was significantly weaker than a standard one. But the ensuing smoke engulfed the two. Little Gua, deputy clan leader. The clan members cried out anxiously, their voices echoing across the desolate field. Uchiha Ping, utterly exhausted, collapsed to his knees, yet his eyes remained fixed above. Damn. The last one did not weaken successfully. My vision has faded. Under the intense scrutiny of the anxious onlookers, Uchiha Yunfei emerged from the billowing smoke, cradling Little Gua securely in his arms, landing safely beside Uchiha Ping. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Ping's eyes brimmed with tears, and without hesitation, he embraced Little Gua tightly, desperate to shield her from further harm. In his robust embrace, her small frame appeared even more fragile. Witnessing this scene, the clan members, once tense, now wore expressions of relief. Their gazes were filled with reverence, looking upon their leader as if beholding a deity descended from the heavens. Previously, the masked man had appeared, his abilities shrouded in mystery, as if he were a dark messenger from the abyss, leaving the clan nearly powerless against him. However, their leader shone like a beacon breaking through the darkness, effortlessly driving that enigmatic foe into retreat. Coupled with his valiant defense of the clan against Konoha the night before, the leader's stature grew monumental in the eyes of his kin, resembling a divine being. All adversaries appeared feeble before their leader. Every crisis seemed trivial as long as he was present. Even in his weakest state, he remained an unwavering pillar of strength. Ouch, it hurts, brother. Little Gua's tender voice broke through the moment. Uchiha Ping, alarmed, gently released her, placing his hands on her shoulders, scanning her carefully with concern. Where does it hurt? Little Gua, did the explosion injure you? Please tell your brother. Yes, it hurts so much. Little Gua pouted, rubbing her belly, her expression pitiful, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Yunfei hurried over and summoned a medical ninja, who promptly approached Little Gua, bowing slightly before leading her aside for examination. After a brief moment, the medical ninja smiled and said, Clan leader, rest assured, the explosion's force was minimal. Little Gua is unharmed, though she may have been frightened. Uchiha Ping exhaled a sigh of relief and sank to the ground, speaking urgently. We must move quickly. Inform the sensory ninjas to remain vigilant. I sensed the chakra of that masked man last night. He and Itachi were responsible for attacking our clan. We cannot afford to let them strike again. I see. Uchiha Yunfei gritted his teeth, his face alight with fury, nodding resolutely. He hurried forward, issuing orders loudly as he led the teams swiftly onward. After the masked man's attack, Uchiha Yunfei recognized the paramount importance of the clan leader's family's safety. Thus, he positioned them alongside the combatants to ensure they could swiftly respond to the mysterious masked man with space-time abilities. Before long, several clan members arrived, carrying hastily constructed palanquins. Uchiha Yunfei approached Uchiha Ping, bowing slightly, and said, Ping, please enter the palanquin and rest. Uchiha Ping furrowed his brow in confusion, replying, What is the purpose of this? The situation is dire. We have no time for such considerations. Chapter 19. The Death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The legendary third Hokage Yunfei leaned in slightly and whispered an explanation. This is not a matter of special treatment. You are someone whom the enemy fears. And you are also our family's trump card. It is imperative that you remain shrouded in mystery. The enemy must not ascertain your condition. Just as before, if that masked man had been unaware of your state, would he have dared to launch such a bold attack against us? As he spoke, he gestured towards the palanquin, which not only concealed his form but also housed a sensory barrier, making it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to discern his true capabilities. Uchiha Ping, upon hearing this, felt a surge of admiration for Yunfei, acknowledging his astuteness and experience, befitting of a former deputy captain of the police department. Ultimately, Uchiha Ping was settled inside the palanquin. It must be said, lying within was indeed far more comfortable, which explained why those of power and influence favored such transport. Go lift that palanquin over there. I shall handle this one. One clan member hurriedly approached, reaching to lift the palanquin where Uchiha Ping sat. On what grounds? I constructed this palanquin. It is my duty to carry it. Another clan member retorted, equally resolute, their faces flushed with indignation. Enough. You were injured earlier in Konoha. You should lift the empty one. It's less taxing. I'm doing this for your own good. Nonsense. It's merely a scratch. Such minor injuries will not hinder my ability to carry the clan leader. Hearing the commotion, Yunfei quickly approached, his brow furrowed in concern. What is going on? Why are we still here arguing? Do you not realize the time? Upon seeing Yunfei, the disputant's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly retreated with a forced smile. Humph. Trying to deceive me into relinquishing my position. Thankfully, I am wise. Not everyone can carry the clan leader. The remaining clan member wore a smug expression. Yunfei sighed in exasperation. Enough of your vanity. Let us depart. With that, he swiftly turned and continued to organize the necessary precautions, ensuring the safe transfer of the team. Inside Konoha Hospital, the air was thick with the acrid scent of antiseptic, mingled with a stifling atmosphere of gravity. After a relentless day and night of desperate rescue efforts, the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had safeguarded Konoha for years, finally succumbed, closing his eyes forever. The signs of life flickered out like a candle extinguished by the wind, unable to wrestle back vitality from the clutches of death. As the lead medical ninja approached the door of the emergency room, his heavy footsteps reverberated with solemnity, trembling as he delivered the heartbreaking news to the assembled crowd. The previously bustling corridor, filled with anxious voices and footsteps, fell into a profound silence, as quiet as a pin drop. Jiraiya stood among the throng, his jaw clenched tightly. The muscles in his face twitching with suppressed emotion, his eyes slowly closing. Without uttering a word, he turned silently, dragging his legs, seemingly burdened by a weight of 1,000 pounds, as he slowly departed. Third Hokage. A heart-wrenching cry shattered the stillness, followed by an eruption of varied emotions. How could this happen? Someone murmured in disbelief, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. The evil Uchiha. I have long said they should be expelled from Konoha. A cacophony of wails and accusations filled the hospital hallway, their voices rising to the heavens as if to rend the very ceiling asunder. One Janin, face etched with grief, trembled as he forced himself to inquire, did the third Hokage leave any final words? The lead medical ninja, his expression grave, nodded slowly. His voice low and hoarse. He expressed profound regret, lamenting his failure to decisively employ the sealing technique that could have eliminated the source of chaos. Soon, a throng of ninjas had gathered in the corridor, each visage marked by shock and sorrow. Many high-ranking officials of Konoha arrived, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Danzo, upon hearing this, let out a heavy snort, uncertain whether it stemmed from anger towards the Uchiha or frustration that the third Hokage had not taken Uchiha Ping with him. Danzo's imposing presence exuded authority, causing many to instinctively fall silent. Observing this, Shimura Danzo stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the gathering. His solitary eye glimmered with sharpness as he surveyed the assembly, before declaring, "What have you been doing? What use is there in speaking of this now? Konoha cannot be without a Hokage for even a day. The urgent matter at hand is to elect a new leader who can guide our village out of this turmoil." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's faces darkened. Though discontent simmered within, they dared not challenge Danzo, given his formidable position and influence within the village. Yet, many silently berated him. Where were you and your root ninjas during the battle? We saw none of you in action. Now that the conflict has ceased, you emerge, playing the role of a savior. How shameless. As he observed their expressions, Danzo clenched his jaw, fully aware of their sentiments, yet unable to reveal the truth. How could he confess? We en route were busy orchestrating the extermination of the Uchiha clan, while I, Danzo Shimura, collected Sharingan. Such an admission would undoubtedly brand him as the scapegoat for this calamity, bearing the brunt of all blame and accusations. Not only would the Uchiha clan seek his head, but the entirety of Konoha and indeed the entire shinobi world would inevitably point fingers at the dark figure of Danzo, attributing the spark that ignited the chaos to him. While this may hold some truth, he could never concede to such a notion. With a barely perceptible smirk, Danzo mused, "Hiruzen, I have borne the burden of your sins for a lifetime. It is your turn to shoulder the blame now." Heh. What kind of gazes are those? Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, producing a dull thud, feigning deep sorrow as he continued. Do you think Root merely stood by? We followed the orders of the third Hokage, engaging in fierce battles at the front lines. Otherwise, do you think only Uchiha Ping would have emerged for battle? It was because Root had the entire Uchiha clan pinned down. Do you understand? As a result, over 60% of our Root ninjas perished in this conflict. Chapter 20. We need talents like you. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo suddenly had a spark of inspiration, secretly channeling hidden energy to injure himself. Before long, his face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying uncontrollably as he stumbled forward. Two Root ninjas rushed to his side, one on each arm, managing to stabilize his faltering form. Observing the astonishment, guilt, and admiration in the eyes of those around him, Danzo could not help but silently praise his own cleverness. His acting was truly masterful and beyond reproach. With a mournful expression, Danzo slowly shook his head and sighed. You may think whatever you wish of me. For the sake of Konoha, I would willingly become a rat in a filthy gutter. Yet I shall not allow anyone to doubt the will of fire that resides within our root. After saying this, he tilted his head slightly, casting his gaze upward. Well, technically, at the ceiling of the corridor, where the leaves dance, the fire persists. We, the root, are the silent roots that absorb the vital essence for the great tree that is Konoha. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but amidst the crowd's bemusement, 5 or 6 others joined in. A young Chunin, deeply moved, clapped while choking back tears, eternal life, dancing. I want to join the route. I want to shine and contribute. Yet realizing he was the only one applauding, he felt a wave of confusion and embarrassment, inwardly lamenting, truly, the resolve and awareness of the senior Jonin are formidable. Danzo, with a proud demeanor, slightly raised his hand, signaling for the sparse applause to cease. He then pointed at the young Chunin, his face lighting up with a look of approval, and declared, "You are exceptional. Immediately report to the route. We need talents like you." At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared like a specter, kneeling before them and stating, "Advisors, please summon Lord Danzo and all the Jonin to the temporary conference hall. There is an urgent matter that requires discussion." With that, he vanished as swiftly as he had come, leaving only the echo of his words in the air. After the great battle, Konoha found itself engulfed in chaos. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, with over half of the buildings reduced to rubble. The villagers were diligently engaged in emergency reconstruction. The Hokage building, once a symbol of Konoha's glory and authority, had been utterly obliterated in the conflict. In order to have a place to discuss pressing matters, a temporary conference hall had been hastily erected. Inside the hall, Konoha's leaders and Jonin had gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension and fervor, each face reflecting the worries that followed the recent conflict. Mizutomen, Tsunade, and Shimura Danzo stepped forward with measured strides to take their positions at the forefront. The moment they appeared, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. All eyes fixated on the trio. Mizutomen's expression was grave, his visage as foreboding as the sky before a storm. He slowly began. "I trust you have all witnessed the tremendous calamity that has befallen Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bravely sacrificed himself in this disaster." A flicker of pain and sorrow crossed his eyes, but he continued, "Yet we do not have the luxury to dwell in grief and mourning. Our immediate priority is to elect a new Hokage who can steer us through this crisis." Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a jolt within, his chest instinctively puffing out as if he were a warrior preparing for battle. He cleared his throat, attempting to draw attention. However, the two advisors seemed utterly oblivious to him, their gazes directed toward a white-haired man standing quietly against the wall. This man, tall and poised, was lost in thought, gazing out the window, seemingly unaware of the surrounding eyes, neither hearing the ongoing discussions nor noticing the advisors' looks. Tsunade, noticing the silence, cleared her throat and raised her voice, "Jiraiya." At the sound of his name, Jiraiya turned slowly, a hint of confusion on his face as if he had just returned from a distant reverie. Tsunade sighed softly, her tone earnest, "Jiraiya, our village is at a critical juncture, and we unanimously nominate you to become the 5th Hokage." Instantly, the hall erupted with excitement. "Oh, Lord Jiraiya is the one for the job. He is powerful and possesses vast experience. Yes, I support him. Lord Jiraiya will surely lead Konoha to new heights. We trust you, Lord Jiraiya." Voices clamored in a chorus of confidence and endorsement. However, Danzo's expression darkened, his gaze shifting from side to side as he observed the approving nods from the crowd, his anger simmering beneath the surface as his teeth clenched audibly. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, taking a couple of steps forward while shaking his head gently, his demeanor serious. "I have other, more pressing missions at hand. Moreover, I am not suited for the role of Hokage. I lack the patience and administrative talent required to govern the village." Upon hearing this, Mizutomen's eyes widened, filled with urgency as he exclaimed, "Jiraiya, do not act impulsively. Konoha and its people are in dire need of you. You bear the weight of safeguarding Konoha." Tsunade also looked at him earnestly, urging, "Put aside your trivial journeys for now, Jiraiya. Konoha is at a life and death crossroads, and we cannot afford hesitation or excuses." All eyes were glued to Jiraiya, filled with anticipation as they urged him, "Lord Jiraiya, Konoha needs you. Please agree to take on this role. Yes, only you can guide us through this turmoil." Sighing again, Jiraiya and Appo's expression grew more solemn as he replied, "It is precisely because I am acutely aware of Konoha's dire circumstances that I cannot accept the position of 5th Hokage. I will do everything in my power to protect Konoha, but I am truly unfit to sit in the Hokage and Appo's seat. I will." At that moment, a booming voice shattered the atmosphere. Everyone turned in surprise to find the source of the voice, Shimura Danzo. Danzo straightened his attire, his expression calm and composed, and with steady steps, he approached the forefront. Chapter 21. The Oscar-winning actor, his gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, sweeping over every individual present. With a tone of grave determination, he proclaimed, "For Konoha, for the children of our village, I can no longer remain silent. I shall succeed as the 5th Hokage, dedicating my utmost efforts to the prosperity and peace of Konoha." Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and insisted, "Jiraiya, this is not the time for sentimentality. The village is in peril, you cannot refuse any longer." Mitogaten added earnestly, "Jiraiya, there is no one more suitable than you for this role." Only your reputation as one of the legendary three can instill fear in those other nations lurking with ill intentions. The crowd echoed in agreement. Lord Jiraiya, please, consent. Almost all present disregarded Danzo, whose impassioned speech seemed to vanish into the ether, muted by an unseen hand. No one paid him heed, and his words dissipated into silence. Jiraiya raised a hand to quiet the assembly, stating, "There is still one of the legendary three. She is more fit than anyone to become the fifth Hokage. I will find a way to persuade her to return and take the mantle." "Oh, are you referring to Lady Tsunade?" "Indeed. If it's Lady Tsunade, then certainly. Her medical prowess is unparalleled, and her strength cannot be underestimated." The crowd murmured in agreement, their faith in Tsunade rivaling that in Jiraiya. Tsunade and Mikoto exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of cunning passing between them, akin to two wily foxes who had successfully orchestrated a scheme. They understood that Jiraiya would likely refuse the position of Hokage, given their familiarity with Jiraiya's free-spirited nature. They had initially aimed to draw him into the fray. Mikoto feigned a troubled expression, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Very well. However, Jiraiya, let me be clear. If you fail to persuade her, you must assume the role of fifth Hokage. This matter concerns the survival of Konoha and cannot be dismissed." Tsunade chimed in, adopting a woeful demeanor. "It seems we have no other choice, Jiraiya. You truly are a handful." Danzo's expression froze. Astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. He stared blankly at Tsunade and Mikoto, his mind tumultuous with confusion. "When we conspired earlier, you did not suggest this. You were adamant that Jiraiya would never agree to take up the Hokage's mantle. After decades of camaraderie, must you act this way? What is this look of shock and helplessness on your faces? Had I not met with you in secret, I might have believed it. Wait, was I ensnared in a genjutsu? Have I not met them in secret? Damn it." Danzo quickly focused his chakra, reciting the release incantation. Release. No, this is not an illusion. I had always thought I, Shimura Danzo, was a master of deception, yet it seems the true actors are you. As Danzo and Appo's spirits waned, Tsunade interjected, "In the interim, until either Tsunade or Jiraiya formally assumes the role of fifth Hokage, we must appoint someone to lead us." Danzo remained in a daze, his willpower faltering. Mikoto nodded, "We shall temporarily elect a leader to serve as acting Hokage." The assembly voiced their approval, yet as they deliberated, they realized no suitable candidate emerged. Tsunade turned towards Danzo, raising her voice. "Our advisory council recommends Shimura Danzo as the acting Hokage to oversee the duties of the position." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes brightened, and he straightened with a genial smile. The crowd murmured, and for the moment, no one opposed. After a brief pause, as no dissent arose, the two senior advisors solidified the decision. Following Danzo's address, he began directing everyone to their respective duties in the reconstruction and defense efforts. Once the assembly dispersed, Danzo reclined in the Hokage's seat, comfortably leaning back, tilting his head slightly, his hand caressing the armrest, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Congratulations to Lord Danzo on becoming the acting Hokage." A masked root ninja appeared in the chamber like a specter. Danzo furrowed his brow, keeping his eyes shut, and inquired nonchalantly, "Sparrow, how goes your mission? Have you uncovered the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan?" "Yes," replied the ninja, codenamed Sparrow, with deference. "Our forces suffered significant casualties. The Uchiha Sharingan proved too formidable. We dared not approach closely, but we believe they headed northwest." Danzo slightly rose, displeasure evident on his face. "Have they crossed the borders of the Fire Country?" It's unclear. After trailing them for some time, we completely lost their trail. They must have utilized a barrier." Sparrow responded in a hushed tone. Danzo remained silent for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "Relay my orders. Send Huga Hizashi and the elite of the Huga clan northwest to search for the Uchiha. It is imperative we locate them." "Understood." Danzo contemplated, his gaze growing increasingly avaricious. "The Manjikyu Sharingan. I must find a way to acquire it. Itachi has taken the fall and left Konoha, and Fugaku is also missing." "Spirit, enter." At Danzo's call, a root ninja entered, bowing. "Lord Danzo, how may I assist you?" Danzo's countenance grew stern as he coldly asked, "Where is Uchiha Sasuke?" "He's confined within a residential building at the village center," the ninja replied. "However, he is determined to venture out in search of his family. We have subtly hinted that his brother has slain many Uchiha, nearly killing his parents. Yet, he insists on seeking the truth himself. For now, he remains under our control." Danzo nodded, his gaze darkening. "We must devise a plan to exploit him to capture either Uchiha Fugaku or Itachi. Only then can we ensure our success. Spirit, go and keep a close watch on Uchiha Sasuke. There must be no slip-ups." "Yes." Chapter 22. Within the base, Danzo sat in the hall, a cunning glimmer flickering in the depths of his gaze. He pondered inwardly. Although he had promised Itachi not to take action against Uchiha Sasuke, the situation was becoming increasingly complex, and one could not guarantee that Itachi would not suddenly change his mind. Upon arriving at the Uchiha secret base, The clan members swiftly immersed themselves in the busy preparations. Some were deftly tidying up their living quarters to create a comfortable haven for all, while others concentrated intently on setting up barriers. Around the base, numerous hidden sentinels had been discreetly established, with each member of the Uchiha clan diligently fulfilling their respective roles, demonstrating formidable cohesion and execution. Uchiha Ping and his family were assigned to a spacious residence. Having endured the earlier harrowing battle, Ping's body was as frail as a candle flickering in the wind, forcing him to remain bedridden for rest. The entire secret base was nestled within a lush valley, surrounded by towering mountains and shaded by verdant trees. Once the barrier was fully activated, outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to detect the happenings within. Should any enemies intrude, they would be alerted at once. Uchiha Yunfei had visited Ping's bedside for the third time, anxiety evident on his face as he softly inquired, "Ping, how are you feeling? Our clan is facing numerous matters, and many crucial decisions still require your judgment." Lying in bed, Uchiha Ping managed a faint, weary smile as he replied, "Look at my current state. What can I possibly do? You need not consult me on every matter. Feel free to make decisions directly. I trust you." Yunfei nodded gently, his demeanor appearing quite haggard as he turned to leave and continue organizing various tasks. The prolonged intense battles, coupled with relentless travel and a constant state of heightened tension, had left him utterly fatigued, his eyes bloodshot. Noticing his distress, Uchiha Ping called out, "Captain Yunfei, do not overexert yourself. You are the pillar of our clan. You cannot afford to falter. Rest assured, the most challenging moments have passed, and I doubt anyone will dare to trouble us again in the near future." "Yes, I understand. Please take care of yourself, Ping. If anything arises, do not hesitate to have someone inform me," Yunfei replied, mustering a smile. After several days of recovery for the entire clan, Uchiha Ping's condition had markedly improved. Although still somewhat weak, he was now able to move about the base with relative ease. This was a semi-hidden underground secret base, uniquely constructed and discreet. Uchiha Ping walked slowly through the base, holding his sister, Xiaogua's hand. Observing the difficult conditions faced by his clan members, he could not help but furrow his brow. Many families, due to a scarcity of resources, were forced to share a single bed, crammed together. Food and medicine were exceedingly scarce, resulting in many injured clan members from the battle still suffering from unhealed wounds, groaning in pain. In the makeshift medical department, Uchiha Ping was quietly discussing the current injuries and medical supplies situation with a medical team leader. At that moment, Yunfei rushed in from outside, a joyful smile on his face. "Ping, I heard you are up and about. How wonderful. With your recovery, we can all breathe a sigh of relief." Uchiha Ping nodded, but his gaze remained fixated on the injured clan members suffering in the rudimentary space, his frown deepening. Yunfei followed his gaze and quickly reassured him. "The incident occurred so suddenly that we had no time to gather sufficient supplies. But do not worry. I have sent someone to the nearby town to procure what we need. The situation will gradually improve." As the two moved about the infirmary, they paused occasionally to inquire about the recovery status of various patients. At that moment, Uchiha Ping crouched before an injured shinobi lying on the ground, softly comforting him. "Clan leader, vice clan leader, my injuries are nothing compared to my poor mother. She was at home with my 1-year-old daughter, unaware, when Uchiha Itachi killed her. I hate it." The middle-ranking shinobi's eyes were bloodshot and filled with pain and hatred as he grasped Ping and Yunfei's hands tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Ping gently patted his hand, speaking in a soothing tone. "Rest well. We, the Uchiha clan, are not lambs for slaughter. As long as we stand united, we will have our chance for revenge. Clan leader." The man nodded vigorously, tears flowing uncontrollably like a burst dam, and he broke down into inconsolable sobs. After some time, they finally managed to calm him, and a medical ninja hurried over to conduct a thorough examination and treatment. Not far away, Xiaogua, with her adorable twin ponytails, crouched beside a middle-aged man, her big, watery eyes wide with innocence as she asked, "Uncle, why do you only have one hand? Why is your other eye covered in a bandage?" The middle-aged man forced a smile, responding gently, "Uncle was hurt by bad people. I lost one of my eyes because I couldn't defeat them." Xiaogua's eyes widened in shock and anger, and she feigned ferocity, shaking her little fists. "What? How can there be such wicked people? That's terrible. Uncle, don't worry. My brother is very strong. I will ask him to help you defeat the bad guys." Uchiha Ping and Yunfei arrived at that moment. Ping reached out to gently tousle Xiaogua's hair, filled with affection. "Chiyu, how are you feeling? Everyone is eagerly anticipating your swift recovery and return to lead us." Uchiha Chiyu, a skilled upper shinobi well known for his expertise in intelligence work, lay weakly on the ground, yet managed to muster a smile. "Rest assured, I won't perish just yet. Clan leader, I beg your pardon for not being able to salute." Ping patted his shoulder, saying, "Recovering your health is far more important than any formality." After exchanging pleasantries, Ping motioned for Yunfei to accompany him outside. Along their path, Yunfei detailed the series of challenges the clan was currently facing and the progress of various matters. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the edge of the base's summit, where the expansive view allowed them to gaze upon the surrounding verdant mountains. Chapter 23. The clan assembly. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, lifting their hair and the edges of their garments. Xiao stood quietly to the side, tilting her head with an expression of curiosity as she gazed at the birds soaring freely in the sky. Noticing Ping's solemn demeanor, Yunfei, concerned about the weight on his shoulders, feigned a cheerful tone. Every beginning is difficult, but as long as we unite and tackle this challenge together, everything will eventually improve. Ping's eyes remained calm as he stared into the distance, suddenly stating, I believe the issue of our living arrangements is quite pressing. Yunfei nodded in agreement, indeed. But do not worry, we will gradually find solutions. Once the subsequent security concerns are fully addressed, I will arrange for personnel to commence construction. For now, let me address this urgent need by building residences around the base. That should not pose a problem, right? Ping surveyed the surroundings and inquired. Although Yunfei was filled with uncertainty, he responded without hesitation, of course, it can be done. Upon hearing this, Ping took a deep breath and began to channel a significant amount of chakra within him. A faint green glow enveloped his body, radiating vitality and strength. He then formed hand signs and exclaimed, would release, multi-linked pillar technique. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and the soil beside the base began to rise. Sturdy wooden pillars breaking through the earth and rapidly intertwining. In mere moments, a dozen uniquely designed wooden lofts sprang up, neatly arranged beside the base. Yunfei stood in astonishment, his mouth agape as he finally regained his composure and exclaimed in wonder, is it truly possible to do this? Xiao leaped with excitement, her large eyes sparkling with delight as she cheered, wow. Brother, you're amazing. I want to live in that pink building. Ping exhaled slowly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. I have not fully recovered yet, so this is the extent of my capabilities for the time being. Yunfei, gather everyone. Let us convene a family meeting. Inside the assembly hall, the dim and flickering flames cast a somber glow over the gathering of more than 100 Uchiha clan members, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Uchiha Ping and Uchiha Yunfei sat at the forefront, their expressions grave. Vice Clan Leader, please provide an overview of our current situation. Uchiha Ping broke the silence, his voice echoing in the expansive hall. Yes. Yunfei rose, standing tall yet unable to conceal his weariness. Clearing his throat, he began, after several days of statistics and verification. There are still 503 clan members alive who have reached this place, while 439 clan members have tragically fallen on the land we once called home in Konoha. At this point, Yunfei's voice trembled slightly, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He paused before continuing, currently, we have 120 combat-capable clan members, most of whom are gathered here, with a few unable to attend this meeting due to special assignments. Over these past few days, we have worked tirelessly, and our various defenses and intelligence operations have gradually taken shape. According to the compiled information, our greatest threat at present comes from Konoha and a mysterious man wearing a tiger-striped mask. Furthermore, there are Itachi and Fugaku. It is said that they have both awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. We must remain especially vigilant against this father-son duo. No one knows when they will once again raise their blades against us. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, voices rising in a tumultuous uproar. The crowd clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent. This father and son are nothing short of monsters. What drives them to annihilate our entire clan? Young and old, why has the heavens bestowed upon them the name Uchiha? An elder roared in fury, his voice hoarse from agitation. How infuriating! Our Uchiha clan possesses 3 Manjiki Sharingan, yet we have fallen to this fate. A young Uchiha, filled with indignation, struck a pillar beside him with a clenched fist. Uchiha Ping, having grasped the complexities of the situation, raised his hand to signal for quiet, allowing the assembly to gradually settle down. Since we are discussing the Itachi family, let me share my thoughts on this matter, and we can deliberate further afterward. Uchiha Ping stood, his expression neutral, devoid of sorrow or joy. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife chose Itachi's path. Itachi's reasoning for exterminating our clan was, in his words, for the sake of peace in the village and for his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi believes that by eradicating us all, only he and his brother will remain, thus ushering in a world of peace. As for Konoha, their intent to eliminate our Uchiha clan has persisted since the village's founding. As he spoke, Ping paced the hall, reminiscing about those painful memories. The assembly listened in complete silence, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Ping's mind, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, allow me to express my stance. I must kill Itachi. When there are conflicts between the clan and the village, does that justify the slaughter of our entire kin? His brother wishes to destroy the village, and he responds with a face-to-face betrayal, claiming, no matter your actions, I will always love you. I love you XXXX. Uchiha Ping and Appo's voice grew increasingly fervent, his chest heaving with agitation as veins bulged on his forehead. Is Uchiha Itachi the only one with thoughts? Is he the only one capable of love? Such a despicable creature, to kill. If he exists, then I do not. Ping swung his arm, shouting hoarsely. Kill! Kill! The crowd echoed his fervor, their faces twisted in rage, the flames of vengeance burning fiercely within each heart. Yunfei nodded in affirmation, adding, We have heard about the battle that night. Were it not for Itachi luring the clan leader away from the village, the leader would not have found himself in such dire straits. Thankfully, Jiraiya chose not to continue fighting. Moreover, there is significant news from Konoha, the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was gravely injured in combat against the clan leader and has passed away. At this revelation, the crowd and Appo's expression shifted, surprise lighting their faces. Uchiha Ping was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated the death of that old man, Hiruzen. Oh, in that case, Konoha should be too preoccupied to continue hunting us. We can finally feel a semblance of relief. Truly commendable, clan leader. Uchiha Ping slowly took his seat and inquired, So then, who is the new Hokage? Yunfei promptly replied, It is said that Jiraiya is to be nominated as the fifth Hokage, but he has declined the position. Currently, there is only an acting Hokage, that old scoundrel, Danzo Shimura. After a slight pause, Yunfei appeared as though he had more to say, but hesitated. Chapter 24. The Expedition to Konoha. Uchiha Ping observed the hesitance in the vice-clan leader, Yunfei, and spoke. Vice-clan leader, please express your concerns without reservation. Yunfei inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling, his countenance darkened. That old dog Danzo has commanded that in 2 days, all of our Uchiha clans over 300 corpses be cast out of Konoha, declaring that our kin are unworthy of burial within the village. What? The outburst echoed like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the hall. This is utterly outrageous. An elderly man sprang to his feet, hands trembling, rage evident in his eyes. The establishment of Konoha owes much to the contributions of the Uchiha clan. Alas, an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of white, collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wept inconsolably. The expressions of those present reflected a tumultuous blend of anger and sorrow. The older generation lamented deeply, their grief resonating throughout the hall. Uchiha Ping, keenly perceptive, probed further, Why only over 300? Did we not previously ascertain that over 400 of our kin had perished? Yunfei's gaze turned cold and deep as a chasm. His voice laced with frost. The remaining corpses were likely taken for dissection and research. The bodies of ninjas are treasures of immense value. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into chaos, voices of cursing and outrage rising like a surging tide, impossible to quell. After all, among the unaccounted bodies lay many who were beloved family members of those present. Yunfei looked at Ping, a weary sigh escaping his lips. I hesitated to disclose this news for fear of losing control of the situation. Ping lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before rising, his voice booming like a bell throughout the hall. Silence. Gradually, the tumult subsided, though the flames of anger still burned fiercely in their eyes. Prepare yourselves. We march on Konoha in 2 days. We will reclaim our kin and Appo's bodies. Ping and Appo's words were resolute and firm, echoing with conviction. Roar. To Konoha. The crowd erupted in a collective roar, the sound reverberating painfully in their ears, igniting their pent-up rage and warrior spirit. Yunfei cast a worried glance at Ping, his brow furrowed. Ping, your body has yet to recover. Is it wise to engage in this expedition? Uchiha Ping gazed at his impassioned clansman, his resolve unwavering, and replied softly, I should be nearly recovered by then. Besides, if I do not recover, will Konoha heal? If we continue to wait and abandon our kin's remains, it will severely dampen morale and hinder our clan's unity and development. Furthermore, if we allow Konoha to cast aspersions upon us, how shall the Uchiha clan establish itself in the ninja world? If we permit Konoha to grow unchecked, they will inevitably raise their banner against us. Yunfei nodded gravely, aware that patience and retreat would only invite further oppression and slaughter. Then let us draft a detailed battle plan. Yunfei's expression was somber. Uchiha Ping contemplated for a moment, and then stated, Let us devise our plans based on a reconnaissance approach. Not everyone needs to participate. Ordinary combatants would offer little aid and would only increase casualties. With that, Uchiha Yunfei began issuing orders, and the assembly departed in an orderly fashion, leaving only the higher-ranking clansmen to gather and meticulously plan their strategy. 2 days later, Konoha. The sunlight lazily bathed the earth, promising a day of tranquility and peace. Yet, carts laden with the Uchiha clan's corpses slowly rumbled out of the gates of Konoha, the wheels creaking ominously. The procession formed a long line, advancing towards a chasm several miles away. Most of the participants were ordinary laborers, heads bowed, their expressions vacant. Only 2 squads of Chunin flanked the convoy. One Chunin could no longer contain his frustration, his voice dripping with impatience. Damn it. Why must we partake in such a wretched task? Our own funeral has yet to be completed. Stop complaining and hurry up and dispose of these demonic descendants. I long to return and cleanse myself. Being around these vile Uchiha makes me feel tainted. Another ninja responded, his face twisted in disgust. Indeed, they dared to challenge Konoha, instigating such a brutal civil strife while we are still in the process of rebuilding. A young ninja, his face aflame with anger, waved his arms passionately. Fortunately, Konoha and Appo's strength is formidable enough to expel them. I say Danzo is far too merciful. The Uchiha grave should be thrown out of Konoha as well. That is only natural. The will of fire that we pass down through generations is formidable. Konoha, rich in strength and heroes, cannot be shaken by these wicked beings. As they moved along with the procession, the crowd engaged in a fervent exchange of disdain for the Uchiha clan. Just as the convoy approached its destination, a chilling wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. A group of cloaked ninjas suddenly appeared around the convoy like phantoms. Who goes there? We are Konoha ninjas. The leader of the Chunin team paled, swiftly gripping his kunai, eyes warily scanning the newcomers. Upon spotting the fan emblem behind them, he gasped that is the Uchiha crest. You are Uchiha. Before he could finish, the escorting ninjas were swiftly dispatched, blades slicing through the air, blood erupting in vivid splashes under the sunlight. Witnessing their fallen comrades, the cart drivers turned ashen, trembling on the ground, too terrified to breathe, fearing they would be the next victims. Check the carts, quickly. Yunfei commanded urgently, and the Uchiha clan members moved swiftly. It is our kin. This is my brother and uncle. Sister. Chior. Cries of despair erupted as individuals searched the carts for their loved ones, some clinging to the corpses, weeping uncontrollably, while others stood frozen, as if bereft of their souls. Seeing the chaos, Yunfei sternly admonished, do not linger. Confirm the remains and act swiftly. Those beneath the rank of Jonin will escort the convoy back to base. Uchiha Ping addressed the quaking cart drivers. You are civilians, we will not harm you. After assisting us in transporting our kin's remains back, you shall be allowed to leave. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Chapter 25. I, Uchiha, respond with lightning speed after painstakingly arranging for the departure of the convoy. The remaining dozen Uchiha elites gathered together, their stances resolute and their gazes unwavering, resembling a collection of blades poised to be unsheathed. Yunfei cast 2 leaf village ninjas, ensnared by the genjutsu of the Sharingan, to the ground, uttering coldly, aside from these 2, all others have been slain. Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Good, let us proceed as planned. The village hidden in the leaves was enveloped in a somber haze, as the funeral of the 3rd Hokage unfolded with solemnity and gravity. The leaf ninjas, clad in black attire, stood in dense formation before the grave, a cloud of sorrow shrouding the entire scene. Naruto Uzumaki was under close watch. In these precarious times, he was not to leave the village for any reason. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes slightly, whispering instructions to his trusted aide beside him. Yes, rest assured, Lord Danzo. The 9-tailed fox has been temporarily secured in the underground base, and no one will find it. The aide leaned closer, reporting softly. As the funeral drew to a close, with all present having paid their respects, Danzo slowly turned. Dressed in black mourning attire, the hem of his robe fluttered gently in the breeze. His expression was one of deep sorrow, and his hand, gripping a cane, trembled slightly as he stepped forward. Konoha has suffered a tremendous upheaval. The 3rd Hokage and countless ninjas have made the ultimate sacrifice. My heart aches. How many families are left in tears? How many children have lost their fathers? Even our most revered Hokage, my dear friend Hiruzen, has. Danzo spoke with palpable emotion, punctuating his words with gestures of despair, seemingly engulfed in profound grief. Yet, after much effort, he could only muster a few dry tears. Observing this, an aide rushed to support the seemingly frail figure of Danzo, weeping audibly, while whispering in his ear, Lord Danzo, your tears seem insincere. My dearest friend Hiruzen, Danzo lamented, attempting to maintain the facade while inwardly stifling laughter. He discreetly scanned the crowd, noting that many were bowing their heads in sorrow, prompting him to sniffle and wipe his face, though in reality, he merely gestured at the air. No one noticed the discrepancy. Suddenly, Danzo's expression shifted to one of cold fury as he raised his voice, declaring, the true culprits behind all this are the Uchiha clan. Since the founding of Konoha, despite their numerous transgressions and constant criticism, we have endeavored to embrace and unite them, hoping to reform them through love and the will of fire. As he spoke, Danzo paced slowly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the assembly. But what has been the outcome? As the 2nd Hokage stated, this clan is inherently malevolent. At that moment, a Nin could no longer contain himself and interjected, acting Hokage, we must tread carefully. Many matters concerning the Uchiha clan remain ambiguous, and they have made significant contributions to Konoha. Uchiha Kakashi, Shursui, and countless heroes of the Uchiha have sacrificed for us. Foolishness, Danzo bellowed, cutting off the Nin in a fit of rage. He scanned the room, proclaiming loudly, let us reflect. Uchiha Madara incited the Uchiha clan to rebel against Konoha. It was the charisma of the 1st Hokage that quelled them. The Battle of the Valley of the End, though you may not have witnessed it. A glance at the surrounding terrain would suffice to understand. It was a calamity capable of obliterating Konoha. Had the first Hokage not defeated Uchiha Madara, Konoha would have perished long ago. Danzo's voice resonated through the air, imbued with a compelling force. The audience fell into contemplation, the atmosphere thick with silence as no one dared to voice dissent. Danzo's eyes widened with fury, seemingly ablaze, as he continued. When has the Uchiha clan's ambition for a coup and dominance over Konoha ever waned? Who controlled the nine-tailed fox's attack on Konoha for 48 years? How did the fourth Hokage meet his demise? These countless gravestones before us, who is to blame for them? How did the third Hokage perish? The calamity brought by the Uchiha has existed in the past, continues in the present, and will undoubtedly manifest in the future. This is an undeniable truth before us all. The second Hokage was my mentor. His words are never erroneous. His prophecies have come to fruition time and again. Danzo's voice crescendoed, nearing a roar. Observing the growing fervor among the crowd, a glint of cunning flashed in Danzo's eyes. With a sweeping gesture, he raised his arm and declared, "Thus, the eradication of the Uchiha clan is our singular choice. Otherwise, we shall only witness the emergence of more Madaras. Is there anyone left in Konoha capable of controlling all this? The latent power of the Uchiha threatens to obliterate everything we hold dear, to slay our loved ones and children. Behold the apocalyptic visage of Konoha. Observe the countless weeping villagers and children. We need harbor no guilt. This is the Uchiha's coercion. For the sake of Konoha, for the peace of the shinobi world, we must eliminate this inherently evil clan. Let war commence." Roar. Indeed, as Danzo's impassioned speech concluded, the crowd erupted in fervor, raising their fists in a thunderous chorus of agreement. Eradicate the inherently evil clan. Eradicate the inherently evil clan. Let war commence. At the zenith of the crowd's frenzied shouts, a blinding light suddenly flashed across the sky. A colossal sword of light tore through the air, descending with cataclysmic intent towards Danzo, who stood in terror, cane raised high. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. We, the Uchiha clan, respond with valor. Boom. The sword of light, imbued with boundless power, struck the ground with tremendous force, sending debris soaring and scattering countless ninjas. Uchiha Yunfei and another clan member stood atop the forehead of the complete-body Susanoo, flanking Uchiha Ping on either side. Have we succeeded? Yunfei squinted his Sharingan. No. It's been blocked. As the dust settled below, two enormous summoning beasts and several sturdy earthen walls stood resolute, barely managing to deflect the sword of Susanoo. Surrounding them were fallen leaf ninjas, while Danzo had vanished from sight. Ryu. Since Danzo's location, Uchiha Ping bellowed, manipulating Susanoo to fend off the attacks from dozens of Jainin below. The ninja named Uchiha Ryu had begun to sense their surroundings, aiding the two in conserving their chakra. Truly formidable are the Jainin. The silver-white Susanoo was pushed back several steps by the barrage of powerful attacks, before it retaliated with a sweeping strike, shattering the earthen walls that had just risen like fortifications. Chapter 26. The frantic Danzo in Yunfei's eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan rotated intensely as he fixated on the earthen walls. He remarked, "These walls have gathered an immense amount of chakra and withstood a blow from Susanoo. Yet they remain largely intact." Uchiha Hira's calm demeanor concealed a hint of disdain as a murderous intent radiated from him, clearly indicating his intent to strike again. At that moment, Uchiha Irika suddenly extended his arm, pointing in a specific direction, and exclaimed urgently, "Danzo is over there. He's already entered the village." 6 o'clock. Approximately 500 meters away. "Yunfei, use fire style," Hira commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yunfei swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging violently within him. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of fire-style techniques, sending dozens of fireballs hurtling into the air. Hira's left eye, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, pulsated with an overwhelming amount of chakra, emanating powerful ocular waves. Under the influence of this formidable eye technique, the fireballs rapidly expanded, growing to a colossal size, imbued with a sense of impending destruction as they plummeted towards the leaf ninjas. An elite ninja witnessing this scene gasped in shock. "What is this? This is no mere fire style. Everyone retreat. We cannot retreat." Another elite ninja shouted fiercely, "There are too many injured here. If we fall back, they will surely perish. All water-style ninjas, heed my command. Unleash water-style together." Meanwhile, Danzo darted through the shadows of the streets, his movements ghostly. The terrifying pressure from the recent attack nearly overwhelmed him, and he inwardly lamented, "Why is this aimed at me?" As Shimura Danzo desperately fled, he hastily removed the armor and bandages from his right arm. Upon revealing it, one could see that it was covered in a multitude of Sharingan, their lifelike movements rendering them grotesque and exuding an eerie aura. At that moment, a vast shadow enveloped the ground around Danzo. He looked up in horror to see a massive silver Susanoo descending from the heavens, its monumental form resembling a towering mountain, radiating an unstoppable force. With a thunderous crash, The silver Susanoo struck down upon Danzo's head, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that obliterated the surrounding structures like a violent tempest. Fortunately, the nearby buildings had only recently been completed, and most residents had yet to move in. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Observing the silver Susanoo entering the village, the elite ninjas of Konoha sprang into action, shouting orders to enter a state of heightened readiness. Quickly, organize a counterattack while ensuring the safety of non-combatants. Where are the medical ninjas? We have many injured in urgent need of treatment. Damn it, why do these wicked Uchiha bring such calamity upon us again? Help, my leg. Demon, I will kill you all. Danzo was right. These Uchiha truly are born harbingers of evil. The sight of the funeral was instantly engulfed in wails and chaos, curses and denunciations filling the air. An elite ninja, who knew some of the truth, could no longer restrain himself and finally shouted, "We must act swiftly. What good does it do to merely curse here? Is this not the war you wanted? Now that the battle has been joined, you are unhappy." Seeing his friend's agitation, another quickly embraced him and covered his mouth, urgently shouting, "Everyone, we must act now." The elite ninja struggled free, whispering angrily, "Hinata, look closely at what this village can truly offer us. Have you forgotten how Hikari met his end?" Silence. Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan flared open, a cold glint in his eyes as he admonished. His chest heaved with fervor, clearly agitated. After a moment, he spoke softly. "Some things must never be said in public. They could bring us endless trouble, even disaster. Do you understand? Humph. We are not cowards afraid to speak out. If it comes to it." Hinata Hayashi, with a face full of fury, stepped close to the elite ninja, gritting his teeth. "Do not say another word." Noticing his friend's spirit waning, Hinata closed his eyes briefly to compose himself, then gently said, "If it were just us, what fear is there in death? But do not forget, you have family, and I, as the head of the Huga clan, cannot let a moment of impulse bring disaster upon my kin." Yunfei gazed down at the blood-soaked remnants on the ground, his face set in cold determination, scoffing, "Humph. Old dog Danzo, look at you now. This cowardice marks you as unworthy of ever becoming Hokage." Just as Uchiha Hira prepared to confront other ninjas, he suddenly froze, eyes wide as he fixated on Danzo, who appeared not far to his left. Danzo, extending his Sharingan-covered arm, glared at Uchiha Hira and growled, "Do not underestimate me. Uchiha brat, I am the acting 5th Hokage." Irika was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he looked down at the fading remnants of his own body. Confusion etched across his face. What is happening? That strike couldn't have been a mere clone. Acting Hokage? Do not jest. You shall soon be recorded as the shortest-serving Hokage in history, a legacy of laughter for ages. Hira responded swiftly, commanding Susanoo to strike down upon Danzo. With a resounding crash, the powerful impact left a gaping chasm in the ground. Danzo once again vanquished into a colossal pit. Irika and Appo's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Good, he has been finally slain. However, Hira's kaleidoscopic Sharingan remained fixed on the fissure, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Gradually, he shook his head, stating, "Irika." Immediately sensed Danzo and Appo's location. He is not there. Irika, puzzled, gazed into the crack, but the sight before him caused him to swallow his words. There. Irika pointed in a direction, and Hira immediately directed Susanoo to pursue Danzo. As they moved, the Konoha ninjas who dared to obstruct were ruthlessly crushed beneath the might of Susanoo. Buildings crumbled in their wake, dust billowing into the air. Yunfei frowned, watching Danzo flee ahead, anxiety gnawing at him. He is escaping towards the village outskirts. Clearly, he intends to lure us out of the village. Hira, should we continue the pursuit? Will this disrupt our plans? Chapter 27. The immortal Danzo Ping Weiwei narrowed his eyes, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, a glimmer of determination flashed in his gaze, and his aura surged. Without hesitation, he charged once more towards Danzo. His voice resolute. Our objective is to retrieve the remains of our clansmen. As long as we can restrain the main forces of Konoha, our other infiltrators will be able to act unimpeded. They will never allow the acting Hokage to be slain. We must continue our assault. Ultimately, our primary target is the ninjas of Konoha, which will not alter the overall situation. The tone of Uchiha Ping was icy, unwavering in the face of any obstacle. In truth, Uchiha Ping was reluctant to cause collateral damage among ordinary civilians, for this mission was starkly different from the last. The previous conflict was a struggle for survival, a life-or-death battle with no avenue for retreat, instigated by Konoha and Itachi. In that massacre, his entire family had suffered horrific slaughter. Even if faced with a similar situation again, Ping would rise in defiance without hesitation, ready to oppose the world, prepared for a blood-soaked fight to the end. However, since war had been declared and they had accepted the challenge, there was no need for further hesitation. Whether ninja or civilian, anyone who stood in their way would be eliminated. After all, if they were in the same position, they would not spare our elderly and children, and their methods would be even more ruthless. A fierce glint flickered in Ping and Appo's eyes, ignited by hatred and the pressure of survival. Indeed, Yunfei and Rulong chorused, their eyes reflecting the same resolve as Ping. In this war, they fought side by side, united in life and death. Bang! At the village's edge, Ping once again struck down Danzo. As he observed the fading form of Shimura Danzo, a wave of confusion surged within him, prompting him to inquire, Yunfei, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why does it seem like this Danzo can never truly be killed? The three furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed on the spot where Danzo had vanished, seeking a flaw. Uchiha Yunfei activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization as he spoke. Have you noticed? He has closed several of the Sharingan on his arm, and they have not reopened. I seem to recall a similar forbidden technique in our clan. Yunfei's gaze bore a hint of contemplation, as if he were striving to remember the hidden records of their clan. Rulong, a man of vast knowledge who often perused ancient texts, fell into deep thought upon hearing Yunfei and Appo's words, his expression revealing a flicker of understanding. Suddenly, Uchiha Rulong and Appo's eyes widened as if he had grasped something crucial, and he could not help but exclaim, could it be? While continuing his pursuit of Danzo, Ping turned to inquire, what have you discovered? What is happening? His voice carried an urgency, a desperate need to uncover the secret behind Danzo's immortality. Yes, Rulong steadied himself, striving to calm his emotions, and responded, it is said that the Manjiki Sharingan possesses a forbidden technique. By sacrificing the light of the eyes, one can connect reality with the illusionary realm, forcibly transforming an unfavorable reality into a mirage. Rulong's voice carried a note of reverence. This forbidden technique was immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery, leaving one awestruck even upon mere mention. Ping, being relatively young and inexperienced, frowned at this revelation. What does that mean? His heart brimmed with uncertainty, grappling with the incomprehensible nature of such a profound technique. Yunfei interjected swiftly to clarify. It is a technique that alters one's fate. It can change the destiny of defeat, even transforming one's own death. Ping's expression turned to astonishment, his face a canvas of confusion. How is that possible? Moreover, Shimura Danzo does not possess the Manjiki Sharingan. How could he wield our Uchiha's forbidden technique? There is also a legend that when one possesses both the powers of Uchiha and Senju, they can activate this forbidden technique. Rulong continued, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. The power of Uchiha and Senju? That was the power of the Sage of Six Paths. A tempest of shock surged within Ping. He had never anticipated that Danzo could wield such formidable power. Yunfei fixed his gaze upon the fleeing Shimura Danzo, his eyes narrowing. I see. As Ping and Rulong turned their attention towards him, Yunfei added, look at his right arm and shoulder. That is the face of Hashirama Senju. He must have transplanted Hashirama's cells. Combining those with the Sharingan, it seems the Nine Tails is also his target. The silver-white Susanoo unleashed a ferocious kick, pinning Shimura Danzo to the ground. With a thunderous sound, Danzo transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone technique. Not just that. Danzo's voice echoed from above as he appeared at the same height as the silver-white Susanoo, quickly forming hand signs with both hands. He inhaled deeply, wind release, vacuum great sphere. With his movement, a violent gale, infused with immense chakra, surged forth, aiming directly at Susanoo and Appo's chest. Whoosh! The powerful wind slammed into Susanoo, momentarily stalling its movement. Ping, witnessing this, scoffed, humph. Old dog, let us see how many lives you truly have. In an instant, Susanoo swung its long sword, cleaving through the vacuum great sphere and Danzo himself. The sheer force of the blade sending debris flying and raising a cloud of dust. Now, SEAL team. Danzo reappeared atop a distant tree, shouting at the top of his lungs. The surrounding Konoha ninjas swiftly formed the same hand signs, and in an instant, a colossal chakra dome materialized in the sky. The dome was adorned with mysterious and intricate patterns that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, swiftly enveloping the silver-white Susanoo. Ping immediately commanded Susanoo to relentlessly assault the surrounding dome. Each strike unleashed tremendous destructive force, yet most of the attacks were thwarted by the sealing barrier. The residual shockwaves were absorbed by the numerous Konoha ninjas defending the area using various ninjutsu and defensive techniques. Wave after wave of Konoha ninjas fell beneath Susanoo's onslaught, yet they pressed on without hesitation. The sealing barrier, bolstered by their efforts, remained steadfast, tightening with the passage of time, soon constraining the silver-white Susanoo and Appo's movements significantly. Storage for thoughts. In the original narrative, Obito did indeed mention that one must possess both Senju and Uchiha powers to perform Izanagi, but it is evident that Obito does not fully comprehend. Madara used Izanagi even before acquiring Hashirama and Appo's cells. Throughout history, many Uchiha wielding the Manjiki Sharingan have also employed Izanagi. Chapter 28. The might of Konoha. Yunfei anxiously scanned his surroundings, unable to suppress his frustration. Such formidable sealing techniques. We were careless. Our focus was entirely on Danzo. And yet we fell into this exceedingly intricate trap. Regret was etched across Yunfei's face. They had believed that vanquishing Danzo would secure their control over the situation. But little did they know they had unwittingly walked into the enemy's snare. Shinobi Danzo, witnessing the unfolding chaos, sneered, "The malevolent Uchiha. Do not underestimate our will of fire." This sealing technique was executed by hundreds of ninjas, capable of suppressing tailed beasts. Uchiha Hei retorted loudly, "Iasin and Amp, Oppos, T it laughable? The Uchiha clan possesses not even a fraction of your wickedness. How many of our kin's eyes have you harvested with that arm? How many corpses have you dismembered? How many human experiments have you conducted?" At these words, Danzo and Oppos' countenance shifted momentarily, yet he quickly regained his facade of righteousness and declared, "Humph. To combat the inherently evil Uchiha, for the sake of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, I would willingly sacrifice not only my arm, but even my life." Danzo attempted to veil his misdeeds with such grandiose rhetoric, transforming his actions into noble endeavors. Konoha truly excels in producing hypocritical sophists. But what does your eloquence matter if your strength falls short? Today, your demise is inevitable. Hei coldly mocked, his eyes alight with unwavering resolve. Vowing to exact vengeance upon his foe, Hei commanded Susanoo to valiantly resist the sealing technique above. Wuang, deep in thought, commented, "This sealing technique seems to restrain chakra. And Susanoo is a colossal chakra construct." Danzo raised his right arm, surveying the few remaining Sharingan, and taunted, "The Uchiha brat talks tough. Already captured, yet still spouting nonsense. I shall gladly take your Sharingan." Suddenly, Uchiha Hei dissipated his massive silver Susanoo, propelling himself and Yunfei and Wuang towards the caster. Danzo, taken aback, shouted, "Do not allow them to disrupt the sealing technique. Everyone, restrain them within the barrier. As long as they cannot utilize Susanoo, we can defeat them. For Konoha, kill. Kill." A thunderous battle cry erupted as a throng of Konoha ninjas charged at the three Uchiha. Their eyes brimmed with determination, ready to sacrifice their lives to protect Konoha. Uchiha Hei coldly asserted, "Naive. Even without Susanoo, I can still annihilate you all. A Uchiha with Sharingan is invincible in close combat. Use ninjutsu and shurikens to attack." A Konoha ninja bellowed, following his command. A spectacular array of ninjutsu and countless weapons surged forth towards the three, creating a breathtaking scene. Hei raised a hand, halting his comrades from making a move. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, chanting, "Would release. Advent of the tree world." Instantly, a deluge of enormous vines erupted from the ground, voraciously growing and swallowing all incoming attacks, then relentlessly striking towards the surrounding Konoha ninjas, leaving devastation in their wake. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Hei unleashed another jutsu, summoning two colossal wooden dragons that rampaged through the ranks of Konoha ninjas, who struggled to evade the onslaught. The two wooden dragons soared above the barrier, absorbing the chakra from the sealing technique, growing larger and intensifying their assault. Not good. The technique is weakening. A Konoha ninja cried out in terror. That is the first Hokage's wooden dragon. They're absorbing the technique's chakra. Seizing the opportunity, the Uchiha trio charged into the fray, their blades glinting ominously as Konoha ninjas fell before them. Observing the relentless Konoha ninjas charging forward, Uchiha Hei called out, "Yunfei, Wuang, use fire release." The three swiftly regrouped, standing back to back in a tight formation. After a series of fierce clashes, Yunfei and Wuang bore numerous injuries, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Yet their eyes still shone with resolute fighting spirit. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire destruction. Yunfei and Wuang unleashed their fire techniques simultaneously, bolstered by Hei's ocular prowess, amplifying their power as two surging seas of flame surged towards the Konoha ninjas. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens, waves of heat radiating outward. Konoha ninjas desperately defended themselves. Although many fell into the inferno, countless others surged forward without hesitation, filling the gaps. The trio wielded their blades amidst the chaos, their silhouettes darting through the flames and smoke, engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding Konoha ninjas. As enemies fell in succession, the trio sustained injuries, while Hei remained largely unscathed. However, Yunfei and Wuang began to falter, their movements slowing, breaths growing labored. Noticing this, Uchiha Hei swiftly activated Susanoo's third form, enveloping Yunfei and Wuang within its protective embrace while continuing to assault the Konoha ninjas. Each strike from Susanoo was devastating, making it exceedingly difficult for the Konoha ninjas to mount a defense. Yunfei struggled to extract a short blade embedded in his abdomen, managing to say, "Leader, our mission ends here. Do not worry about us. Fight with all your might." "What nonsense. These foes are not worthy of sacrificing our comrades," Hei resolutely stated. For the safety of his companions was paramount, and he would not easily abandon any of them. Having declared this, Hei's Mangeki Sharingan glimmered, and the complete form of Silver Susanoo rose once more, exuding a powerful aura akin to an immovable mountain. The long sword in Susanoo's grasp gleamed ominously as it cleaved through the faltering barrier, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. In Danzo's terrified gaze, the silver Susanoo, accompanied by two massive dragons, charged towards him at breakneck speed. Danzo's face was a mask of shock, yet he did not abandon his resistance. Hastily forming seals to invoke a forbidden technique. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered beneath Susanoo's assault, sending debris soaring into the air, obscuring the sky. Summoning technique. Danzo appeared a short distance away, having summoned a colossal beast of strange appearance, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. The beast opened its enormous maw, which seemed to transform into a black hole, emanating a tremendous suction force as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Humph. A mere summoned beast dares to attempt to devour a deity. He scoffed coldly, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Chapter 29, Akatsuki Ping concentrated his mind. Skillfully manipulating Susanoo, the ethereal figure radiated a chilling aura as it raised the colossal sword forged from chakra high above. With a swift motion, Susanoo brought the blade crashing down, its formidable energy cleaving the beast's head in two. A thunderous explosion echoed as the creature's form dissolved into a billowing cloud of white smoke, vanishing into the air. Having vanquished the monster, Ping's gaze shifted sharply, locking onto Shimura Danzo. In an instant, the silver-hued Susanoo pursued the fleeing Danzo. With a mighty fist raised, Susanoo struck down with tremendous force, creating a vast crater in the ground, dust swirling around as Danzo was sent deep beneath the earth. As the dust settled, it revealed Danzo's battered body, his remaining Sharingan slowly closing, forever surrendering its light. Ping's murderous intent blazed like an inferno, intensifying with each moment as he commanded Susanoo to relentlessly chase Danzo. Striking him down repeatedly, Danzo, in a desperate flight, unwrapped the bandage from his right eye, his face etched with defiance as he muttered to himself, "There is no other choice. I must resort to Akatsuki, but to make it effective. The chakra consumption this eye of Shursui will likely be rendered useless. It will take at least 20 years before I can use it again, damn it." He instinctively glanced at his right arm, where only one Sharingan remained, deepening the gloom upon his countenance. Then, harnessing the chakra within him, Danzo executed the wind release technique, his body darting through the air like a leaf in the wind, narrowly evading Susanoo's relentless assaults. Yunfei keenly sensed Danzo's unusual state. Upon glimpsing the exposed Sharingan, he gasped in disbelief. "What is that?" "No, that is the Manjiki Sharingan. What does he intend to do?" His voice trembled with anxiety. For the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan are enigmatic and unpredictable, leaving all uncertain of the terrifying power that resided within Danzo's eye. Ping naturally would not grant Danzo a moment's respite. He directed Susanoo to extend its enormous hand, capturing Danzo as if he were a mere insect. Danzo screamed in agony, his body crumpling beneath Susanoo's immense grip. Yet, a sinister smile crept upon Danzo's lips. The remnants of his form within Susanoo's palm vanished, and Danzo reappeared on Susanoo's arm, panting heavily, his chest heaving as he glared fiercely at Ping, Yunfei, and Rulong. Sneering, "The wicked Uchiha, your slaughter must come to an end." At that moment, the once mobile silver Susanoo abruptly froze, leaving the onlookers from Konoha in a state of bewilderment. Their gazes fixed above. "Is that Lord Danzo?" Someone murmured from the crowd. "It is Lord Danzo who has halted Uchiha Ping." Another voice exclaimed excitedly. The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting their victory, roaring, "We have triumphed!" The inhabitants of Konoha celebrated with overwhelming joy, embracing one another in tears. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yunfei and Rulong called out to Ping in shock. "Clan leader, what has happened to you?" Yunfei shouted anxiously. Rulong, filled with rage, roared, "Damn it, old dog Danzo, what have you done to the clan leader?" At that moment, Ping found himself ensnared in a peculiar state, murmuring, "Konoha is the precious legacy of our forebears. Danzo is the hero who protects us all. He is the inheritor of the will of fire, the will of fire. I am Uchiha Ping, how can I accept this? It is the guardianship of countless predecessors. Know what I must protect are my family." Ping's expression twisted in turmoil, as if he were waging a fierce battle against an unseen force. Yunfei, horrified, observed Ping's pained struggle, his heart racing. He growled, "Is this an illusion?" Without hesitation, he infused chakra into Ping, forming seals with his fingers, exclaiming, "Release." Yet, all efforts seemed to vanish into the void, as Ping's state remained unchanged. Rulong desperately attempted various methods to dispel the illusion, but none bore fruit. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fretted. What in the world is happening? Could it be that this is not an illusion? Yunfei's gaze hardened, fixated on Danzo as he gritted his teeth. Is it truly Akatsuki, the so-called strongest illusion? It is Shursui's ocular technique. I never imagined Shursui had awakened his Manjiki. It seems that his demise was also orchestrated by you, old dog Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes narrowed with cold ferocity, as he slowly replied, "You are correct. It is indeed an illusion. Do not waste your efforts. This is the ultimate Manjiki illusion." Konoha, which directly alters the will of the mind. Uchiha Ping now acknowledges me as his master. With that declaration, a smug expression crossed Danzo's features, only to be swiftly replaced by confusion. However, as expected of the Manjiki Sharingan, he can still resist somewhat. There remains a flicker of willpower fighting back. Ping's right eye trickled with blood, the Manjiki patterns gleaming vibrantly against the crimson backdrop. He roared defiantly, "You wish to control me? It shall not be so easy. I command you to weaken." Too late. The alteration of will is irreversible. Uchiha Ping, you sinner, kneel before me. Danzo's left eye widened in fervor, chakra surging around him as he unleashed Konoha in full force, aiming to completely dominate Ping. Damn it. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seeing this, Yunfei and Rulong did not hesitate to launch their fire techniques at Danzo. The enormous fireball, accompanied by a torrent of heat, hurtled toward Danzo. Danzo's expression shifted as he evaded with uncanny agility, dodging the flames. Susanoo swung its sword, the powerful energy dispersing the surrounding ninjas who had gathered to perform sealing techniques. Yet, Susanoo soon fell motionless once more, devoid of action. Danzo, shaken, raised his gaze toward Uchiha Ping, astonished and contemplative. To what extent has his physique strengthened? Even my full-powered Konoha is unable to fully rewrite his will. Yunfei anxiously observed the blood streaming from Ping's right eye, his voice trembling as he continuously called out, "Clan leader, how are you?" Ping, breathless, struggled to respond. For now, the influence of Konoha upon my will has been temporarily diminished. Do not let the enemy discover this. The Konoha crowd fixated anxiously on the now static silver Susanoo, while a smile crept onto Danzo's lips. You gave me quite a scare. I thought Konoha could not subdue you. To ensure absolute security, prepare for sealing. Chapter 30. Danzo, it's time to depart. Just as Danzo sighed in relief and prepared to command everyone to seal the Susanoo of peace, the silvery Susanoo unexpectedly sprang back to life. A cold glint flashed as the Susanoo swung its sword down, carrying boundless killing intent, poised to strike Danzo. Good. All the Sharingan in Danzo's arm had closed. He could not be resurrected. Haha, Yunfei exclaimed with excitement, watching as Danzo was buried beneath the sword of the Susanoo. Danzo, how infuriating. What on earth is this evil Uchiha up to? The Leaf Village members were taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock. They immediately began their assault. However, their attacks merely grazed the impenetrable body of the complete Susanoo, akin to the bites of insects, inflicting minimal damage. At that moment, Rulong's expression suddenly changed. He pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Danzo is not dead. Over there." How could this be? The forbidden technique he deployed could not have activated without the Sharingan. Rulong and Appo's face was filled with confusion and shock, his widened eyes reflecting disbelief. Ah, I see. Ping realized. It seems Danzo has exhausted Shursui and Appo's Manjiki Sharingan. Hearing this, the Susanoo swung its hand violently, unleashing a surge of power like a tidal wave, sending the surrounding leaf ninjas flying. Then, the colossal Susanoo began to pursue the direction Danzo had fled. Ping gritting his teeth. What a sacrifice. Danzo, how infuriating. How could he be so strong? No wonder he was able to kill Hizashi. Danzo fled desperately beneath the shade of the trees, the fallen leaves swirling around his frantic footsteps, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, his appearance utterly disheveled. His right eye and Appo's Sharingan slowly closed, life swiftly fading, forever losing its light. Boom. The silvery Susanoo swung its massive sword, resembling a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, sweeping through the treetops above Danzo. The sound of snapping branches echoed continuously, the ground trembled violently, as if the entire world quaked under this force. Danzo concealed himself within the billowing dust, surrounded by shurikens imbued with wind chakra. This was his trap set to counter the Sharingan's ability to perceive chakra, aimed at preventing Uchiha Ping and others from discerning his exact location. Panting heavily, Danzo's every breath resembled the creaks of a decrepit bellows. He struggled to raise his head, desperately gazing through the smoke at the imposing Susanoo above. An overwhelming sense of fear and resentment surged within him. Am I to die as well? Hizashi. No, I will never concede. I have yet to become Hokage. How can I die? Ping was preparing to launch a carpet bombing attack to obliterate the area and flush Danzo out. Just then, numerous clones of Danzo suddenly burst forth from the smoke, fleeing in all directions. Yunfei coldly remarked, "Shadow clone? Your appearance is truly grotesque, Danzo. Even in such a weakened state, you resort to shadow clones. You are merely courting death." Immediately after, Yunfei turned to Ping, urgently saying, "Ping, temporarily intercept the advancing leaf forces. Your attack style is ill-suited for a relentless pursuit against an enemy bent on escape. That old dog Danzo will surely exploit the chaos you create to slip away more easily." With that, Yunfei and Rulong swiftly formed hand seals, each producing several clones, racing like arrows toward the many Danzo clones. Soon, The mountains echoed with the crisp sounds of clashing blades, sparks from metal friction illuminating the dim forest. Ultimately, Danzo's clones could not withstand the assaults from Yunfei and Rulong, swiftly being annihilated, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ping turned to face the tide of leaf ninjas surging from behind. The Susanoo raised its massive sword once more, striking down at the enemy forces. The terrifying sword energy tearing through the air, causing mountains to crumble and the leaf ninjas to falter, their faces etched with fear and rage. After the skirmish, Ping was also panting heavily, his complexion slightly pale, the excessive chakra consumption leaving him somewhat drained. He dispelled the Susanoo and swiftly dashed toward the sense direction. As Yunfei anticipated, Danzo became increasingly feeble after employing the shadow clones that divided his chakra. Soon, he stumbled, barely able to remain standing. In such a state, he was no match for Yunfei and Rulong, only able to flee in a panic. As Danzo fled, he coughed up blood, the crimson liquid streaming from his mouth and dripping onto the ground behind him. Damn it, the retreat is blocked. I cannot join the Leaf forces. Danzo Shimura was quite disheartened. All his tactics had been seen through. He had hoped to escape quietly, yet found himself trapped in dire straits. Though reinforcements were close behind, Danzo had no choice but to press forward, as turning back meant certain death. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfei shouted, his long blade enveloped in powerful chakra, cleaving toward Danzo like a streak of light, sending him crashing to the ground. Yunfei looked at the disheveled Danzo and mocked, thinking yourself clever, attempting to use everyone to restrain us and escape alone, yet falling into such a deadlock. This is what they call being too clever for your own good. Old dog Danzo. Rulong couldn't help but chuckle. If you hadn't been so afraid for your life and had chosen to stand with the Leaf forces, it would have been no easy feat to kill you. Danzo knelt on the ground, his spirit diminished, panting heavily, each breath accompanied by violent coughs. So many Leaf ninjas. Soon my subordinates will come to my aid. Old dog Danzo, it and Appos, it's time to depart. Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air. Uchiha Ping appeared like a specter, charging toward Danzo with incredible speed. How can this be? Aren't you supposed to deal with the Leaf forces? Danzo's face drained of color, turning a ghastly gray upon seeing Uchiha Ping approach. Danzo nearly ground his teeth to dust, summoning his last ounce of strength to force himself to rise. Just then, two figures arrived at the scene. Seeing the imminent danger to Danzo, they gasped in shock and yelled, Ping, stop. Yet, it was too late. Uchiha Ping and Appos' blade pierced Danzo deeply, the white blade entering and the red blade exiting, blood flowing down the blade and pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Danzo and Appos' face twisted in agony, his single eye bulging as if to burst from its socket. He reached out, grasping Ping's hand that held the blade and seizing his shoulder with the other, desperate to retaliate. He wished to employ a sealing technique that would bring them both down together, but he found he lacked even the strength to scratch at his enemy. Blood mixed with entrails spilling from his mouth. Chapter 31. What's that? Answer me. A figure appeared beside Ping as if conjured from thin air, moving with an almost supernatural swiftness. A fierce kick, accompanied by a howling wind, was unleashed upon him. Ping's pupils constricted, and the light of his Sharingan flickered as he instinctively raised his arm to defend. Bang! The force of the blow was tremendous, resonating like a thunderclap. Ping and Appos' body was sent flying, carving a long scar into the ground beneath him. Just as he managed to regain his footing, the figure pursued him relentlessly, a fist the size of a cauldron propelled by boundless strength, crashing toward Ping's face. In that critical moment, a silvery light erupted, revealing the skeletal form of Susanoo, which enveloped Ping protectively. The mighty fist struck the Susanoo and Appos' frame with a deafening clang, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring up dust all around. Yunfei and Rulong, standing at a distance, witnessed this heart-stopping scene, finally allowing themselves a moment of relief. They rushed to Ping and Appos' side, shaken by the rapidity of events. Even with their formidable abilities, drenched in cold sweat, pondering the terrifying power of their adversary. Ping, sheltered within the Susanoo, gazed calmly at the attacker, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan reflecting the depths of a tranquil abyss. He spoke slowly. Indeed, Jiraiya, your sage mode's speed and power are formidable. Jiraiya's expression turned grave, an aura of deadly intent radiating from him as he murmured, Sage art, super large Rasengan. In an instant, natural energy surged through the air, coalescing into an immense chakra sphere that swiftly formed in his hand, its contents swirling like a tempestuous tide. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, propelling both the Susanoo and Ping backward, creating a massive crater in the ground, smoke and debris swirling in the aftermath. Jiraiya, stop. Did we not agree to seek a path of peace? We cannot repeat the mistakes of our predecessors. Tsunade, standing behind him, urged anxiously. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, a somber tone escaping his lips. Though our predecessors may have faltered in many ways, they acted out of a genuine desire to protect our shared village. Uchiha Ping, Your actions are utterly unacceptable. After the brutal slaying of 2 Hokage and countless Konoha shinobi, Tsunade interjected, "We have no choice. We must eliminate them here." As Jiraiya and Appo's words hung in the air, a multitude of Konoha shinobi began to gather, weapons drawn, their expressions taut with vigilance, encircling Ping and his companions. Ping remained serene, his chakra subtly pulsating, fully prepared for the impending conflict. Yunfei and Rulong quickly positioned themselves beside him, Rulong leaning slightly, whispering, "Chief, I and Appo's VE just received word that our clan has successfully retreated from Konoha and is standing by." Taking a deep breath, Ping steadied his chakra and spoke slowly. "What transpired the night we eliminated the 3rd Hokage? I told you then that Konoha intended to eradicate my entire clan. Could I not resist? Spare me the rhetoric about Konoha or the peace of the shinobi world. Only a fool like Itachi would succumb to such brainwashing. Fugaku has already surrendered. Does the Uchiha clan still pose a threat? Can 200 individuals truly threaten your thousands of shinobi? Even if there were a threat, wouldn't it suffice to eliminate just those 200 combatants? An 80-year-old man cannot threaten your hold over Konoha, nor can an infant vie for power." Jiraiya closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowing in exasperation. "As Hokage, there are times when, for the stability of the village, we must make difficult, even erroneous decisions. But your wanton slaughter today is an egregious crime." Suddenly, Ping erupted into laughter, a sound laced with derision and sorrow, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Ignoring Jiraiya and Tsunade's grim expressions, he bellowed, "Ah, the noble cause of the village. For the sake of the village. Even if it meant sacrificing the Huga clan leader to appease the mistakes of the cloud, only for his brother to take his place in death. For the village." The Uchiha were slaughtered, 800 innocent souls, the old, the weak, the women and children. For the village, even as Danzo's roots committed heinous acts, you remained blind. Look at that old dog Danzo, adorned with Sharingan. For the village, how many human experiments did Orochimaru conduct? How many lives were dismembered, injected, or tossed into petri dishes? Examine the Hashirama cells and Sharingan on Danzo. Are they not the handiwork of Orochimaru? The Iwagakure compensation incident, the Wind Country Treaty, Konoha's White Fang, Kurenai, Shursui, Might Guy. Countless heroes of Konoha died without receiving the respect they deserved. Jiraiya's sage chakra surged forth, his presence roaring like a furious dragon as he shouted, "Enough! The Hokage is human. Enough!" Uchiha Ping unleashed an even greater surge of chakra, the Susanoo around him resonating with this newfound power, its radiance intensifying. He roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the heavens. "With the will of fire, you claim to be the protectors, yet you cower in fear, retreating from external threats while ruthlessly suppressing your own. And the 3rd Hokage received the MVP award. Behold how peaceful Konoha is. What's that? Answer me. The so-called winners. In their reign, did they resolve the power struggles? Did they eliminate family oppression or class inequality? Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo run amok, manipulating Sharingan, threatening our very existence. My kin. Ah, the pain. It is unbearable. Could the 3rd Hokage not intervene? Answer me. Or was he merely turning a blind eye? Why? Why, my dear?" As many around prepared to retort, Ping unleashed the full might of his Susanoo, its colossal form casting a shadow over all, emanating a chilling aura. Channeling his chakra, he silenced all dissent, nearly roaring, "Reflect deeply. This is not merely Konoha's scar. It is the brutal essence of the shinobi world, a distortion of humanity. Face reality. Do not be deceived by hypocritical grandeur. Lastly, Jiraiya, you claimed our sins today are unforgivable? This is merely Danzo leading Konoha in a declaration of war against us Uchiha. We are merely responding in kind. Come forth. Who will face death first? Let us engage fiercely today. Let the skies darken with our fury." Chapter 32. I am the 5th Hokage. What is that demon over there howling about? Who knows? Perhaps his mind has gone awry. Beside him, a companion scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes as he spat on the ground. "Humph. A born evil fiend, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. Please eliminate him." A petite female ninja's voice pierced through the air, her eyes gleaming with hatred, eager to rush forth and rend the enemy into pieces. "Murderer. World-destroying fiend. Today, you shall pay blood for blood." The crowd roared in unison, their fury intertwining like thunder, as if it could shatter the very heavens above. They gripped their weapons tightly, some wielded sharp blades, while others held gleaming shurikens, each gaze locked onto the distant target, poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. Yet, many fell into silence, heads bowed, their hair swaying gently in the breeze, obscuring their expressions and thoughts. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a clear yet powerful voice suddenly rang out, summoning technique. Boom. With a resounding crash, a massive plume of white smoke erupted like a surging tide, swiftly enveloping the area. A gigantic slug slowly materialized, its immense body resembling a mountain, the slime upon it shimmering with an otherworldly glow under the sunlight. The crowd gasped as they beheld Tsunade standing atop the slug, their astonishment palpable. "Oh, It is Lord Slug. Tsunade-sama has made her move. With Jiraiya-sama, we shall surely vanquish the inherently evil Uchiha clan. Ah, they are the two of the legendary three, our Leaf Village's mightiest warriors. The third Hokage once declared that they both possess the stature of a Hokage. Not only that, I have heard the third Hokage say that Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama have surpassed him, their former mentor. Oh, indeed. Now we can rest easy. The morale of the Leaf Ninjas surged, each one gathering chakra and adopting various combat stances, ready to unleash a torrent of assault upon their foes. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Tsunade across the battlefield, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, though it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Tsunade's penetrating gaze bore into Itachi, sharp as a blade, as if seeking to pierce his very soul. She then proclaimed loudly, "Slug, channel my chakra to heal our injured comrades." The slug, initially fixated on the terrifying presence of the Susanoo opposite, responded with a melodious voice, "Ah. But, Tsunade-sama, what about the enemy over there?" Tsunade urged gently. "Enough with the chatter, act swiftly. If it were me, I could still save them." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." The slug immediately complied, with a rustling sound. Its massive form disintegrated into countless smaller slugs, which quickly surged towards the battlefield, rushing to aid their comrades. Itachi watched in astonishment as the slugs scattered, a glimmer of confusion crossing his features. Yunfei's eyes narrowed, murmuring, "Is she intending to attach healing slugs to each ninja first?" "Itachi, we will use fire release." He raised his hands slightly, beginning to gather chakra discreetly. Yunfei and Rulong were poised to form hand seals when Itachi halted their actions. "Hold on, do not engage yet." Rulong looked at Itachi in confusion, questioning, "Patriarch, why? If we allow them to execute their strategy, we will be at a disadvantage." His face bore the marks of urgency and bewilderment, unable to fathom why Itachi would let such a prime opportunity slip away. The Leaf Ninjas felt the rush of chakra and the healing of their wounds, excitement coursing through them. They shouted slogans, their blood boiling, ready to launch an attack. Tsunade's commanding voice rang out like thunder, halting the fervor. "I am the fifth Hokage. I command you to cease. Otherwise, seek another leader to lead you to war and death." The crowd stood frozen, faces marked by confusion and anger. They were bewildered as to why Tsunade would spare the malevolent Uchiha, while their fury was directed at Uchiha Itachi and his kin. Seeing that they remained still, Tsunade sighed in relief. She then fixed her gaze upon the silver-white Susanoo above, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. With a flourish, the imposing silver Susanoo dissipated like smoke in the wind, and Itachi turned, flying away without a backward glance. Yunfei and Rulong swiftly followed, their figures soon vanishing from sight. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, voices rising in tumult. "This is bad. Those demons are escaping. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, why do you not act? Tsunade-sama, we cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. Otherwise, they will surely slaughter more of us in the future. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama." As the crowd's emotions surged with the cacophony surrounding them, many could barely contain themselves, their feet shifting restlessly, poised to chase after the fleeing foes. "Did you not hear the fifth Hokage's command? She told you to halt." Jiraiya's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a chilling authority. "But, how can this be?" The clamor continued unabated, the discontent and confusion among the crowd growing wild like unchecked weeds. With a somber expression, Tsunade strode into the midst of the throng, her clear voice echoing throughout, "The war is over. Look at the countless comrades lying on the ground, lamenting. If this continues, many of you will fall as well. Some may claim, I fear not death, but..." Tsunade raised her exquisitely beautiful face, the grandeur of mountains standing tall, and declared, "But I do fear. I fear for my comrades' lives. As the fifth Hokage, I will not permit any comrade to sacrifice themselves before me. I will not allow anyone else to perish. For this, I stake the name of the Hokage. Leave the negotiations with the Uchiha to me, and immediately return to rescue our fallen comrades. Do not let them die helplessly." She gestured emphatically, directing the crowd, her resolute demeanor commanding trust and leaving no room for refusal. Momentarily awed by Tsunade's unparalleled authority and charisma, the villagers no longer saw her merely as a fragile woman, but as if she had transformed into a monumental edifice, indelibly etched into their hearts. Chapter 33 Kakashi. "Oh, Lord Fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, quickly, rescue the injured." After a brief silence, the air erupted with thunderous shouts. Everyone responded promptly, springing into action. Some ninjas rushed to carry stretchers, while others provided chakra to the wounded, creating a scene of bustling yet orderly activity. Tsunade, with her characteristic decisiveness, began to direct the efforts. Her voice rang clear and strong, embodying the essence of a leader. "All right, where are the Umbu directly under the Hokage? Protect me. I shall begin channeling chakra to the slug to heal and rescue everyone." 6 Umbu ninjas swiftly appeared, kneeling before her. One, adorned with a cat-eared mask, spoke, "Lady Tsunade, we are here to safeguard you." Tsunade cast a complex glance at the masked figure, the mention of Kakashi's father piercing her heart deeply. As she settled down to release a considerable amount of chakra, she gently said, Kakashi, I have heard about Tsukumo Hatake. Once the situation in the village stabilizes, I will investigate your father's circumstances. He shall not carry the burden of disgrace any longer. He is a hero of the village. The cat-eared masked man stiffened momentarily, as if frozen in place. After a brief pause, he slowly lowered his head, his broad shoulders trembling slightly. Transparent droplets cascaded from beneath his mask, falling with a soft patter onto the dust-laden ground. Lady Tsunade, a slightly somber voice broke the oppressive silence. Another masked man inclined his head slightly, stating, My codename is Tenzo. I too wish to speak. Captain Kakashi is a hero who stands shoulder to shoulder with the greatest. He has made countless contributions to Konoha. He paused, his voice growing increasingly subdued, as if suppressing something. It is worth noting. Captain Kakashi is the only Umbu ninja in Konoha without a codename, because he has no loved ones left to protect. The 6 of them formed a protective fan around Tsunade, each radiating vigilance, akin to warriors safeguarding their nest, enclosing her within their protective circle. Tsunade's expression grew serious, the seal on her forehead glowing faintly as chakra flowed from her in abundant waves. While performing her technique, she responded with unwavering resolve. I am fully aware. Kakashi, you must gather your strength. The future 6th Hokage is likely to be you. Your sacrifices for Konoha grant you this right more than anyone else. Even amidst the sparse company, her words ignited a significant shock. Such frank and audacious declarations were indeed astonishing. Could one speak so freely? Even without uttering them with absolute certainty. Jiraiya leaned against a nearby tree, arms crossed over his chest. Upon hearing Tsunade and Appo's words, he initially turned in surprise, his eyes flickering with incredulity, before a wry smile crept across his lips. Honestly, you truly are remarkable, Tsunade. In terms of audacity, you might as well be Konoha's finest. What? Do you have objections, Jiraiya? Tsunade retorted, her voice commanding, her hands never ceasing their movements. Jiraiya raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, I have no objections, but Kakashi's qualifications and strength still require refinement. I have it. Nothing enhances one's skills quite like reading. Kakashi, I have several books that I've poured my heart into over the years. As he spoke, Jiraiya retrieved several exquisitely bound volumes from his ninja tool pouch. Instantly, the onlookers were captivated, their eyes filled with envy as they craned their necks to watch Kakashi accept the books. What a treasure! These were the fruits of Jiraiya's lifelong labor, a true gem of the ninja world. Who wouldn't he desire them? Mastering their essence would undoubtedly lead to great advancement. Thanks to Tsunade's diligent efforts, the people of Konoha began to recover from their grievous wounds. Under her adept guidance, the ninjas executed their duties with precision, swiftly launching into restoration and defensive measures. Workers and villagers who remained in the village also responded with enthusiasm, uniting their efforts in the monumental task of rebuilding. In no time, the village was alive with activity, the sounds of lumber being moved intermingling with the rhythmic pounding of hammers repairing homes. Have you heard? Lady Tsunade will hold the ceremony for her inauguration as the 5th Hokage tomorrow. A young ninja exclaimed excitedly while hauling stones. Your news is outdated, his companion chided. Rolling his eyes, Lady Tsunade has already commenced her duties as Hokage. All current directives for Konoha are under her command. Oh, I heard that the first thing Lady Tsunade did upon her return was to annul the previous declaration of war. She was so furious that she smashed the entire conference hall with a single punch. It left the advisory council utterly stunned. Another ninja marveled. Hush. Silence. Someone quickly warned. We shouldn't be discussing such matters. We could attract the attention of Umbu ninjas. Though they lowered their voices, their enthusiasm remained undiminished, continuing to chatter about Tsunade's legendary exploits while they worked. From her youthful valor on the battlefield to the enigmatic experiences in the wet-bone forest, the tales grew increasingly vivid. By the end, some even animatedly described how Lady Tsunade shattered Uchiha Obito and Appo's complete Susanoo with a single punch. And then, the Uchiha clan fled in terror at the sight of her iron fists. Indeed, had it not been for Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya's old ties, they would have surely been brought to their knees. A group of workers fervently discussed, their excitement reaching such heights that they could not help but gesture animatedly, almost as if they themselves had triumphed on the battlefield. 2 jonin stood atop a roof, silently listening to the discussions below. Yamashiro Aoi's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, Who is spreading these rumors? It's utterly absurd. Narashikaku remained composed, patting Aoi's shoulder with a smile, slowly saying, Regardless of who is spreading it, they are doing well. This is what we call a benevolent lie. If we do not portray the Hokage as formidable, who would dare to work here? Fear would grip their hearts, and they would avoid Konoha like a plague. Aoi furrowed his brow with a hint of worry, whispering, Is this truly a benevolent lie? If Uchiha Obito were to return, would we not be endangering those ordinary villagers who believe in Konoha? Chapter 34. The mightiest clan. Upon hearing the news, Narashikaku's expression instantly turned grave. He slowly lifted his head, gazing deeply into the distance, and declared, "It is impossible. With Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade here, the enemy cannot silently evade the keen perception of Sage Mode to infiltrate Konoha. Such a feat is nearly inconceivable. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade has made it abundantly clear that she will personally handle this matter. We must have faith in her." At the Uchiha secret base, upon receiving news from those returning from Konoha, the Uchiha clansmen emerged from all corners, gathering to welcome them. The once open space before the base had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, with over 300 clan members' lifeless bodies sprawled about. Their cold forms a harrowing sight, unbearable to behold. At Yunfei's signal, several Uchiha Jonin swiftly sprang into action. They unfastened the massive scrolls from their backs, rapidly forming hand seals, and with a plume of smoke, summoned the remains of their clansmen, discovered in the hidden grounds of Konoha. Why are there only 58? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the scant number of corpses on the ground, his brows knitted tightly. One Jonin, his expression somber, spoke with a voice steeped in sorrow. "This is all we could recover. Those we could not find have likely been cruelly disposed of or relocated to other secretive places. It is even possible that they have been sold off as some sort of commodity." Watching the surrounding clansmen weep inconsolably for their loved ones, Yunfei suppressed his inner anguish, preparing to oversee the burial arrangements. His steps were somewhat erratic as he wove through the crowd. Noticing this, Itachi called out to him, beckoning a medical ninja, saying, "Yunfei, hold off on your tasks for now. Let the clansmen spend time with their families. This is their final moment together. You are injured. You must seek treatment." Yunfei's gaze remained serious as he waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I have already tended to my wounds. It is truly no cause for concern. Do not forget, Konoha has declared war on us. We are in a time of conflict. Every moment is invaluable. We cannot afford to waste any time." Suddenly, as if struck by a pivotal realization, Yunfei turned to Itachi, urgently saying, "But you, the clan leader, do not expend your energy here. Go rest and recuperate. You are the hope and pillar of our Uchiha clan. We cannot do without you." Itachi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. His intention had been to encourage Yunfei to recover, yet he found himself being advised instead. He helplessly explained, "I am not in dire straits. This time, my chakra and stamina depletion is not as severe as before. There is no need to worry about me." Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement, turning once more to direct the retrieval of the bodies. However, Itachi was quick to grasp his arm, his tone firm and unyielding. "Yunfei, if you refuse to rest, at least do not tire yourself out further. The medical ninja should tend to the vice leader. Have faith in the clansmen. Grant them time to soothe their sorrow. There is no need for you to handle everything personally." A nearby ninja chimed in, "Indeed, vice leader. The clan leader is young and still has much to learn. We cannot afford to lose you. What would become of us if you were to fall?" Under the insistence of those around him, Yunfei reluctantly acquiesced, lying down to receive treatment from the medical ninja. After conveying his instructions, Itachi departed, joining his sister and Shogwa before a charming pink loft. This was the home chosen by Shogwa, who, being cherished by her family, had moved in with them. Upon entering the loft, a rich aroma of cooked dishes greeted them. Itachi's parents were busy in the kitchen, and upon seeing them return, they smiled warmly. "Itachi, please sit outside for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." "Very well," Itachi replied, finding a seat and closing his eyes to recuperate. Shogwa, unusually quiet today, sat obediently beside her sister, Uchiha Aoi. Perhaps the harrowing scene of death and the collective sorrow of the crowd had made this innocent child aware that today was not a day for joy. Just after finishing dinner, Yunfei hurried in with several jonin, his expression a peculiar blend of surprise and sorrow. Itachi, puzzled, could not help but ask, "What is the matter?" "Your expression resembles that of one who both weeps and laughs." Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Yunfei replied, "Today, dozens of our clan members have awakened their Sharingan." The room fell silent at this revelation. While the awakening of the Sharingan should indeed be a moment of celebration, significantly bolstering the clan's overall strength, it was overshadowed by the grim reality of so many lives lost. No one could muster joy in the face of such a tragic truth. Yunfei composed himself, resolutely steering the conversation back to pressing matters, continuing, "We must hasten the establishment of our own ninja academy to systematically nurture the children. Only in this way can our clan ensure a continuous influx of new strength." Itachi nodded in agreement, agreed. "Proceed with your arrangements. Should you require my presence or assistance, do not hesitate to ask." At that moment, a jonin suddenly interjected, "Clan leader, vice leader, there is a matter I have yet to report." All eyes turned to him, and Yunfei inquired, "Yahiko, what is it?" The jonin, Yahiko, wore a serious expression as he continued, "While searching for our clansmen's remains in Konoha, members of the Huga clan discreetly provided us with significant assistance. Without their covert support, we would likely have been unable to recover so many of our clan members." Yunfei, bewildered, questioned, "The Huga clan? How curious. Why would they help us? Did they say anything?" Yahiko shook his head, Looking somewhat helpless, they said nothing. It was merely a few jonin from the Huga clan who assisted us. I suspect there may have been specific orders given from above. Another jonin chimed in with a chuckle. This is quite intriguing. The Huga clan is reputed to be the mightiest clan in Konoha. While other clans may not fully acknowledge this, they certainly possess justification for their boast. No other clan can match the number of chunin and jonin they have. Yahiko, with a serious demeanor, added gravely, the conditions for awakening the Byakugan are not as stringent, while they may lack top-tier combat prowess. Each clan member is formidable in their own right, culminating in a clan that is indeed the strongest overall. Chapter 35, The Strong Thrive. The weak perish Yunfei wore a pensive expression as he contemplated. The Byakugan, after all, is a dojutsu that stands on par with the Sharingan. Although it may seem somewhat ineffective in the face of the formidable Mangekyou Sharingan, how many years does it take for our Uchiha clan to produce a wielder of the Mangekyou Sharingan? The High-GA clan has indeed surpassed us in strength during many periods. It is not that the High-GA are inherently stronger than the Uchiha, but rather they possess a greater number of powerful individuals. After all, nearly every member of the High-GA clan can awaken their Byakugan, and even the most inept among them can achieve at least the level of a Nin. Having spoken, Yunfei turned to Ping and asked, Ping, it seems the High-GA clan harbors grievances against the village. How should we respond to this matter? Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied after a moment, Humph. Back in the day, the people of Yunin village brazenly defecated on the heads of the High-GA clan right on the land of Konoha. After that, they even demanded that Konoha hand over the head of the High-GA clan leader. The third Hokage shamefully acquiesced to this. And it was only thanks to the twin brother of Hinata Hisashi, sacrificing himself that the situation calmed down. If they had no objections to such treatment, they would truly be the most enduring clan in the ninja world. In essence, it is merely a reflection of their insufficient capacity to resist. Had they the means, they might have already struck first against the third Hokage. Yunfei nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Hisashi having a twin brother, Hisashi, would they have had to sacrifice their clan leader to appease Yunin village? It is unimaginable what humiliation and torment the clan members must have endured at that time. Ping's gaze became resolute as he stated. There is no need to dwell on this matter. They are likely observing the situation. We simply need to focus on the development of our own clan. As long as we become strong and reliable enough, not only will the High-GA clan come seeking us, but other discerning ninjas will also be drawn to our banner. After some thought, Ping continued, in the future, we shall establish ourselves as an independent ninja village. The establishment of various institutions and the naming of the village will be entrusted to you and the Jonin. Yunfei. Understood. Yunfei and the other Jonin responded in unison. 6 days later, in a secluded chamber, Uchiha Ping stood quietly alone. Before him lay the forbidden scrolls obtained from Konoha during a recent clan venture. The more he examined the scrolls, the tighter his brow furrowed. The techniques documented within posed great risks to oneself or were utterly inhumane. Should these techniques be disseminated, driven by human nature, they would inevitably bring about endless calamities to the world. Ping pondered privately. However, the clan indeed required powerful techniques to enhance their strength. Perhaps it would be wise to allow capable and strong-willed members of the clan to select from the relatively controllable techniques, thus providing an additional layer of assurance. Having reached a decision, Ping gently closed the scroll and exited the chamber. He made his way to the street beside the base, where a wave of warmth surged within him at the sight before him. Thanks to the efforts of the clan members over this period, coupled with his wood-release techniques aiding construction, the surrounding dwellings had taken on considerable scale, rivaling that of some bustling small towns. Along the streets, many ordinary clan members had begun setting up various shops. This was part of the series of directives issued by Yunfei, as the gathering place gradually transformed into an orderly environment. Unconsciously, Ping found himself at the entrance of a small dumpling shop, run by a portly proprietor. He picked up a steaming skewer of dumplings and retrieved a few coins from his pocket, offering them to the rotund owner. The owner, seeing this, hurriedly waved his hands. His expression urgent as he exclaimed, "Clan leader, what are you doing? Please, just enjoy them. I cannot accept your money." With a serious expression, Ping insisted on placing the coins in the owner's hand, stating earnestly, "If you do not accept payment, I may hesitate to return in the future. We are all striving for a living. I cannot disrupt the established order." The owner was momentarily at a loss for words, nervously fidgeting as he stammered, "Well, if that is the case, then please have another skewer on me, as a small token of our appreciation." Ping waved his hand dismissively and began to stroll away. As he walked, he observed the increasingly vibrant clan members in the lively streets, a smile of satisfaction blossoming on his face. Not far along, Ping arrived at a small square within the town. At that moment, a cheerful voice called from behind, "Brother, what are you doing here? Wow, you're so naughty. Sneaking off to enjoy delicious food without buying any for me." He turned to see his graceful sister, Qing, leading the lively little Gua towards him. Little Gua's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the skewer of dumplings in Ping's hand. Ping smiled and offered the skewer, from which he had only taken one dumpling, to little Gua, saying, I had no idea I would run into you here. Here. You can have it. Qing shook her head in resignation, gently chiding, little Gua, didn't you just have some grilled skewers? Why are you trying to steal from your brother? You're such a little glutton. I'm hungry. My tummy is rumbling, little Gua replied, devouring the dumplings and getting sauce all over her face, revealing her adorable little teeth. Ping took the napkin offered by his sister and gently wiped little Gua's face, saying, eat slowly. No one is trying to take it from you. Just look at how messy you are. It will be hard for mom to wash your clothes. You should aspire to be a clean and lovely young lady. With her big eyes blinking, little Gua declared resolutely, I don't want that. I want to be a strong ninja like you, to protect everyone with my strength. Upon hearing this, Ping affectionately pinched her cheek, and then the three of them settled down on a nearby bench. They watched the bustling clan members pass by, many of whom greeted Ping with respect and admiration in their eyes. Little Gua's face was filled with admiration as she licked the sauce off her fingers, dreamily stating, I want to be just like you, earning everyone's recognition. Uncle Yunfei has already said that once the ninja school is established, I can attend. I will soon become a ninja at this moment. Qing also chimed in, I want to learn ninjutsu too. It would be great to become stronger and protect those around me. Ping was taken aback, looking at his sister earnestly. Sister, you wish to learn ninjutsu? Being a ninja can be very dangerous. You need not do this. It is enough for me to protect you. Qing lowered her head, her voice soft yet resolute. There will be times when you are not around. I want to become stronger, at least not to be a burden to you. Moreover, I wish to contribute to the clan. I do not want to always rely on others for protection. Chapter 36. Huga ate. Ping let out a gentle sigh. Fully aware of the sentiments shared by his sister and Xiaogua, merely a reflection of the collective voice of their clan. Ever since the family endured that cataclysmic upheaval, the survivors harbored an insatiable desire for strength, more fervent than ever before. Each individual yearned to become powerful enough to protect themselves and their loved ones, strong enough to never again be at the mercy of others. After a brief silence, Ping suppressed the tumult of emotions within and spoke to comfort his sister. Sister, you need not worry excessively. Just the day before yesterday, we received intelligence from Konoha indicating that the new Hokage has rescinded the declaration of war against the Uchiha clan. Therefore, it is unlikely that conflict will erupt in the near future. At that moment, a figure darted swiftly into the small square. It was Yunfei, who approached with haste, exclaiming, Ping, there's been a situation. As he spoke, Yunfei noticed Qing and Xiaogua nearby, and a swift smile appeared on his face as he nodded in greeting. Upon seeing Yunfei, Xiaogua's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a jubilant fawn as she leapt from the bench, exclaiming, Uncle Yunfei, has the school been completed? I can end amp, oppos, wait to start attending. Deputy clan leader. Greetings. Qing also stood, taking Xiaogua's hand and turning to Ping. Ping, you discuss important matters. I will take Xiaogua to buy some groceries. Remember to return home for dinner. With that, the sisters walked away into the distance. Yunfei waved at Xiaogua, calling out, Don and amp, oppos, worry Xiaogua. As soon as the school is finished, Uncle will ensure your enrollment is the first. After watching them depart, Yunfei turned his attention back to Ping, his expression growing serious. Ping, the scouts outside the base have reported that 2 teams from Konoha have been spotted. They are members of the Huga clan. Ping raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh, what is the situation? Have they engaged in combat? I rushed over to find you as soon as I received the news, but the specifics remain unclear, Yunfei replied, shaking his head in frustration. Let and amp, oppos, go and see for ourselves. In a dense forest, 8 ninjas from the Huga clan stood erect before 2 members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha members were on high alert, their gazes fixed intently on the Huga clan members. What are Konoha's people doing here? What do you intend? Are you spies sent by the Hokage? One of the Uchiha members questioned sharply. Do not act rashly. Reinforcements from our clan are on their way. Just then, Ping and Yunfei, accompanied by several elite shinobi, arrived promptly. They descended as if sent by the heavens, landing firmly beside the Uchiha members. Upon seeing Ping and the others, the Uchiha members felt an instant surge of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Clan leader, you have finally arrived. They are ninjas from the Konoha Huga clan, and it appears they are here on reconnaissance. Ping raised a hand, signaling everyone to maintain their composure. He then directed his gaze toward the Huga ninjas, his expression sharpening with surprise. This is indeed an unexpected visit. I did not anticipate the Huga clan leader would come in person. Huga Hizashi stepped forward, bowing slightly, and spoke with dignified composure. I sincerely apologize for our uninvited arrival. I hope we have not disturbed you. Yunfei took a step forward and inquired. Not at all, but may I ask what brings you here? Hizashi remained calm and responded. As your clan member just mentioned, our mission is to gather intelligence regarding the movements and circumstances of your Uchiha clan. At this declaration, several Uchiha members glared furiously, quickly drawing their weapons and adopting a combat stance, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing this, Yunfei swiftly raised a hand to halt them and, maintaining his composure, said, there is no need for alarm. In truth, We are already well aware of the situation here, just as we are informed about the internal affairs of Konoha. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. Yunfei's words were artfully crafted, indicating that every action of Konoha could not escape the observant eyes of the Uchiha, while simultaneously showcasing their formidable confidence. Whether in terms of intelligence-gathering capabilities or their own strength, they harbored no fear of Konoha. After all, this outpost had only recently been established, and the protective barriers were not yet fully developed, rendering them unable to conceal from Hisashi's keen Byakugan. Moreover, Konoha was not lacking in individuals with reconnaissance abilities comparable to that of the Huga clan. In such circumstances, rather than attempting to conceal their awareness, it was far better to openly acknowledge their exposure. Yet, even so, the Uchiha clan remained undaunted. Hisashi nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Indeed, even before Danzo's demise, Konoha had already grasped your general situation. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence, heavy and stifling. Ping quietly regarded Hisashi, his gaze calm as a still lake yet inscrutable, patiently awaiting Hisashi's next words. Hisashi gently closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in a momentous internal deliberation. Ultimately, he broke the silence, stating, "The Huga clan wishes to join you. However, as the clan leader, I must consider the safety of my people. Therefore, I must first understand your future plans and intentions." Yunfei exchanged quick glances with several elite Uchiha shinobi. Subsequently, they all turned their attention to Ping, who offered a slight nod of encouragement. Yunfei then cleared his throat and declared, "Our objective is to establish our own ninja village. If conditions allow, we will also unite with like-minded daimyos to create a new nation together. We will pour our utmost efforts into forging a new era, a new realm that belongs to us." Hisashi's expression grew grave as he pressed further. What kind of new era will this be? What will this new nation entail? Chapter 37. My ninja creed. Upon hearing the question, Hirano languidly opened his eyes, the three-leaf clover pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating within them. It shall be a new era where comrades are not sacrificed, nor loved ones bartered for fleeting peace. A new nation where heroes garner the honor and respect they deserve, and where children and the elderly are no longer brutally slain by their own kin. I am acutely aware that achieving such a goal is fraught with difficulty. Yet the relentless pursuit of peace and equity resides within the hearts of all. It is precisely such a new era that we seek. Huga Hayashi's gaze shifted incessantly as he pondered this for a considerable time, ultimately sighing. Such words have echoed from the lips of every Hokage throughout history. Yet who has genuinely realized them? Let us not forget, we are shinobi. Shinobi are destined to bear the burden of hatred and injustice. So how can there be true peace and fairness? And so, Hirano's eyes were as resolute as bedrock, his words calm, yet striking Hayashi's heart like a thunderclap. When did you relinquish the pursuit? Hayashi lowered his head, his expression momentarily vacant, as if lost in profound contemplation and reminiscence. I shall never condone the merciless slaughter of comrades, nor the offering of their heads to appease enemies in exchange for peace. Nor shall I ever condone the decades-long oppression of a clan, followed by the brutal annihilation of its elders and children, as a so-called act of protection. Hirano's voice grew increasingly impassioned as he continued. It is precisely because peace and equity are so elusive that I shall dedicate myself entirely to discovering the means to attain them. I shall never forsake this goal. This is my ninja creed. The audience was deeply moved by Hirano's resounding declaration. Their faces etched with astonishment as they turned to him with a mixture of admiration and awe. At that moment, bathed in sunlight, Hirano and Appo's figure appeared immensely tall and majestic, like a deity radiating sacred light and inspiring reverence. Hayashi gazed at Uchiha Hirano in silence for a long while. Then the corners of his mouth tilted upward in a relieved smile. In that case, we shall join you in this pursuit, to see how far you can go and to what extent you can realize this ideal. After a pause, Hayashi seemed to recall something and continued, I have another question. According to ancient lore, the complete body Susanoo can only be activated by those possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, to my knowledge, you do not possess the eternal Mangekyo. What is the reason for this? After a moment and Appo's reflection, Hirano slowly replied, legends are not infallible. I surmise that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. By obtaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths, my Mangekyo Sharingan can possess abilities comparable to the eternal Mangekyo, and the fusion of the powers of the Senju and Uchiha is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. In truth, Hirano had not intended to divulge this secret. However, upon further consideration, it was hardly confidential. After all, he had employed the power of wood release on numerous occasions, and his remarkable self-healing abilities on the battlefield had already revealed to everyone that he possessed the power of Hashirama Senju, not to mention those cunning old foxes. Detailed records of Uchiha Hirano and Appo's various intelligence and data had likely been meticulously compiled long ago. What they did not know was how Uchiha Hirano had obtained Hashirama and Appo's abilities and how he had flawlessly integrated them with his own powers. Hayashi stood in place, nodding slightly. his demeanor exuding the composure of a clan leader. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, 7 Hyuga clan ninjas stepped forward and bowed to Uchiha Hiruzen. These 7 are the elite of our Hyuga clan. This is the maximum number I could discreetly bring. From this day forward, they shall be under your command. Henceforth, they will fully assist you in your endeavors. The 7 approached Uchiha Hiruzen and knelt on one knee in unison, their voices united as they said, "We humbly ask for your guidance and assistance." Their faces were filled with sincerity, and at that moment, they had inextricably linked their fates to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen nodded slightly, signaling them to rise, and said, "Accompany Vice Clan head Yunfei. Heed his arrangements." Then, Hiruzen slowly turned his gaze to Hayashi, his expression instantly becoming solemn as he said, "We Uchiha accept you and solemnly pledge to treat you with fairness and impartiality." However, at this point, Hiruzen and Appo's tone suddenly turned severe, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. "If anyone dares to betray us, we shall show no mercy." Hayashi nodded in response, his expression resolute. Naturally, should a traitor emerge, the Hyuga clan will not spare him, even without the clan head and Appo's intervention. At that moment, a Hyuga clansman who appeared to be in his 50s spoke sincerely, "Clan head, rest assured. This is the decision we adults in the clan have made after repeated deliberations. There will be no treacherous individuals among us." Yunfei glanced warily around and said, "Perhaps we should discuss this back at the stronghold. This is no trivial matter. We cannot risk being overheard." Hayashi shook his head as a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, stirring the hair and clothing of those present. "Vice Clan head, be at ease. No one can eavesdrop under the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I cannot linger here long. I must take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Hayashi and Appo's figure vanished from the spot. Hiruzen was well aware of how powerful an asset these 7 Hyuga ninjas were to the struggling clan. He also understood the deeper reason for Hayashi and Appo's risky visit. After all, joining when the Uchiha needed help the most was very different from joining after they had become powerful. Joining now would undoubtedly earn the Uchiha clan and Appo's utmost recognition and affirmation, and they would inevitably become the greatest contributors in the future. Of course, there were also significant risks involved. If the Uchiha were to fail, the Hyuga clan and Appo's fate would likely be dire. Yunfei and the Jonin led the 7 Hyuga clan members toward the base, preparing to settle them in properly. Hiruzen turned and walked toward his home. As soon as he returned home, Kogure came running excitedly with a mirror in her hand, her face beaming with joy. "Brother, look at my eyes. There is a little tadpole in them." Hiruzen was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. He quickly picked up Kogure, held her steady, and carefully examined her bright, clear eyes. Sure enough, both of Kogure's Sharingan had evolved into 2 Tomo. Kogure wrapped her soft arms around her brother's neck, nuzzled him affectionately, and giggled, "Brother, am I getting stronger? They say I am a rare genius." Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction and laughed, "Haha, my sister is a genius. But you must not become complacent." Chapter 38. The friendship of Hinata's son Foot. His voice was gentle, yet deep within, he was profoundly shaken. It is noteworthy that individuals capable of awakening the Sharingan and evolving it to the 2 Tomo stage at such a young age are exceedingly rare in the annals of their clan's history. Little Gua's talent may indeed herald the emergence of a formidable force within the clan's future. After their meal, Ping made his way alone towards the family office. This office was supposed to be the place where the patriarch of his clan routinely managed various affairs, yet he had transferred all these cumbersome responsibilities to Yunfei, entrusting him with the organization of matters and the allocation of personnel and resources. As Ping approached the office door, preparing to push it open, he collided directly with Yunfei, who was exiting while carrying a large box. Upon seeing Ping, Yunfei exclaimed, "It's you, Ping. Finally decided to come and handle some real business, have you?" Ping shook his head in resignation. "I've never been adept at managing these affairs. Yunfei, I appreciate your diligence. Once everything is settled, I will surely advocate for a bonus for you from the clan." As he spoke, Ping sidled past Yunfei and plopped down at the desk. Yunfei, noticing this, hesitated to leave. He cautiously peeked outside the door, as if afraid of being seen, and upon confirming that no one was around, he mysteriously shut the door and returned. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ping asked, "What on earth are you doing? You look like a thief." Yunfei, grinning broadly, strode over to the desk and emphatically placed the box down with a thud. Ping's curiosity intensified. It had been a long time since Yunfei had shown such mirth after the events in Konoha. Ping couldn't resist teasing. "Could it be that some kind-hearted elder introduced you to a new wife? You seem rather pleased. Get out of here with that nonsense. My child is already quite grown." Yunfei chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively. He then tapped on the large box, saying, "Hee. We no longer need to worry about funding for the time being. The Hyuga clan has not only sent 7 formidable ninjas, but also a staggering 60 million ryo." Ping, caught mid-sip of tea, spat it out in shock, splattering Yunfei in the process. "What are you doing, Ping?" Yunfei exclaimed, astonished at his drenched state. Ping, disregarding Yunfei's plight, swiftly stood up and unlocked the box. "Oh, it truly is 60 million ryo?" Hinata-san Foot is indeed a good friend. Haraha. As Ping gazed at the neatly arranged banknotes within the box, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yunfei quickly joined him, both of their hands eagerly brushing over the bills, exhilarated. Right? Hee hee. We've struck it rich this time. Ping nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He turned to Yunfei and inquired, Yunfei, did I perhaps speak too loudly to Brother Sun Foot earlier? Yunfei, with a serious expression, replied, It's not that I'm criticizing you, Ping. Although you are the clan leader and possess great strength, one must always maintain respect for elders, especially for someone as esteemed as Hinata-san Foot. Ping raised an eyebrow and scoffed, Oh, and you have the gall to speak? Back in the forest. You certainly did not treat Brother Sun Foot with any courtesy, did you? You were the one who sought to intimidate him right from the start. Yunfei paused, seemingly trying to recall, before admitting, Oh, is that so? That was indeed my fault. Next time, I must invite Brother Sun Foot to dinner and properly apologize. Ping closed the box and returned to his seat, resting his chin in thought. Yunfei, I remember that the Huga clan is exceedingly wealthy. Why not borrow a few million ryo next time? Oh no, I mean, let us ask Brother Sun Foot for a little more. I think that could be feasible. However, they had no intention of pocketing even a single bill. They were merely genuinely pleased that this sum could alleviate many pressing issues for their clan. After some deliberation, Ping advised Yunfei to judiciously utilize this money to improve the clan's circumstances and procure essential facilities for its development. Oh, by the way, Yunfei suddenly recalled something. His smile fading as he rummaged through the documents on the desk. He produced a booklet and slowly unfolded it. Regarding the name of our village, after gathering opinions and holding extensive discussions, we have 3 remaining options: Uchiha Village, Valley Hidden Village, and Noon Sun Village. Standing beside Ping, Yunfei pointed at the content of the booklet and began to explain. The first name directly honors our clan, simple and straightforward, highlighting our status and heritage. The second name is derived from the geographical characteristics of the valley surrounding our base, giving a sense of the village's environment at first glance. As for the third, it is rather abstract. Many feel it carries a lovely connotation, but I find it somewhat impractical. Ping scrutinized the feedback recorded under the third village name, his expression earnest as he remarked, I think it's quite splendid. Noon Sun, like the sun at its zenith, shines fairly upon every corner of the village. Yunfei, you are such a traditionalist, you truly lack a sense of romance. As he spoke, Ping perused the relevant records once more, growing increasingly fond of the name. Look, the enthusiasm for the third name has been the most fervent. You must keep pace with the times. Do you really want to name it Uchiha Village? Would anyone still dare to join us then? Yunfei stroked his chin, appearing lost in self-reflection, murmuring to himself, Am I truly getting old? Am I out of touch with the younger generation's thoughts? Ping nodded earnestly, patting Yunfei on the back. Your self-reflection indicates that there is still hope for you. Yunfei shrugged Ping's hand off, retorting, Oh, come on. The naming of the village isn't solely up to me. We'll hold a collective meeting, discuss it together, and then conduct a vote to decide. With that, Yunfei hoisted the box and strode towards the door, ready to tackle the relevant matters. Ping, seeing this, ceased to dwell on the naming issue, straightened in his seat, and began to review the documents at hand. As a clan leader should familiarize himself with various clan affairs. After half an hour of reading, Ping found himself increasingly overwhelmed, exhaling a heavy sigh. Indeed, our clan faces a multitude of challenges. Chapter 39. The establishment of Wuang Village. A great war approaches a few days later. The atmosphere in the Uchiha Assembly Hall was exceptionally fervent. After a vigorous debate and a fierce campaign for votes, Wuang Village emerged victorious among numerous proposals, securing the name with an overwhelming majority. Uchiha Ping raised his hand, palm facing down, making a gesture to silence the jubilant crowd. His voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. From this moment forth, Wuang Shinobi Village is officially established. In an instant, the hall erupted with deafening cheers and thunderous applause, creating a wave of exuberance that engulfed the entire assembly space, with every face radiating excitement and joy. Once the crowd settled again, Yunfei, with a serious expression, proclaimed loudly, We, Wuang Village, shall never bow to any force, not even the 5 great nations. Thus, we must have our own leader, whom we shall call the Yong'ing, and our first Yong'ing will be Uchiha Ping. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in a chorus of Uchiha Ping's name, their voices rising and falling in a fervent chant. Many in the throng were moved to tears, their gazes fixed fervently upon Uchiha Ping. Following this, several leaders stepped forward to announce a series of important regulations, and subsequently, key appointments were declared one by one. The appointees were solemn expressions, pledging to dedicate themselves to the service of the village. The assembly concluded amid an atmosphere of exuberance, with everyone brimming with excitement as they rushed to share the good news throughout their residences. Wuang Village was engulfed in a fervor. Uchiha Ping, Yunfei, and others stood atop the highest point of the base, surveying the entire village. At that moment, the clan members gathered outdoors, raising their heads and vigorously waving at Ping and others above, shouting loudly. The calls echoed like a surging tide, one wave after another, resonating across the land. Observing the lively scene, Yunfei wore a satisfied smile and remarked, "Given our limited resources, we cannot hold a grand inauguration ceremony for our first Yongying. However, the main entrance of the village must be completed before nightfall. It is the face of our village." A gentle breeze caressed the assembly, stirring the garments and hair of the crowd. Uchiha Ping's gaze swept over the jubilant crowd below as he softly remarked, "Isn't this the finest ceremony and recognition?" Their enthusiasm is far more precious than any extravagant celebration. In stark contrast, within the newly constructed Hokage building of Konoha village, the atmosphere was entirely different. T-Rin Komatsu was drenched in perspiration, urgently stating, "Yunin has amassed a large number of ninja forces at the border. War seems imminent. Our numerous requests sent to Suna have vanished into silence, receiving not a single response. It is utterly infuriating. Is this what we call an alliance?" At such a critical juncture, they remained completely unresponsive and unreliable. Mizukage-in was pacing anxiously in the conference hall, stating, "Recently, we have frequently detected the presence of enemy spies near Konoha. According to the intelligence we received, Iwagakure and Kirigakure are also stirring at the border, seemingly preparing to make a move. Our situation grows increasingly perilous. Hokage-sama, urgent reports to deliver." At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared like a specter in the conference hall, kneeling on one knee, breaking the tense atmosphere of the meeting. The attendees were already accustomed to such occurrences, as urgent reports had been frequent in recent times. Tsunade forced herself to remain composed, giving a slight nod, and said, "Proceed." "Yes," the Umbu ninja respectfully replied, then continued methodically, "There are 2 recent reports. The first is from the Uchiha outpost, indicating they have established a shinobi village named Wuang village. The second is a plea for help from Kusagakure. They report that Iwagakure's forces are pressing at their borders, and the situation is dire, requiring immediate support." What? Iwagakure truly intends to strike at our land of fire. We must remember that the land of fire is merely separated from them by the small land of grass. Should the land of grass fall, we would be directly exposed to Iwagakure and Appo's assault. Mizukage-in gritted his teeth in frustration, striking the table with a heavy fist, seething, "Damn it. It and Appo's all the Uchiha and Appo's fault. They dare to establish a shinobi village. This chaotic situation is of their making. The wicked Uchiha will forever be inscribed in the annals of the land of fire, condemned by countless future generations. How many ninjas do they have? They dare to establish a shinobi village. Why not take this opportunity to eradicate them? That would also serve to intimidate the other great nations. Perhaps it could slightly alleviate the current tense situation. We should never have allowed the Uchiha to leave that day. It is truly infuriating. Now, whatever the cost, we must strive to secure a few alliances. At the very least, we need to foster good relations with several great powers. As long as they do not simultaneously attack us, we can seek an opportunity to turn the tide. Is it truly that simple? The price for such alliances may well exceed the cost of outright war. The insatiable maw of greed cannot be easily satiated. The conference hall was filled with numerous Konoha elites and family heads, each voicing their opinions, embroiled in heated debate, their faces flushed with fervor. "Silence, everyone. Is this a marketplace?" Tsunade suddenly roared, her voice like thunder, reverberating through the meeting room. Instantly, the room fell silent. All present were awed into submission by Tsunade and Appo's formidable presence, and they closed their mouths. Tsunade slowly rose, her eyes gleaming with authority as she scanned the crowd, declaring, "What manner of behavior is this? What are you afraid of? The more you cower, the bolder the enemy becomes. Is this not a lesson even a child understands that I need to teach you?" Tsunade and Appo's gaze turned sharply to Mizukage-in, glaring at him as she thundered, "You blame me for allowing the Uchiha to leave? What strength do we possess to detain them? Would you have taken action? Or should I have? Speak up." T-Rin Komatsu quickly interjected to mediate. "All right, Tsunade, let us refrain from this discussion and focus on addressing the current crisis. And you 2 old fools are so cowardly. Perhaps it and Appo's best you retire and enjoy your twilight years. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Has Yunin attacked yet? Has a blade been placed against your neck? You panic at the slightest issue. How can you assist me in protecting Konoha?" Tsunade interrupted T-Rin Komatsu, mercilessly chastising him. At that moment, a dignitary nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "With the Hokage exhibiting such vigor, we can rest easier. However, there is no need for the Hokage to be overly angered at the advisors. They too are concerned for Konoha and the land of fire, albeit a bit too hastily." Chapter 40. Undercurrents. Another feudal lord fanned himself delicately and inquired, "So what does Lord Hokage suggest? If resources or finances are required, we shall fully support Konoha. After all, Konoha is the bastion of the land of fire. Only when Konoha is secure can we find our own peace." Excellent," Tsunade asserted, nodding resolutely. She strode to the wall adorned with a massive map, grasping a slender wooden stick. The assembly rose and gathered around her, awaiting her directive. With a grave expression, Tsunade pointed the stick towards the land of grass and the direction of the Cloud Village, stating, "We currently face two primary threats, the IWA shinobi forces at the border of the land of grass, and the army of the Cloud gathering at our borders. Furthermore, while the water and wind countries are temporarily observing, they could strike at any moment, posing a hidden peril we cannot ignore." Mito Kamizuki furrowed his brow and said, "Surely the sand village of the wind country would not move against us. They have a treaty with us and would not easily breach such an agreement. In times of war, when there are incentives at play, any treaty can become mere scrap paper. In the face of overwhelming temptation, alliances are rendered utterly powerless." Tsunade turned sharply, her tone resolute. "We cannot afford to continue harboring animosity towards the Uchiha. We must cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Only then can we focus our defenses solely on the Cloud, significantly alleviating our pressures." Konoha SCH Nin, Haruno Sakura, gasped in disbelief. "How is that possible? The Uchiha have taken the lives of two of our Hokage. Not declaring war against them is already our greatest concession. How can we even consider befriending them? It is simply unimaginable. Do not feign ignorance. You know better than anyone why the third and Danzo fell." Tsunade shouted, grabbing Sakura with a firm hand, her voice laced with intensity, splattering her with fervor. Startled, Sakura's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. A feudal lord, noticing this, waved his hands and said, "Hokage, please continue." With a huff, Tsunade suppressed her rising ire and continued, "In truth, we need not negotiate with the Uchiha. They will naturally take action against IWA's forces." "Oh, how so?" a feudal lord queried, his expression one of confusion. Tsunade pointed to the area northwest of the Land of Fire, bordering the Land of Grass, and elaborated, "The Uchiha clan's Wuang village is located here, in close proximity to the Grass Village. The encroachment of IWA's army upon the Grass Village poses a substantial threat and opportunity for Wuang." A clan leader remained skeptical and queried, "The Uchiha could simply choose to watch from the sidelines. Why would they assist us against IWA? What benefit do they gain?" At this moment, Nara Shikaku stepped forward, calmly elucidating, "There are two reasons. First, the Land of Grass will undoubtedly seek aid from Wuang, and the Uchiha, having just established the village, are in dire need of funds for development. They cannot afford to ignore such a bounty. Second, as a newly formed village, Wuang requires to establish its reputation and attract more shinobi, as well as the investment of feudal lords. Defeating a large nation like IWA would serve as the best form of publicity, enabling them to solidify their standing in the shinobi world." The feudal lords exchanged glances with Shikaku, expressing their admiration. Yar yar. Konoha not only has a reliable new Hokage, but also such brilliant minds among them. "We can rest easy now." A smile graced Tsunade's face as she remarked, "Indeed, Shikaku possesses commendable strength and intellect akin to a divine gift." Shikaku bowed slightly, humbly responding, "Your Excellencies and Lord Hokage are too kind. I merely do what I can to assist Konoha." Tsunade forcefully jabbed the stick at the position of the Cloud, her voice ringing with authority. "Now, let us observe what the Cloud intends. Have Jiraiya and Shikaku lead a large contingent there. Should they dare set foot in the Land of Fire, we will engage them directly. No need for further reports." With that, Tsunade began to meticulously arrange various matters, and the clan leaders and elite shinobi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they departed, with Tsunade emphasizing that all activities in Konoha would proceed as usual, even more vigorously than before, showcasing a FAAD for the ever-watchful spies. "Rest assured, should the situation escalate to war, I will set aside Konoha's affairs and rush to the front lines. With my presence, let us see how many shinobi from the Cloud dare to challenge us." Tsunade spoke with conviction, reassuring everyone. The assembly nodded, comforted by her words. For the renown of the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world was not to be trifled with. Her influence on the battlefield surpassed even that of formidable Kage. Before Tsunade returned to the village, she had overcome her hemophobia due to certain circumstances. On a high mountain in Konoha, a man donned in a tiger-striped mask stood silently, the fierce mountain winds causing his black cloak to billow dramatically, accompanied by a rustling sound. He gazed intently at the distant Konoha village when suddenly, a large aloe plant erupted from the ground. The great aloe split open, revealing a peculiar figure clad in black and white. "Ah, how lively the shinobi world is at present. Your last operation with Itachi was impressive, yielding significant results, which has greatly facilitated the Akatsuki's endeavors." No, the masked man spoke coolly. "My last operation against the Uchiha clan was a failure." However, he shifted his tone with a sardonic smile. "Humph. It appears that the outcome of the failure has proved even more advantageous. It seems that eliminating the Uchiha will indeed benefit Konoha Zetsu. It appears I must commence some actions ahead of schedule." Zetsu queried, "What do you intend to do?" "This upheaval is all due to the new clan leader of the Uchiha. Did you not suffer a loss at his hands previously?" "Ah, Bito." The masked man scoffed. "Loss? No, I emerged as the sole victor in this upheaval. I have amassed enough Sharingan. Let them battle amongst themselves. I have other matters to attend to, particularly in the land of water, Yar. How unfortunate for the water country to be in your sights once more, by the way. You've controlled the Mizukage for so many years. What do you plan to do now? The masked man slightly lifted his head, his Sharingan glimmering ominously beneath the mask, as if contemplating something sinister. The air around him thick with a palpable aura of menace. Of course, I intend to color the mist of the land of water to a more exquisite hue. Let the entire land of water be shrouded in a blood fog. Chapter 41. The Hinata defection is uncovered. The figure of the enigmatic masked man gradually faded away, leaving behind a statement laced with scorn that echoed in the air. A group of old foxes, akin to frogs in a well, foolishly hoping to live in peace. There is no hope left in this world. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had quietly slipped by. During this period, hundreds of members of the Hinata clan arrived at Noon Sun Village, accompanied by several ninjas from other clans. Uchiha Yunfei and others dared not show any signs of negligence, initiating a series of meticulous assessments and examinations of these newcomers. Only after rigorous scrutiny and confirming their integrity did they formally accept them. On this particular day, the atmosphere in the conference room of Noon Sun Village was grave and solemn. The room was brightly lit, with everyone seated in an orderly manner. Uchiha Hei occupying the foremost position. Uchiha Yunfei broke the silence, directing his gaze towards Hinata Hisashi, and spoke in a calm tone. Then, Hisashi-kun, please elaborate on the current situation of the Hinata clan for everyone. Hinata Hisashi nodded slightly, a look of resignation crossing his face as he began. Our defection from Konoha has ultimately been discovered by the village. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade-sama, personally approached me. At this revelation, the Uchiha members were momentarily taken aback. Kai-Jie, in particular, could not suppress his astonishment and exclaimed, "What happened? Since Konoha is already aware of this, how could you all escape unharmed?" Upon hearing this, Hei's expression shifted to one of understanding as he slowly replied, "No wonder only a few hundred from the Hinata clan have arrived. It appears you have made certain arrangements with Konoha. However, this is within reason, for Konoha could not possibly allow such a formidable ninja clan to defect. The Hinata clan's concessions are entirely understandable." No. Hisashi's demeanor turned grave, his gaze earnest as he declared, "The Hinata clan does not fear Konoha's strength. When we decided to leave Konoha, we had already steeled ourselves for the consequences." He paused for a moment, letting out a gentle sigh before continuing. "If Tsunade-sama were to adopt a hardline stance akin to those four old geezers, we of the Hinata clan would undoubtedly choose to fight to the bitter end. We would break out of Konoha at all costs. However, at this juncture, an elder from the Hinata clan rose slowly, taking over the conversation. Tsunade-sama is utterly different from the previous third Hokage, Danzo, and those advisors. She even bowed to our entire clan in apology and earnestly beseeched us." And Uchiha Nin could no longer contain his anger upon hearing this, growling, "Konoha. Ryu, there is no need for such anger." Hei swiftly extended his hand to restrain the Nin, then spoke in a composed tone. "We of Noon Sun Village fully understand the choices and decisions made by the Hinata clan. Had Konoha treated our Uchiha clan with such respect from the beginning, we would not have reached this dire state." Hisashi, please continue. "Yes, Lord Waikage." Hisashi stood, offering a respectful bow to Hei, then spoke with sincerity. "After much deliberation, our decision is to leave half of our clan members in Konoha. The other half will join Noon Sun Village. Tsunade-sama is in complete agreement with this decision and has expressed her gratitude." After a brief pause, he added, "Tsunade-sama specifically instructed me to convey a message to clan leader Hei and the Uchiha clan." Hei exchanged glances with Yunfei, maintaining a calm expression as he said, "Hisashi, please speak freely. There is no need for hesitation." Hisashi nodded and said, "The Hokage expressed that she had long wished to meet with the Uchiha clan. But Konoha has been overwhelmed with affairs, and she has been quite busy. She offers her apologies regarding the Uchiha clan and hopes that we can seek a path of peaceful coexistence for the sake of our children and families in the future." Such pleasant words. Had it not been for our clan leader's sudden rise and increase in strength, she would likely have had to apologize at our graves instead. This belated apology is worth little. This is merely a result of our sufficient strength. Without it, our clan would have long since descended into oblivion. Navi, without our clan leader, we would never have received a fair hearing for our deaths. All truths would have been buried by those four old geezers of Konoha. The fifth Hokage may not even be privy to the truths behind it all. The Uchiha members began to murmur among themselves, each having experienced the vicissitudes of life. In the face of this cruel reality, their hearts were as clear as crystal. They understood well that if the Uchiha clan had been completely erased that night, few would have known the underlying truths, as those four old geezers of Konoha would ensure all secrets remained buried forever. All right, silence. We have gathered sufficient information regarding the Hinata clan. Yunfei, please share other important matters with everyone." Hei subtly gestured for Yunfei to proceed. Yunfei immediately stood, his expression serious as he stated, due to the consecutive significant upheavals in Konoha, other great nations have begun to stir. The nearest Iwagakure and Kusagakure have already clashed. Kusagakure is an ally of Konoha. However, interestingly, they have sent us multiple distress signals. Upon hearing this, Hisashi inquired, with Konoha besieged on all sides, they are likely preoccupied and unable to assist Kusagakure. As for Iwagakure, Yunfei Dano, what is the scale of their offensive? How many forces have they deployed? Yunfei swiftly reviewed the documents in hand and responded. Iwagakure has dispatched approximately over 20 small teams, successfully capturing several strategic locations in the Land of Grass. Their main forces are currently assembling and have issued multiple warnings to Kusagakure. However, they have yet to launch a large-scale assault. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to converse quietly amongst themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi remarked, "It seems Iwagakure is also testing Konoha's reaction. Therefore, we can hold our position. Refrain from interference, and wait for them to raise their bounty. It will not be too late to act then." And Uchiha Nin furrowed his brow and said, "Yet they have already offered a considerable bounty. If we continue to remain passive, might we miss this rare opportunity? After all, they could enlist the aid of other forces." Hisashi smiled confidently, turning his gaze towards Uchiha, saying, "A considerable bounty? No, it is still far from sufficient. If we wait, surely a daimyo will become restless." Chapter 42. The terrifying Kotoeme Tsukumi Ritsu spoke eloquently. As for missed opportunities, there is no need for concern. How many forces in the entire ninja world can rival Iwagakure? Other factions have grander ambitions and are far too preoccupied to meddle in the affairs of the small nation of Kusagakure. Ping nodded in approval, smiling as he said, "Brother Ritsu and Yunfei should jointly serve as advisors for Wuang village. With your combined wisdom and extensive experience, everyone will feel much more at ease." "Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. With the support of these two esteemed gentlemen, Wuang village is bound to flourish. Indeed, with the assistance of Lord Yangying, it's as if we have been granted wings." The crowd chimed in, unanimously expressing their approval, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew lively. After the meeting concluded, attendees gradually dispersed. Noticing Ping rising to leave, Yunfei hurriedly followed, his expression revealing hesitation and a desire to speak, yet holding back. Ping sensed someone behind him, halted, turned around, and inquired with a puzzled look, "Advisor Yunfei, what troubles you? Please, speak your mind without delay." Yunfei, known for his forthrightness, felt uneasy with such indirect communication. His expression turned grave as he focused intently on Ping, stating solemnly, "Ping, I sense something is amiss with your demeanor. Your attitude toward Konoha has grown excessively lenient and understanding. I mean, could it be that Kotoeme Tsukumi is still subtly influencing your will?" At the mere mention of Kotoeme Tsukumi, a flicker of deep apprehension crossed Yunfei's eyes. Ping, momentarily taken aback, instinctively shook his head, asserting, "How could that be? I am quite lucid. I have not sensed anything unusual about myself. Since my return, I have been diligently employing my ocular techniques to dispel the effects of Kotoeme Tsukumi." In truth, Ping harbored considerable trepidation regarding Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi, never daring to underestimate it, and consistently conducting thorough self-assessments. With the formidable power of his Sharingan, he tirelessly worked to weaken and eliminate the residual influence of that technique. Yunfei's expression remained grave, showing no sign of relaxing his vigilance due to Ping's reassurances. The potency of Kotoeme Tsukumi lies in its ability to ensnare individuals without their awareness of being controlled. It is the most advanced form of brainwashing ninjutsu, altering the deepest layers of human intent and subconscious. Hearing this, Ping felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out as he grit his teeth and replied, "I will continue to utilize my Sharingan's power to eradicate the influence of Kotoeme Tsukumi. For now, that is all I can do. Yunfei, please keep a close watch on me. If you notice anything amiss, you must alert me immediately." Ping was acutely aware of the terror of Kotoeme Tsukumi. If he were indeed to fall under its control without realizing it, the consequences would be dire. Yunfei nodded, patting Ping's shoulder in reassurance. "Ping, do not be overly anxious. Perhaps I am just overthinking. It might be that Kotoeme Tsukumi has, as you say, already been sufficiently weakened and dispelled. After all, if it had not been, we could not have vanquished Danzo. Indeed, regardless, we must remain vigilant. Thankfully, it was not Kotoeme Tsukumi unleashed at full strength. Shirsue, that fellow, truly." Ping did not finish his thought, but the complexity in his tone conveyed both a sense of helplessness regarding Shirsue's ambiguous situation and a deep-seated apprehension towards Kotoeme Tsukumi itself. Yunfei let out a soft sigh, forcing a smile as he jested. Who would have thought there could still be matters that could make you break into a cold sweat? A moment of silence enveloped them as Ping slowly approached the window in the corridor, gazing quietly at the now bustling and thriving Wuang village. He softly remarked, "I can now profoundly empathize with the feelings Uchiha Madara must have experienced when he departed from Konoha. Despite being the strongest clan, internal discord always seems to abound. a hint of melancholy and reflection shown in Ping and Appo's eyes as a member of the Uchiha clan. He felt deep sorrow over the internal strife and divergences within his family. Yunfei shook his head in resignation. The events of Madara's time are far too distant. We were not even born then. Who can speak definitively? However, the present situation is indeed heart-wrenching. If only we Uchiha could unite as one, we would not find ourselves in such predicaments. Even after leaving Konoha, we could still find stability. As they conversed, they arrived at the heart of Wuang village. With the village and Appo's development, many newcomers had joined, leading to a gradual housing shortage. Though workers toiled day and night to construct new homes, demand still outstripped supply. Observing the wooden buildings that had risen from the ground thanks to Ping and Appo's would release, Yunfei's eyes sparkled with envy as he exclaimed, "Ping, you are now a real estate tycoon. While the village is currently facing challenges with no rental income, once it flourishes, you'll enjoy a steady stream of revenue." Ping raised an eyebrow, his previously somber expression instantly brightening as he pointed a finger at Yunfei. "Oh, what a splendid idea. How did I not think of that? Does this mean I am destined for wealth?" Awakened by Yunfei's words, Ping envisioned a new path for development. Seeing Ping's newfound enthusiasm, Yunfei seized the moment, saying, "I came up with this idea. When I am old and retired, I want you to make me the chief of real estate." As they continued their banter, they approached the grand entrance of Wuang village. Looking up, they beheld an imposing gate towering nearly 20 meters high. The door was solid and exquisitely crafted, adorned with the exclusive emblem of Wuang village, a radiant sun, identical to the insignia on the forehead protectors of its ninjas. This sun symbolized hope and brightness, representing the future and the equitable will of Wuang village. Above the gate hung a massive plaque, bearing the powerful characters, Wuang. Each stroke seemed to encapsulate boundless strength, manifesting the spirit of the village. Yunfei gazed at the plaque, a look of contentment crossing his face. The construction of the surrounding walls and defensive structures is progressing steadily. Both the sensory barrier and reconnaissance barrier have been successfully established. With these defenses in place, the village and Appo's safety is further assured. Yunfei and Appo's tone brimmed with pride. He had invested considerable effort into the construction of Wuang village, and witnessing its gradual growth filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Yunfei, we must not be complacent. Our situation is currently more perilous than that of Konoha. Danger lurks everywhere. We have yet to receive any news about Itachi and Fugaku. Who is that enigmatic masked man? How many in Konoha wish to eradicate us?" Ping and Appo's expression grew serious as he continued. "What are the daimyo and Appo's views on us? What is the stance of other established ninja factions? Konoha may currently be in the lead, but who can say when they might unite to assault Wuang village? In this world, there are only perpetual interests. There are no eternal enemies." Chapter 43. War approaches before long. More than a month had slipped by. During this seemingly tranquil period, tensions escalated across various regions, with the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. In the conference hall of Awagakure, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, as numerous high-ranking officials from the land of Earth gathered together. Their faces bore expressions of anxiety or deep contemplation. For each individual was acutely aware that every decision made at this moment would significantly influence the future trajectory of their nation. A young daimyo of the land of Earth lounged lazily in his seat, carelessly inquiring, "Onoki, what is the current situation in Awagakure? It has been 3 or 4 months since we allocated funds to you, yet you have not even managed to breach the defenses of the small land of grass. This inefficiency is rather concerning." A consultant from Awagakure rose slowly, unfazed, and responded, "Patience is essential. War is no trifling matter and must be approached with the utmost caution. We bear the weighty responsibility entrusted to us by all the shinobi and the daimyo present, leaving no room for negligence. During this time, we have been diligently gathering intelligence and analyzing the situation. Once war is declared, we must act with absolute certainty. Otherwise, should we advance blindly and suffer defeat, the land of Earth would face devastating consequences, an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. The land of grass is merely a pawn on the chessboard. Capturing it is of little consequence. Our true objective is to test Konoha. The land of fire is our genuine adversary." The young daimyo was momentarily taken aback by this statement, opening his mouth in surprise, struggling to find an appropriate response. Clearly, the consultant and Appo's words had illuminated the complexity of the situation, far beyond his prior assumptions. At that moment, an elder daimyo, composed and deliberate, inquired, "So how have the probing efforts fared? Is it true that Konoha has been significantly weakened and cannot withstand us?" "Yes." The consultant promptly replied with respect. "Based on our probing and the intelligence received, it is certain that Konoha has indeed suffered greatly. They lack even the surplus strength to attend to the allied land of grass. According to our reliable information, it has been confirmed that Konoha has lost 2 Hokages in succession, a tremendous blow to their morale. Furthermore, the 2 most powerful clans in Konoha, the Uchiha and Huga, have indeed betrayed them. Thus, Konoha is no longer what it once was, significantly diminished. As the consultant spoke with increasing fervor, a glimmer of triumphant excitement emerged on his face, as though victory was within reach. Upon hearing the consultant's remarks, the conference hall erupted in astonishment, with participants displaying expressions of disbelief. Oh, the deaths of the two Hokages are indeed true. What astonishing news! Deprived of the support from those two formidable bloodline limits, Konoha would likely crumble under pressure. This is an unprecedented opportunity. The Land of Fire is due for repayment. The mood among the attendees began to rise, as centuries of animosity between the great nations had long sown the seeds of hatred in their hearts, now flourishing under the impetus of self-interest. Onoki cleared his throat, and although his voice was low, it instantly silenced the room. With a serious expression, he surveyed each individual present and began. Before we proceed to vote on whether to declare war, there are a few points I must clarify. First, while Konoha has lost two of its elder leaders, they still have a Hokage. Second, while the Uchiha and Huga have indeed departed from Konoha, at this juncture, Onoki's gaze sharpened intensely as he scanned the room. Continuing in a cold tone, they have not left the Land of Fire. Reports from the Land of Grass indicate that although Konoha shinobi have not come to their aid, several waves of Uchiha and Huga clan members have already appeared since this month. A consultant from a Wagakure nodded solemnly, adding, indeed, led by the Uchiha and Huga clans. A new shinobi village, Miyoko Village, has been established to the northwest of the Land of Fire, not far from the Land of Grass. However, there is no need for concern. They are merely offshoots from Konoha. If we do not fear the entirety of Konoha, how could we be daunted by just two ninja clans? The consultant wore a smug smile, perceiving Miyoko Village as nothing more than an ant, easily crushed underfoot. The leading daimyo slowly unfurled his paper fan, fanning it gently as he proclaimed, "Then, let us proceed to the vote. Those in favor of declaring war on the Land of Fire, raise your hands." Without hesitation, he raised his hand. The attendees paused briefly in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, before resolutely making their decisions. Their expressions varied, yet without exception, they marked their stance at that moment. The leading daimyo surveyed the room, observing the numerous hands raised high, and with a hoarse voice declared, "It appears there is no need for a count. Over half have agreed to declare war. Therefore, Onoki, the next steps are entrusted to you." Onoki retracted his gaze, and his eyes gradually steeled with determination as he solemnly nodded, stating, Since this is a collective decision, we shall proceed. The Wagakure will spare no effort." 3 days later, within Miyoko Village, Hira sat in the Waikage and Appo's office, intently reviewing the documents assessed by Wuang and Hinata. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility as Wuang and Hinata burst through the door, their expressions urgent and frantic. "Hira, Waikage-sama," they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with anxiety and unease. "Calm down, what is it? Speak slowly, you nearly startled me," Hira replied, patting his chest, then gesturing for them to sit and explain. Wuang-Fei's demeanor was grave, as he urgently stated, "It's a Wagakure. The Land of Earth seems to have decided to go to war. Their large forces of shinobi are mobilizing, heading towards the Land of Grass in droves." Wuang-Fei's words conveyed a sense of urgency, vividly painting a picture of the imminent tide of the Land of Earth's shinobi. Hinata's cerulean eyes gleamed with seriousness as he declared, "I had hoped to navigate this situation gradually to secure rewards. But it appears that the Land of Earth has finalized its intelligence gathering and made a decisive resolution." Hira was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a grave expression as he rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Chapter 44. The Aloe Vera and Appo's Absolute. After a moment of contemplation, Ping remarked, "I just heard yesterday that the conflict between Yunin and Konoha has escalated, and today, the Land of Earth is making its move? Truly, they are all cunning foxes of 1,000 years, each more astute than the last. They must believe there is a chance to exploit, hence their eagerness to initiate war." As the three conversed, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted them, accompanied by an anxious voice from outside. "Lord Yangying, Uchiha Tsuyu has urgent news to report." Ping interjected, "It must be Captain Tsuyu from the intelligence department. Please come in." The one-armed Tsuyu hurriedly entered the office, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having rushed there in haste. After catching his breath, he stated, "Lord Rizu and Lord Yunfei are also present, which is fortuitous. We have just received an alliance request from the Land of Grass, seeking to join forces with Wuang Village for battle. They will cover all supplies and preparations. And in addition, they promise a substantial reward." Upon hearing this, the others displayed contemplative expressions. They understood that this was a critical decision concerning the survival of Wuang Village and required careful deliberation. Ping turned to Rizu and Yunfei, his demeanor serious as he inquired, "What are your thoughts? How should Wuang Village respond?" Yunfei was the first to speak. "Although I am reluctant to shield Konoha from a Wagakure, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Once a Wagakure flattens the Land of Grass, they will surely turn their attention towards us. Whether we engage or not, a confrontation is inevitable. Rather than being passively struck, we should take the initiative, allowing us to retain some degree of control." Rizu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we have all known these issues from the outset, which is why we have been dispatching ninjas to assist the grass village with their missions during this time. However, I did not anticipate Iwagakure's aggression would escalate to this point. Given the circumstances, we cannot retreat. We must confront them head-on. After a thorough discussion, Ping rose and declared, then let us accept the request from the land of grass. We shall assist them in fending off Iwagakure. We cannot allow Iwagakure to succeed. We must protect our homeland and our allies. Yunfei interjected. We must involve more parties in this matter and send someone to liaise with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, urging them to contribute funds. It cannot be so simple to reap the rewards without effort. The Land of Fire must also bear its share of responsibility in this war. We cannot face Iwagakure's assault alone. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Rizu announced, very well, I shall gather everyone now. We must also draft a detailed contract regarding the rewards and alliance with the Land of Grass, atop a towering tree resembling an aloe vera plant. Ju cautiously extended a part of his body, moving as naturally as the tree itself. Ju intently observed the gathering of ninjas at the gate of Wuang village, where a group was assembling with urgency. Sunlight cascaded upon them, the metallic armor reflecting dazzling beams, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. On the left, Baiju's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, oh my. Why are there so many ninjas gathering at Wuang village? What could they possibly be planning? Are they preparing for battle? Haiku's voice, deep as a wind tunnel, followed. It seems something significant is about to unfold. How frustrating. Such a prime opportunity. And none of them are attending to their duties. Lord Madara has already entered that state again. Haiku's tone carried a hint of irritation and resignation, as if lamenting the world's disappointments. Baiju, curious, inquired, who do you mean? With an impatient scoff, Haiku retorted, who else could it be? That fool Obito has spent years consumed by revenge, flitting between Konoha and Kirigakure, and has been thoroughly defeated by the 4th Hokage and Uchiha Ping time and again. Now, at this critical juncture, instead of seizing the opportunity to collect tailed beasts, he is off causing trouble in Kirigakure. He entrusted Nagato to him. Yet look at how that turned out. Nagato is still frantically accepting missions to earn money, completely neglecting the task of collecting tailed beasts. The more Haiku spoke, the more agitated he became, his body trembling slightly, as his pent-up anger threatened to overflow. Baiju could not help but interject. That said, don't you admire them? You tirelessly gather intelligence for them every day, and weren't you just singing their praises not long ago? Silence. In this era, do they have any other choices? Haiku seemed to hit a nerve, retorting angrily, humph. Nagato has never taken Obito's moon eye plan to heart. His sole ambition is to amass wealth and power, striving to dominate the world through force. Nonetheless, Nagato isn't entirely without merit. Despite some misguidance, he remains aligned with Lord Madara's plans. And it is fortunate that he did not accompany Obito to Kirigakure. At the very least, he continues to pursue the goal of collecting tailed beasts. Haiku's tone softened slightly, a hint of relief crossing his face as he felt grateful for Nagato's steadfastness. This time, they were closer to success than ever before. Lord Madara had awakened the Rinnegan. He thought to himself, I must also strive to do my part. Baiju, with a perplexed expression, remarked, so are you praising them or criticizing them? I can't quite grasp your meaning. Ignoring him, Haiku continued to watch the ninja army in the distance, his gaze filled with vigilance and contemplation. Baiju could not help but ask again, so, what are we doing here? There are no tailed beasts present. Baiju blinked his large, doe-like eyes, a look of confusion on his face as he struggled to understand the purpose of their presence. Haiku shot him a sideways glance and replied irritably, of course. We are here to gather intelligence. What else would we be doing? Even if there were tailed beasts, I couldn't capture them. Let us go. I need to report this information back to him. Baiju, perplexed, asked, who are we reporting to? Afei or back to Akatsuki? As the aloe vera retreated, melding into the trunk, only Haiku's deep voice echoed in the air. Of course, we are returning to Akatsuki to inform Nagato. What purpose would it serve to go to Obito? He is only out there killing in Kirigakure. Ah, come now, don't say that. Afei is a good kid. In the Rain Village, atop a towering spire, Nagato stood silently amidst a complex apparatus, his back adorned with numerous black iron rods, resembling a silent statue. As Nagato observed the aloe vera entering the secret chamber alongside Konan, he slowly spoke. Ju, did you not accompany Madara to Kirigakure? Unfazed, Ju replied, Akatsuki requires my intelligence-gathering abilities more. There is nothing of great importance in Kirigakure that needs my attention. Lord Madara can handle it. Konan approached Nagato's side and softly added, that is true. After all, the Mizukage has been under Madara's control for many years. So, do we have any recent intelligence? Chapter 45. The schemes of Akatsuki. Fujetsu's emergence. Black Zetsu stood firmly opposite Nagato and Konan, his expression grave as he slowly began to speak. Currently, tensions among the three great nations of fire, earth, and lightning have escalated dramatically. War seems imminent. I have just returned from Muyang village, and judging by their demeanor, they have already dispatched troops. likely targeting the advancing rock-hidden village. Upon hearing this, Konan couldn't help but be startled, a flicker of concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively turned her head to the stern-faced Nagato beside her and softly inquired. The grass country, which rock is attacking, is near our rain country. If we leave it unchecked, could it endanger the peace of rain-hidden village? Should we take any action? Zetsu remained impassive, though a subtle glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He spoke leisurely, in my view. This is an opportune moment for our Akatsuki organization to covertly gather tailed beasts. With sufficient power in hand, no one would dare to provoke rain-hidden village. Nagato fell into silence, and after a moment, he hoarsely replied, no, now is not the time. The sand-hidden village, home to the One-Tail, has been under strict surveillance of Jinchuriki, and our organization is currently lacking in combat strength. We can use this opportunity to recruit new members and intensify our efforts in fundraising. As for the strife among the three great nations, we cannot reveal our identities yet. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Hanzo of the Salamander's reputation should suppress Rock-Hidden Village. They will not act against Rain Country lightly. Nagato slightly raised his head, his gaunt face illuminated by the menacing glow of his Rinnegan, instilling a sense of dread. He fixed his gaze on Konan and Zetsu, speaking with a grave tone. Konan, and you, Zetsu, go to the various locations of conflict and accept bounty missions. Also, expedite the recruitment of those targets. This turmoil presents a remarkable opportunity for our Akatsuki organization. We will make significant strides toward our goals. Zetsu replied, understood. However, Konan looked at the visibly worn and haggard Nagato with deep concern, her brows furrowing tightly. Nagato, you must have someone to protect you. Nagato decisively interrupted her. Do not worry, no one can find me, and even if they do, they are no match for me. Only when our Akatsuki organization is sufficiently powerful can you manage Rain Hidden Village alongside me, correct? Konan clenched her fists tightly, appearing hesitant to speak. Ultimately, she slowly lowered her head and softly replied, yes. Nagato. At that moment, Black Zetsu's eccentric voice suddenly broke in. How foolish you all are. Konan is worried that Nagato cannot take care of himself, not about enemy attacks. Silence. Let us go. Black Zetsu scolded sharply, then strode out first. Unconsciously, Black Zetsu cast a glance behind him, marveling inwardly. The Uzumaki clan truly lives up to being the descendants of Sage of Six Paths. Their vitality is astonishingly formidable. Given Nagato's injuries and condition, any other person would have long since perished. A fine drizzle enveloped the grass country, rendering it particularly bleak and desolate. The streets were sparsely populated, and Uchiha Fugaku, wrapped in a tattered cloak, hurried through narrow alleys. He had concealed himself in this grass country for quite some time, intending to avoid worldly disturbances and live a quiet, ordinary life. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing alarm soundlessly shattered the air. Fugaku's heart tightened. His keen senses detected the rapid approach of powerful and unfamiliar chakra signatures. What is happening? Why are there so many ninjas? Has war erupted in the grass country? Fugaku murmured to himself, an ominous premonition surging within him. Indeed, Rock Hidden Village launched a surprise attack on the grass country. A multitude of rock ninjas surged into the grass country like a relentless tide. Wherever they went, houses crumbled, raising clouds of dust. The populace cried out in terror, fleeing in panic. The small town at the border of the grass country was instantly engulfed in chaos and fear. Fugaku initially wished to remain uninvolved, quietly hiding behind a ruin to avoid the smoke of war. However, upon witnessing the rock ninjas mercilessly brandishing their blades at innocent villagers, the flame of justice ignited fiercely within him. Just as a rock ninja raised his blade high, poised to strike down a trembling woman, Fugaku's eyes glinted with resolve as he moved like a specter. He dashed towards the rock ninja with incredible speed, delivering a swift chop that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. In a seamless motion, he turned and swiftly took down 5 or 6 more approaching rock ninjas. Yet Fugaku's intervention attracted the attention of even stronger foes. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, descended personally, hovering in the air with a piercing gaze that instantly locked onto Fugaku. Inoki scoffed coldly, his voice laced with disdain. What a meddler. Who are you? When did the grass hidden village produce such a formidable expert? Fugaku pursed his lips, choosing not to respond. Seeing this, Inoki raised his hand to unleash the dust release, original world obliteration technique. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, carrying with it an aura of destruction, rushing towards Fugaku. In an instant, Fugaku found himself cornered, teetering on the brink of life and death. A rich purple chakra erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal form of Susanoo manifested, solidifying into a towering, majestic purple giant that stood defiantly amidst the ruins, facing Inoki across the battlefield. Susanoo swung its robust arms, valiantly resisting the onslaught of dust release. Each collision unleashed a fierce wave of energy, causing the very earth to tremble. Inoki, taken aback, exclaimed in shock, "That's the Meijiki Sharingan. Has the ninja from Muyang village arrived so swiftly? You must be Uchiha Fugaku." How could you withstand my dust release? What trickery have you employed with your Manjiki Sharingan? The fierce battle drew the attention of many. Ninjas from Muyang Village and Grass Hidden Village rushed to the battlefield. Soon, numerous individuals arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the imposing purple Susanoo, they stood in awe, their faces etched with disbelief. Is that Fugaku? One of the Uchiha murmured, his voice filled with astonishment. The other Uchiha were equally dumbfounded, unable to fathom that their long-missing former clan leader had appeared in the Grass-Hidden Village, showcasing such formidable power while engaging in a fierce battle against the renowned 3rd Tsuchikage. Chapter 46. The fierce battle against Inoki. Stay here. We will report to Lord Yangying and the others. 2 members of the Uchiha clan gritted their teeth and swiftly turned, soaring back. As a large contingent of Grass-Hidden and Noon Sun Village ninjas approached, the battlefield gradually widened, with both sides retreating to their respective camps. A nimble jonin from the land of grass leaped onto a rooftop, gazing at Inoki, who was locked in confrontation with Fugaku, and shouted, "Earth Shadow, stand down. We have a continuous stream of reinforcements arriving. Why must we let the rivers run red with blood?" Inoki paused for a moment, taken aback by the sheer number of ninjas surging towards him, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "I never imagined you would truly unite. However, you alone cannot thwart our Iwagakure. Earth Release, Earth Core Splitter." Wuang, leading several elite Iwagakure ninjas, seized the opportunity while Fugaku was distracted by Inoki to unleash a formidable Earth Release technique. In an instant, a gaping chasm appeared beneath Fugaku, engulfing him and his Susanoo, plunging them into an infinite abyss. Inoki waved his hand and bellowed, "Attack!" Immediately, the battlefield erupted with the thunderous sounds of battle, as ninjas from both sides clashed violently. The sparks from weapon collisions, the shockwaves from explosive tags, wreaked havoc across the war-torn landscape. Inoki floated above the chaos, his expression grave as he commanded, "The advantage is mine. We outnumber the enemy by several folds. Do not falter. Let us strike decisively and crush them, swiftly ending this battle to tend to the wounded." "Humph, the advantage is yours." Uchiha Ping arrived on a magnificent wooden dragon, its imposing presence sending a wave of Iwagakure ninjas flying. The dragon opened its jaws, lunging towards Inoki in midair. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Inoki clapped his hands together, and a blinding white light erupted from his palms, severing the wooden dragon in half. Ping swiftly landed on the ground, forming hand seals as he shouted, "Would release. Advent of the tree world." Countless massive vines shot skyward, thrashing as if alive, surging like a tsunami towards the multitude of Iwagakure ninjas. With the Sharingan and would release at his command, was this truly the Uchiha Ping of Yangying? At that moment, Inoki gazed up at the approaching vines, his heart filled with astonishment. Who exactly is this Uchiha Ping? How does he possess both the Sharingan and would release? And who was that mysterious figure with the Manjiki Sharingan before? Inoki and Appo's eyes widened, and the wrinkles on his face deepened in shock as he clenched his teeth, overwhelmed with unanswerable questions. "The Wagakure, heed my command. Stay clear of my attack range." Inoki roared hoarsely. Then, an immense amount of chakra began to gather around him as he coldly proclaimed, "Regardless of who you are, today I shall utterly annihilate your would release and all those who stand behind you, allowing you to witness the might of Iwagakure." Yunfei watched anxiously as the Iwagakure ninjas hurriedly withdrew, his heart racing. He lightly stepped forward, appearing beside Ping in an instant, urgently saying, "Ping, I have a terrible premonition. Iwagakure is certainly planning a large-scale operation." "Ah, I know." Ping nodded slightly, retracting his hands that had been manipulating the wood release. The power of his Manjiki Sharingan surged like a raging current in his eyes. In an instant, a silvery Susanoo erupted from the void, enveloping the two of them. The immense form of Susanoo rose, generating a powerful gust that sent sand and debris swirling around them. At that moment, an intensely blinding white light erupted from Inoki and Appo's direction. The radiance was so brilliant that it was almost unbearable to behold, as if illuminating the entire world. Then, a colossal pillar of light, resembling a celestial column, shot forth from Inoki's hand. This unstoppable beam obliterated the once menacing wooden vines, reducing them to countless fragments. The column continued its relentless advance towards Ping's Susanoo. Yunfei and Appo's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat cascading down his face as tension and fear gripped him. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "It's the Earth Shadow Inoki's Kekkei Tita. This guy has unleashed such a devastating technique." Ping's expression turned grave as he concentrated all his energy on controlling the Susanoo. The giant arm of Susanoo raised high, wielding a chakra sword. It swung down fiercely towards Inoki's full-force assault. A tremendous energy storm erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. Those caught in its path, countless ninjas, struggled to maintain their footing, being blown to the ground in disarray. Suddenly, Inoki and Appo's previously overwhelming pillar of light began to shrink and weaken. Both sides, stunned by the recent violent energy clash, hesitated, neither daring to act recklessly merely observing one another, seeking weaknesses in their opponent's stance. Yunfei exhaled softly, relief washing over his face as he remarked, "Thankfully, Ping, your Manjikyu Sharingan has weakened his Kekki Ta. Not me. My ocular power is not yet sufficient to diminish his Kekki Ta to such an extent." Ping and Appo's gaze shifted downward, fixated intently. Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. Following Ping and Appo's line of sight, he saw a purple Susanoo standing majestically atop a tower. Fugaku stood within the purple Susanoo, blood streaming from his eyes, shouting at Inoki, Earth Shadow, "Cease the war. My Manjikyu ability is entropy collapse. It can drive target matter and energy into chaos and decay. If you persist in this folly, the land of Earth shall pay a grievous price." Upon hearing this, Ping clenched his teeth in frustration. "Humph. Mind your own business." However, with the Iwagakure army pressing in and the situation dire, he refrained from voicing his grievances, choosing instead to suppress his thoughts for the time being. Beside him, Yunfei glared intently at Fugaku within the purple Susanoo, his eyes ablaze with rage, his body trembling violently with suppressed anger, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. After a moment of stalemate, the Iwagakure army began to slowly withdraw, and Inoki descended into the midst of his people. Wuang hurried forward, his face etched with urgency, asking, "Earth Shadow, our strength is not inferior to theirs. Why must we retreat? We can certainly defeat them." Chapter 47. The desperation of Fuya, Inoki, and Appo's expression was solemn as he slowly shook his head, stating, "If we continue fighting, even if we achieve victory, countless lives of the Rock Ninja will be sacrificed. The cost of this war is simply too great. It is not worth the price." He had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan would possess two such formidable wielders of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi was astonishingly powerful, undoubtedly the legendary complete form of Susanoo. Meanwhile, Huang marched alongside the main force, his heart unwilling to concede as he continued, "But we cannot simply leave. We have many injured comrades over there. We cannot abandon them. We must bring them back." Inoki shot him a peculiar glance, filled with helplessness, and sighed, lecturing, "Huang, you possess great talent and an abundance of chakra, yet do you know why none have proposed you as the Tsuchikage?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Huang scratched his head and replied, "I still fall short compared to the third Tsuchikage. I trust him more than myself." Inoki's frustration was palpable as he lamented, wishing to impart all his wisdom to Huang. He continued, "We only have two choices now, to fight or to retreat. This is not a mere practice of ninjutsu in the village. Do you think others will let us pass to retrieve our people? If we wish to go, we must fight." Gritting his teeth, Huang declared, "We cannot leave our comrades behind. You all go ahead. I will bring them back. I will find a way to rescue them. I am the Tsuchikage. Who dares to act without my command?" Inoki reprimanded him loudly. Seeing Huang momentarily quelled by his imposing presence, Inoki softened his tone and continued, "What are you rushing for? Can't you think for a moment? Once we return to our defenses, we only need to maintain pressure at the border. The land of grass will naturally return the captives to seek peace. Now charging in, the enemy has no way to retreat and will fight to the death, igniting a fierce battle. This is the land of grass. Do you understand? Roar. We have won. We truly won. The ninjas of the land of earth have retreated." A young ninja from the land of grass exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement and joy. "Wonderful. We held our ground. All thanks to Lord Yangying. Lord Yangying is truly powerful. He has defeated the Tsuchikage. Long live Lord Yangying. Long live Lord Yangying." It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but in an instant, it spread like wildfire, the collective voices creating a deafening roar of "Long live Lord Yangying," echoing in the air. Rizoka gazed at the slowly moving silver Susanoo approaching Fuya, his heart a tumult of emotions, and he sighed inwardly. He quickly composed himself, turning to the exuberant crowd celebrating their victory, and commanded loudly, "Quickly tend to the injured. We cannot delay for even a moment. Control the captives from Iwagakure. We must not allow any mistakes." Upon hearing the orders, several jonin from the village hidden in the grass snapped back to reality and swiftly began to act with determination. Itachi and Yunfei approached Fuya, looking down upon him from a height. Itachi's face remained calm, yet his gaze was chilling, as he spoke coolly, "Fuya, will you fight me?" At this moment, Fuya's eyes flowed with blood, and his purple Susanoo gradually dissipated. His body trembled slightly, unable to sustain itself, and he fell heavily to his knees. My Manjiki abilities have a tremendous side effect on myself. While I disintegrate my target, I am also slowly consuming my own lifespan. If you wish to kill me, then go ahead. I possess no strength to resist any longer." Yunfei's repressed anger and pain erupted in an instant, and he could no longer hold back. He roared like a frenzied beast, leaping down from the Susanoo and forcefully mounted Fuya, delivering blow after blow upon him. Around them, more and more Uchiha clan members gathered, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, anger, disappointment, and sorrow, all fixated on Fuya. Itachi dispelled the Susanoo, leaping gracefully to stand atop the tower. His expression was grave as he scanned the crowd, then commanded loudly, "This is a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. It must not be seen by outsiders. Immediately form a barrier." Yes, a dozen Uchiha members respectfully complied, rapidly dispersing and forming hand signs. In no time, a layer of chakra barrier enveloped the area, isolating everything within. Why? Why? Yunfei cried out, tears streaming down his face as he relentlessly struck Fuya. Uchiha Yunfei and Uchiha Fuya had been brothers for decades, sharing countless life and death experiences. Later, they jointly managed the Konoha police department, with Fuya as the captain and Yunfei as the vice captain, having fought side by side, akin to blood brothers. With his face smeared in blood, Fuya struggled to speak. On one side is the village, and on the other is the family. I truly do not know how to choose. I have tossed and turned countless nights, yet I have never found an answer. I only wish to end my life and conclude all of this. Yunfei, I caused the death of your family. I am truly sorry. I am sorry, everyone. Truly sorry. Just kill me, please. Kill me, brother. I beg you, quickly, kill me. As he spoke, Uchiha Fuya broke down in tears, his anguish overwhelming him, pleading for Yunfei to end his life, as if being consumed by endless suffering, having lost all courage to continue living. Coward, how can such a weakling be our clan leader? If you cannot bear this responsibility, why agree in the first place? This brings harm to both yourself and others. Faced with difficulties, you only think of ending it all. We truly misjudged you. If you wish to die, do so, but have you considered the families of our clan? This is sheer weakness at its pinnacle. Why did we ever choose such a person to be our leader? The surrounding Uchiha members cried out in anguish, their voices intertwining with anger, disappointment, and sorrow. Many others covered their faces, weeping bitterly, for Fuya had once been their deeply trusted leader, an unshakable belief in the hearts of all. Chapter 48. Mikoto saves her husband. In the collective memory of those present, it was not merely uncommon to witness Fugaku shed tears. Over the years, few had even glimpsed his smile. Yet, at this moment, Fugaku's visage, reminiscent of a helpless child, along with his heart-wrenching sobs, struck like a flurry of sharp daggers, irrevocably shattering the image he had cultivated in the minds of others. Yunfei slowly wiped away his tears, though his body trembled slightly, his voice heavy with disappointment. I was mistaken about you, Fugaku. Even if you were to oppose me in pursuit of misguided ideals, at least you would still appear as a sentient being. Standing atop the tower, his thoughts surged like turbulent waves, refusing to settle. He gently closed his eyes, whispering softly, if Konoha were to forsake the lives of your two sons, surely you would rise in defiance, would you not? Huh, Fugaku, you are indeed a scoundrel. Seeing Yunfei hesitate to act, Fugaku opened his tear-stained eyes and gazed at him. Ping, the Uchiha. Forget it. I am not in a position to plead for anything. Could you, perhaps, lend me a hand? In my existence, this sinner. Fugaku's voice was faint, yet it brimmed with an unquenchable longing for liberation. Noticing Ping's impassive expression, Fugaku's tumultuous emotions began to subside. The air around them seemed to solidify, and time appeared to come to a halt. Moments later, Fugaku extended his hand toward Yunfei's ninja tool pouch, murmuring, This request may be excessive. It might soil your hands. Brother, I beseech you one last time, lend me a kunai. The weariness and despair in his tone painted a portrait of a man utterly vanquished by fate. Grasping the kunai, he raised it high, unwaveringly poised to plunge it into his throat. That resolute motion seemed intended to entomb all his agony and guilt with that single strike. However, just as the kunai was about to meet its mark, a glimmer of cold light flashed, a shuriken enveloped in chakra striking the kunai with lightning precision. With a sharp clang, the kunai was severed in two, the metallic clash echoing painfully in the stillness. Fugaku, you mustn't. A voice pierced the air as Mikoto Uchiha, propelled by urgency, rushed forward like a tempest. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tracing arcs through the air, she leaped gracefully onto the tower's apex, enveloping Fugaku in a tight embrace. At this moment, Yunfei had risen, standing quietly to the side. The surrounding onlookers regarded the Uchiha couple with cold, unfeeling gazes, devoid of warmth. Fugaku appeared to have exhausted the last of his strength, his body limp within Mikoto's arms. She lifted her gaze to meet the icy stares around her, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her lips trembled as she pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. Fugaku has already begun his atonement, has he not? He just repelled formidable foes for our clan, did he not? As she spoke, Mikoto gently lowered Fugaku and knelt heavily, repeatedly bowing her head. With each impact of her forehead against the ground, a dull sound resonated, and soon her skin broke, blood streaming down her face, forming vivid crimson blossoms upon the earth. I implore you, I beseech you, grant Fugaku a chance, spare his life. Fugaku had long wished to atone with his life. It was I who restrained him, I who begged him not to die. We did not act with malice. We did not intend this. Ping, you have watched over me since childhood. I beg you, I implore you. Mikoto raised her bloodied visage. Her eyes filled with desperation as she looked to Ping, her gaze a heart-wrenching plea. Humph. My entire family once cried out to Itachi that night, yet who spared them? An elder Uchiha spoke, tears of blood welling in his eyes, his voice hoarse with rage. His words ignited a torrent of outrage. The surrounding clansmen erupted in accusations, long-suppressed pain and resentment flooding forth like a deluge. My 3 children, the youngest barely a year old. My mother, who lived a life of diligence, never once quarreling with anyone. What wrongs did she commit? The crowd and Appo's emotions swelled, their eyes glinting with unrestrained fury, as though only by tearing Fugaku asunder could their hearts find peace. Mikoto trembled, incessantly apologizing and bowing. Yet, witnessing the indifference of the crowd, a flicker of resolve ignited within her. No longer would Mikoto Uchiha bow in supplication, for she recognized the futility of her actions. Rising slowly, she shielded Fugaku with her own body, arms outstretched as if to construct an impenetrable barrier with her fragile form. I understand now, I comprehend. Her voice quivered, yet it bore a resolute determination. Kill me, spare my children and Fugaku. I shall descend into hell, accept my punishment, and hope that you will grant me this mercy. I shall forever be grateful in my next life. Seeing the crowd momentarily stunned, Mikoto began to weep, her delicate frame quaking, yet she steadfastly remained before Fugaku. It is I who have erred. I taught Itachi poorly. I failed to guide Fugaku. Turning to Ping, her eyes filled with entreaty, she implored, Clan leader, it is all my fault. Kill me, spare Fugaku. With that, Mikoto raised a shuriken, resolutely aiming it at her own throat. The shuriken glided through the tears cascading down her face, poised to sever her throat. And she closed her eyes, resigned. The shuriken grazed her skin, drawing forth beads of blood, yet it halted at the surface, refusing to pierce deeper. Yunfei and Appo's hand, like a vice, seized her arm, rendering her immobile. Mikoto opened her tear-filled eyes, staring blankly at Yunfei, then shifting her gaze to Ping. Her expression a blend of confusion and despair, akin to a child lost in darkness. Ping, hands clasped behind his back, approached the edge of the tower with measured steps. His voice calm, yet firm. Do you believe that your death will grant Fugaku life? Even if we do not slay him, he will choose to end his own existence. The shuriken clattered to the ground, its sound crisp and resonant. Ping's words rang true. Without her, Fugaku would have perished long ago. And should she die here, it was likely that Fugaku would follow her into the abyss upon awakening. Mikoto Uchiha sank to the ground, utterly defeated, staring blankly at the earth, her eyes devoid of spirit. She found herself at a loss, her mind a void, bereft of thought. Chapter 49. A girl marked by bites amidst the perplexed gazes of his clan. Hei, his countenance impassive, declared with unwavering resolve to slay Fugaku, who sought death. Would be too lenient. He shall be brought back to Wuang village and imprisoned, to witness the resilience of the Uchiha. Let him behold our unyielding spirit. He shall endure perpetual torment, a prisoner of his own conscience. Indeed, the Uchiha never yield. Let this defector bear witness to our will. Ah yes. Tears welled in the eyes of the assembly as they roared in unison, their voices ascending towards the heavens, threatening to shatter the very barriers that confined them. Presently, Yunfei, accompanied by several Uchiha clansmen, carefully placed the sealed Fugaku and Mikoto into a carriage. With all preparations finalized, they mounted their steeds, and the carriage commenced its journey towards Wuang village. Hei remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon the departing carriage until it vanished from sight. With a profound breath, he composed himself and smoothed his attire before making his way towards the Allied forces and Appo's provisional command center. The base, nestled in the heart of the town, was an antiquated edifice steeped in history. Though time had etched its passage upon the walls, the towering eaves and intricate carvings still exuded an aura of bygone grandeur. As Hei entered the main hall, a cacophony of voices assailed his ears. A multitude of Kusagaku and Wuang village jonin were gathered around a massive sandbox, their expressions intense as they gesticulated and debated, engrossed in matters of paramount strategic importance. Ah, Lord Yang Shadow, you have arrived. Someone in the crowd noticed Hei and Appo's arrival, and the discussion ceased as the assembled ninja turned to face him, offering a synchronized salute. The Kusagaku shinobi, in particular, regarded Hei with profound respect and awe. His display of overwhelming power during the recent conflict had resonated deeply within them, inspiring genuine admiration for the young Yang Shadow. As the Uchiha erected a barrier, and Hinata Hayashi issued orders to cordon off the area, none of the people present knew what Uchiha Hei and the others were doing inside. Hei acknowledged Hayashi with a subtle nod before gesturing for the discussions to resume. A Kusagaku leader stepped forward, his voice resonating. Lord Yang Shadow, our victory in this campaign is owed entirely to the Uchiha clan and Appo's magnificent display, which compelled the formidable Iwagakure to retreat. We have taken 102 IWA ninja as prisoners. How shall we deal with them? Hei and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized that the disposition of prisoners of war between nations was a delicate matter. Given his youth and limited experience with large-scale conflicts, He hesitated to voice an opinion prematurely. Subtly, he signaled Hayashi with a glance. Hayashi, understanding the unspoken request, paused momentarily before responding, "We are merely external allies. The matter of these prisoners should be left to the discretion of Kusagakure. However, in my estimation, they should likely be released and treated with respect." A murmur rippled through the hall as the assembled ninja exchanged puzzled glances. The Kusagakure leader bowed respectfully to both Hayashi and Hei, stating, "We are grateful for Muyang Village's counsel. Release is inevitable, but we must negotiate reparations with the Wagakure." Hayashi nodded in agreement, adding, "Then, kindly remit the agreed-upon compensation. Muyang Village will now withdraw, as pressing matters await our attention back home, where Lord Young Shadow and Appo's presence is required." The Kusagakure representatives were visibly alarmed. The leader hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, That is unacceptable. If Lord Young Shadow departs, we dare not negotiate with the Wagakure. Muyang Village must remain to safeguard Kusagakure." Hei immediately grasped Hayashi's intention. He feigned reluctance, stating, "However, Muyang Village and Appo's allied commission was to repel Iwagakure. Now that they have retreated, and our village is newly established and burdened with responsibilities. Additional compensation. Kusagakure will provide additional compensation. We implore Lord Young Shadow to remain in Kusagakure." The Kusagakure leader declared, his voice resolute. "Very well. As allies, we shall make this sacrifice and remain here to observe Iwagakure and Appo's intentions." Hei reluctantly agreed, feigning resignation. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Hei continued, "Then, continue your discussions with Counselor Hayashi and the others regarding subsequent matters. Hayashi, as allies, let the compensation be reasonable." With that, Hei excused himself under the pretext of inspecting the camp and departed. Arriving at a Kusagakure casualty triage area, Hei spotted a red-haired girl, no older than 8 or 9. Inside a tent, 2 Kusagakure ninja were biting her arms, and her face was contorted with terror and tears. Hei frowned and swiftly intervened, seizing the 2 ninja. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you abusing such a young child?" The assembled ninja were startled by Hei's sudden appearance. One of the ninja exclaimed, "Release me. You rogue. Who are you?" The 2 ninja disentangled themselves and glared at Hei. "We adopted her, so she must serve us. She is not required to fight on the battlefield. She merely assists us here." Hei and Appo's gaze fell upon the girl, who stared back at him with wide, frightened eyes. Hei's frown deepened. He knelt and gently pulled aside the girl's clothing, revealing bite marks covering nearly every inch of her body. The girl whimpered, anticipating another bite, and squeezed her eyes shut. Hei sighed, "Fear not. I shall not bite you." The 2 Kusagakure ninja continued to glare at Hei. "Who are you? Where is your forehead protector? Our comrades have already gone to report you. You are doomed." Another ninja whispered, "Could he be an Iwagakure spy?" Hei ignored them. The 2 ninja brandished kunai, preparing to attack. Hei slowly turned his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan piercing their gazes. The 2 Kusagakure ninja froze, their skin crawling with dread, and their kunai clattered to the ground. You are an Uchiha?" The 2 ninja frantically waved their hands. "A misunderstanding. We are comrades." It was a joke. Every ninja in Kusagakure was aware of the Uchiha clan and Appo's might, as they were the ones who helped Kusagakure repel the Iwagakure ninja forces.